El-Sayed is campaigning in Michigan,
appearing on stage at 2 Michigan campaign rallies.
He's proactively campaigning alongside Piker.
The man who says Hezbollah's flag is his favorite because it's dope.
Why would you align yourself for raging anti-Semites?
Who has defended Hamas terrorists.
Calling them the lesser of two Israels compared to the government evils. Lesser of two.
That's what I find a bridge too far.
When I went up to my good friend Chat and said, hey, can you walk me through some more controversial statements of Hasan Piker? Even ChatGPT went out of its way to soften the edges of Hasan and give me context. Thanks, but no thanks, ChatGPT.
Hasan Piker is campaign poison. Placing yourself on the wrong side of a 90-10 issue is only going to make you look bad. It's going to be good for me. It's going to be good for the candidates that I work with. Turns out it was true. Abdul El-Sayed at 27%. Oliver Larkin. Amelak Heroes, everybody.
Nice to meet you, Hasan.
Welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you for having me.
Oh my gosh. What's going on, man?
What's up, dude? Good to see you again. And I really enjoyed it, yeah.
How you been?
He's trying to get put out.
Wow. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Wednesday. You already know what that means. That means I just did leg day earlier. That means I lunged up and down the block with a weight behind my back like I'm Sisyphus. And ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, some of you probably already watched the Instagram story, so you already know what the guest, very special, honored guest that I've been teasing, that's going to be coming on the broadcast. Let's just keep it a secret between us. Let's just keep it a secret between you and I, okay? Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, did you have a bounce house at your birthday party? No. Oh, yeah. We're alive. It's Wednesday, July 29th. We're freaking 4 days out of my birthday at this point. I'm 4 days into being 35, and I'm really feeling it as always. I don't know why. This is just how it goes usually. In any case, Turby Derby lost last night. It's 11:09. It's 11:10 a.m. here, Pacific time, in Los Angeles, California. Stolen Tongva territory. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. The personal news about what I've done in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm gonna do. Now, normally, this is where I tell you I'm a chud-ass loser. I don't have anything going on in my life, but let's be real, last night was not that. Last night, I invited a lot of close friends and family to my home, and we had catering, and I had a little birthday party. A little birthday party for the little birthday guy, okay? A little birthday boy. It was, you know, I'm not the biggest fan of that stuff, but I did it nonetheless. Yeah, I always feel a little uncomfortable being the center of attention for something that I don't feel like I deserve. Before people say, oh, you love being the center of attention, you're a freaking Leo, you're a Twitch streamer. Yes, I do. But I feel like birthdays are not a deserved center of attention. I didn't do anything. I was just born, you know? There's nothing exceptional about being alive, being born, carrying on. All the tweets from your birthday party made you look extra autistic. Yeah, I got outed. I got outed for sitting around at my birthday party, and, you know, I got caught on my phone, okay? This is the one. This is literally Cutie Cinderella cooking me. Cutie Cinderella cooking me, baking me, whatever you want to call it. Look at this. My son showed up to his birthday in a suit, but nobody else wore theirs. Yeah, I was tired. This is right after a 8-hour stream. Can a man not be allowed to feel tired after a long day? Is a man not entitled to the sweat of his brow, to the peace and comfort in his home, in his humble abode? Coworker mentioned? Yeah, I saw this one. Yeah.
My sister's coming over in a bit.
Oh, okay. I'll be gone because I have a coworker's birthday.
In a funeral, you don't gotta go to it.
The dickhead with his Pacifico. Yeah, I had 2 beers last night. Speaking of coworker Chanamog and everyone in the space, I don't even want to talk about this because this is like, look, Ludwig is my coworker. Okay. At a certain point in time, perhaps a friend. Now, simply a coworker. Would I go to his funeral? Nobody knows. I don't necessarily have a lot of thoughts or opinions about Ludwig, but I will say I have never felt the level of deep envy. I have never felt the level of deep envy towards one of his accomplishments. Throughout this entire process, I've always, friend, coworker, doesn't matter, enemy, lover, okay? We've gone through all of these arcs, okay? And I've always been very proud of his accomplishments. This is the first time where I felt deep envy, okay? Deep envy. Yeah, I said it. I said what I said. You heard me. I'm using the right words. This is crazy. This is actually the coolest thing he's ever fucking done, and he does not deserve it. I am the true China Maxer. I get called Mao Zedong on Fox News, and they put his ass on a Chinese video game, man. That's crazy.
邻国王子远道而来，想为陛下献上贺礼，陛下可要宣他拜见。
宣
福邻国王子进殿。
在下福邻国王子。
So here's, oh my God, why are his eyes still busted? That's crazy. That's crazy. They beautified him and his eye level is still busted. What the fuck? That's crazy. How is that possible? Why he looked Kirkified? He's just white. That's why he's white. Bro wishes he was him. Yes. This is the only time in my life where I was like, damn, that is so sick. That's so goddamn sick, because he went peak white monkey. Being a white monkey has been my dream. Okay. You guys know this. How many times have I talked about it? When I was in China, I had a brief white monkey experience where I was, busking for the noodle shop. And it was probably the greatest experience I had up until this very moment in my life. Like, it was just the greatest experience. You can't say that, bro. No, that's literally what it's called. The term for it is like white people that are specifically used to highlight the brand or something in China. That's what it's called. Also, I'm white. What do you mean? Anyway, bro, I've never seen you as excited about something on stream as you were busking in Chongqing. That was actually insanely fun to watch. That's what I'm saying. Like, here's the thing. That was the greatest moment of my life. Like, busking for a noodle shop in Chongqing. Okay. 谢谢老板. Telling people, come in. We got noodles. Okay, boss. That was bad. That was the best. That was peak. That was peak me. That is what I will inevitably do when the federal government comes after me, when I will just make my escape to China and I will be a busker at a noodle shop in Chongqing. That will be what I will do for the rest of my life. And I'll be happy, right? He took it one step further. He went white monkey in a franchise, in a video game. I hate this wig on you, sis. No, ma'am. Yeah, I hate this wig on him. I wish it was on me instead.
拜见陛下。
你不远千里从西方来到五洲，辛苦了。
陛下，这块红祖母绿是我父邻国所谓稀有的宝物，在我们心中，红祖母绿象征着永恒。
It's so funny. He's reading the lines.
的生命力和不衰的勇气，唯有女皇才配得上它。
有心了，朕很喜欢。
得陛下喜欢是福临国的勇气，在下仰慕五洲繁华主义，以及在国言汉语。若说能得女皇评点1、2，便是在下最大的。
All right, Chinese speakers. Is he nailing it? He sounds like he's nailing it. I don't speak any Chinese. So to me, it sounds like Charlie Kirk is nailing the fuck out of this right now. Absolutely not. Wait, really? Is he enunciating far too much? Because one of the techniques, and this is the same with Japanese, if you're a Westerner trying to learn Japanese or Chinese, you have to be kind of racist when you're saying the words. From the perspective of a Westerner, and I can say this because I'm lost between borders, kind of like Matt Iglesias. I'm Turkish. I speak fluent Turkish and I speak fluent English, right? So you know, I have a unique perspective on this, but like from the perspective of Westerners in general, when they are trying to learn a different language, especially Japanese or Chinese, like you have to be kind of racist when you're saying certain, like you have to sound racist. You have to sound it out in a way that like I think white people are very uncomfortable with normally, especially like woke white people, because it's so tonal. So that's why, yeah, the sentence breaks are in the wrong places. Oh, okay, that makes sense. It sounds like he's really over enunciating the words, but he's doing it slowly. And I would never be able to do that. No, you don't. Please don't say that. Yeah, what do you mean? No, it like white people think it's racist when you try to do like tonal sounds. That's it. That's like they think it is. They literally, Westerners would be like, woke Westerners would look at that and be like, that's kind of, I don't know if I feel comfortable making that sound, you know? It's not racist to use an accent. No. I know. I will never learn Vietnamese for that reason. I'm black. But yeah, mumbling through is how you get to hello, I am Pussy Burger. Ask one error for guidance. I still have affairs to handle. Let me see.
去向婉儿请教吧，朕还有要事。
是，陛下。
Sure. Twitch streamer tells the chat you have to be racist. This is who you want representing the movement. Yes. What is this? You're a rich, privileged guy. Put that money into good use and take China maxing seriously. Take Mandarin lessons. So here's the problem. You're not wrong. I'm a rich, privileged guy. But the issue is there is only a finite amount of time throughout the day. And although I'm a rich, privileged guy, there is literally not enough time in the day for unless I just like retool something. Like unless I retool something in my daily activities. And you know, probably lower significantly the amount of hours that I stream, I'm never going to be able to find sufficient time throughout the day to learn Chinese. There's just not enough hours in the day. I have to sleep. I have to study. I have to do research. I have to, you know, I have to build a run of show, right? I have to do all of that stuff before I go live. I have to work out so I can still be at least kind of sexy. And more importantly, that be at least kind of healthy, right? Because I sit on my ass all day. It's just not, you know, it's not. Learn on stream? No, that's boring. Typical white guy, it's our fault? Yeah. Porno, Mia Khalifa. Yeah. Research. Bro said research, and the research is AI Charlie Kirk songs. Wait, how did you find my Google search history? That's weird. Am I hacked? I see hemorrhoids in your stream. I don't know why I don't have hemorrhoids, but yeah. Cutie with a banger tweet. I am not beating the lesbian allegations. I know. I mean, it's true. He looks so pretty. He looks so pretty. Coworker wig looks very pretty. Good on him. But yeah, where was I? Hasan, what the fuck is happening? What is this for the boomer cons? What do you mean? Is Lady G? What? I don't know why you guys are confused. This is Lady G showing her coochie. She's cooter maxing, right? That's what we're calling it. Isn't that what's going on? She got the dogs out and everything. I'm really important. Wants Abdullah lose because he hates you. That's so strange. That's a very strange thing to openly admit. By the way, there's another coworker running against Maylot. A coworker? Is it Blau?
Doctor in Denver, Shimon Blau, has qualified for the... Oh, he's in Denver. A Jewish doctor in Denver, Shimon Blau, has qualified.
Oh my God. Blau, how could you do this to me? Blau, how could you do this to me? We worked hard. We worked hard to get Maylot to win that primary against Diana DeGette. Now you running an independent campaign? Didn't Smira Tandem admit to the same? She wants Abdul to lose to own you. So they say stuff like that, but there's a real reason for it. That's probably a little bit more palatable for them to admit. The real reason, obviously, is they're just terrified of like having an anti-Israel senator, right? Someone who's even more anti-Israel than Bernard Sanders in the Senate is a true threat to Israel's further ambitions. It's a true threat to the unconditional loyalty that Israel has enjoyed for the last 80 years. So that's what they're actually afraid of, but they can't say that out loud. They can't be like, we are AIPAC stooges. We're ideologically aligned with the Zionist project. We care about Israel's ambitions of developing a greater Israel project. We're perfectly, we're paid we're paid mercenaries who only care about, you know, Israel paying our salaries. Like, they can't say stuff like that. So they have to find a way to package that. They have to find a way to package that in a more palatable manner. And that packaging is silliness, saying things like, oh, well, this will piss off a Twitch streamer. This will piss off the annoying woke bros on the internet, the annoying anti-Israel fellas on the internet. It's dumb. It's very dumb. I think the real reason for Smira Tandon is because, I mean, she is a Zionist. She is pro-Israel. She has many photos with Benjamin Netanyahu. She brought Anthony Blinken to the Center for American Poo-Poo. She brought a bunch of other architects of the Gaza genocide on board. So she is primarily invested in keeping a close link between pro-Israel advocacy organizations and the Democratic Party. She's probably one of the most influential think tank heads of one of the most influential think tanks in the Democratic Party right now. And of course, from her perspective, it's like what we're doing is a genuine existential threat. So she has to try to deal with that threat. That's what it is. Anyway, you going over the Fauci hearing today? Probably not. I don't really care about. I feel like Fauci ouchie. I feel like that's old shit, right? I mean, the only thing I care about the Dr. Fauci is basically this. This is the only thing I care about with respect to Dr. Fauci.
Dr. Fauci, give us vaccines. Help all the people who have been quarantined. We'll wear our masks and we'll have to stay distant. We'll wash our hands and we'll be more resistant. Fauci! Yes? Promise us, please. We'll have a cure that can fight off this disease. Restrictions will lift with some ease. Dr. Fauci, don't forget me.
It's kind of crazy that this is the archetypical former HasanAbi head who's now like my immortal enemy. Guys who loved my commentary when I was dunking on fucking anti-vaxxers in 2020 and became like super libbed up in the process, but now hates me because like they've become so invested in like the Democratic Party, the establishment, for one reason or another, and find me as like a primary op. That is this person specifically probably isn't, right? But this is a type of guy. Many of them are on election Twitter. Many of them are these like NATO liberals. The fight song and now this, do you want us to forever hate music except random Kirkified music you listen to? Yes. You are my primary op for showing me this. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for showing you where you were in 2020. Somber reminder. Show us the black baby Nick gifted you. He didn't show it correctly on stream. That's so funny. It's right behind me, in between my head and Luigi Mangione's head. That's where it is. One of the gifts I got from my mom is from the 26th of March, 2004. It's a photo of me from the 26th of March, 2004. And she found it in the archives. Lil Hasi crumbs for you, never before seen. I posted it on my Twitter as well. I look like the goddamn Rizzler back in the day. Still rocking the keffiyeh. You already know. Still got aura. No, you look like Big Justice, little bro. Sure. Still throwing up the one. Is that Lacey? Lacey could not have this level of swag. Anyway, my point is, look at that. Look at me now. You too can grow out of it. Okay? That's all I'm saying. What the fuck is that hairline? Yeah, I tried to explain this to you guys. I used to have a two-head. I used to literally have a two-head. My hairline was crazy. I had a two-head, and it's been going back since I was like a baby, and it basically turned into a four-head by the time I got to college. And then after college, when I started Twitch streaming, I realized it was turning from a four-head to a five-head, And that's when I started taking Propecia. Hairline looking like a N. It's true. It's true. Yeah, my hairline used to touch my eyebrows. It's crazy. But it's salvageable. It's salvageable. Why the W community comments turning on you, bro? What do you mean? What, dog? Why wouldn't the W community turn on me? They are the type of people who literally do not understand politics, do not watch politics. At least they're like Free Palestine, so I don't care. But they're like 14. Not even the type of people. They're just kids. When did you expect a bunch of fucking 14-year-olds to be like, I'm really primarily invested in politics? You know what I mean? The podcast app has been getting clipped like crazy. Yeah. The fun sheet is referring to, wait, who is streaming with Destiny and actually debating, by the way? Yeah, no, that's not true. Hasan, thank you for your service. Any moment that makes Hasan look bad is a great one for our country. Who watches Hasan? I don't really get too upset about stuff like this, and you shouldn't either, because they're literally fucking 14 years old, and eventually they're going to grow out of it, and they're going to start developing their political perspective and realize that this is like, you know, racist as fuck. And then there's also a shit ton of brigading. I'd rather watch Destiny taking notes from obscure articles in silence for 8 hours than Hasan or Asman browsing Twitter. You know, like there's obviously always going to be brigaders as well, but he would watch if you gamed. Isn't he 25? What do you mean? Who is 14 years old? He's 25. He's 25 years old. His audience is like 14 though. A lot of the W and L community is very young. And even the older the older members of the W and L community are still like, you know, they're not very interested. They're not very interested at all in politics, let's just say. Great. Now Hasan will be in a bad mood all week. Yeah, I'm such a bad mood. So is the comment section of 14-year-olds brigading adults who are into 14-year-olds? Yes. I can't believe you forgot about this song. What the fuck is the W&L community? You mean young Gen Z? Yeah. Heads up, you haven't blasted off yet. Oh, true. Good call, good call, good call. Let's do it. Please explain who these people are and what do they do. I'm so confused. So that's that was Arky and Yugi. They're awesome. I love them. They're very funny. They're younger new generation streamers. They come from like the W&L community. W&L community is like crude. Is a moniker, is a way to describe like streamers, like the next gen streamers after what they call us as the poggers community. Actually, we literally explained it in the fucking podcast. Just watch the podcast. Watch the podcast and you'll realize what the distinction is. Anyway, ZELENSKY+SATANYAHU in DC. Francesca Hong surges in the polls. Straight still closed. Situation monitor. Iran strikes first. TRITA PARSI on later. Norm Finkelstein tomorrow. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. I've been teasing a very, very, very, very, very special guest for the entire week. And it's here. It's happening tomorrow. His name is Norm Finkelstein. And I am going to have the honor of hosting him in my home, in person, in Los Angeles. That's right. We're finally doing it. We're finally doing it. It's finally happening. I know many of you have long awaited this moment. You found him like they did the former leader of Hamas. You don't think the W&L community watched Finkelstein? Now, look, the W&L community broadly is like pro-Palestine. They don't like Trump that much. Some of them may still harbor some kind of like sympathetic feeling towards Trump because they'll say stuff like, oh, he has aura or whatever. But most of them don't like Trump. Most of them don't fuck with ICE. So I don't really care if they don't fuck with me. I don't, you know, who gives a fuck? Whatever. They will eventually grow out of it. And they will get to a point where they are more invested in politics. It's just not going to happen in the interim. It's not going to happen in the short term, but I'm not too worried. I'm not too worried about where they're at. Because did you see you're in a movie? Yeah, American Doctor. I know. New Abdul poll is dropped post Whitaker endorsement and not an internal. Yeah, I know. We're gonna do all of that. Many of the W&L community fandom can't vote yet because they're too young, and the ones who can vote, I don't think care to. So, but overall, their politics are probably all over the place. Most people's politics are all over the place. They eventually will grow out of that phase of being like, oh, I don't really care about politics. Like, who gives a shit? Some of them will probably become reactionary. Some of them will become right wing, and they'll say, oh, taxes are fucking terrible. Why am I getting taxed? they'll slot themselves into the expected American political tendencies, the median voter, if they become voters at all. Can't believe you can't be talking about this with that image. Charlie Kirk porno. You can't be talking about this with that image. Wait, what's wrong with this image? What? That's the newest conservative commentator who's trying to goon bait and Cooter Max, whatever it's called. This was peak himbo and coworker era.
Most famous belt in the world. I'd like to use a lifeline. Can I call up Hasan? Hasan, come up here. Where you at? Up here, baby. Round of applause for Hasan, baby. What do you think the answer is? You don't fucking know? Everyone's gonna think you're stupid. Yep.
The mythical Greek hunter and also the most famous belt in the world.
What'd he say?
Orion?
I would go with that answer. Can I drop this? I'm gonna send it. Mike, drop that bitch. Oh! The mythical.
Damn, this shit is sad. Not gonna lie. What the fuck went wrong? Politics, baby. Money, politics, more like politricks. Mass harassment campaigns that sought to isolate me from the rest of the community by consistently harassing people and punishing them for daring to collaborate with me in any capacity. Ludwig still to this day gets inundated with a barrage of attacks from some of the sweatiest fucking losers on the internet who literally claim that he's my dog. Like I dog walk him. Like he has no opinions of his own. Because like there is a endless appetite to brigade by right wing groups that can masquerade as like apolitical on the internet. That mask themselves, mask their politics, and there's a lot of success. We've talked about this before. There's been a tremendous amount of success in the apolitical commentary sphere of the idea that like I am peak woke, I'm wrong, I'm everything that's wrong with woke, and I'm just like a fucking huge villain, and anyone that doesn't immediately criticize me all day, every day in the same exact fucking ways that these like psychopaths obsess over are obviously in the pocket and are being blackmailed by me and shit like that. All this stuff obviously accelerated post October 7. It got far worse after October 7. There's a decent chunk of the NMP community that thinks you're grooming Nick to regurgitate your talking points. Yes. Okay. One of the things that you guys have to understand because a lot of people complain in here, they're like, why do you always do politics? That's why, bro. That's why. It's like, well, part of it is because there's a lot of important shit going on in the world. Okay. So I have to do more politics than ever before. That's number one. But the other reason why I don't do as many collabs is because I just don't want to fucking bring that level of like animosity towards other random people. You know, that's it. Everyone in this industry knows I have the most vicious fucking psychopathic stalkers. Everyone in this industry knows that no matter what happens, like if you align with me in any way, shape, or form, they'll make your life a fucking living hell. And some people can handle that heat and they don't give a shit. Some people are totally tapped out of it. But for most people, they're like, I don't want to rock the boat. They've had some successful initiatives in brigading with like Trash Taste podcast, shit like that. My hope is to simply fucking wait it out. Because eventually when the cultural forces shift, it was really bad when Trump first became president. It was really bad between 2023, the end of 2023, 2024, and 2025. The reason for why it was really bad was because the overall culture had shifted dramatically to the right. Since then, woke has made a comeback in a fairly meaningful capacity. And that's part of the reason why, since woke has made somewhat of a comeback, people are a little bit more open-minded to the things that I'm advocating for, to the things that I push for. They're a little bit more curious about it. Okay? Woke 2.0 has been on the come up. Obviously, none of this has anything to do with normies in the real world, by the way. Most people in the real world like me and have nothing to do. We're talking specifically about the internet. It has a tendency to impact the normie sphere as well. But for the most part, what we're talking about is like Twitch streams, YouTube, commentary sphere, that kind of shit. And one of the greatest examples of this is the treatment that I received, the treatment that a lot of people who are pro-Palestine received for the first 2 years, being inundated with an endless barrage of ridiculous smears, like calling me a terrorist and having no line of defense from my peers. None of them came out and were like, hey, this is really fucking racist, we should stop this. Like woke 1.0, that shit would not have slided. They would have never let that slide. Like if woke 1.0 in like 2020, if a bunch of prominent Twitch streamers were playing, slided. Woke 1.0, if a bunch of prominent Twitch streamers were fucking turning around playing a game called like Twitch streamer or terrorist, where they had like prominent Muslim, Arab, pro-Palestine Twitch streamers, and they were being compared to like Osama bin Laden, everybody else in the community would have been like, this is fucking unacceptable. What are you doing? Yeah, they'd get lit up on Twitter. Twitter is very different now. Twitter is very right-wing. That obviously has the capacity to change people's perception of like what is permissible, what is acceptable. It sucks, but that's how it works. But yeah, there is definitely an endless amount of extremely online losers who spend every waking moment on the internet, and they spend a good deal of time just trying to make people's life a living hell. And the only thing that they respond to, because they're not like they don't have like a lot of sound political points of view. Like they don't have like a firmly established political point of view at all. And they just simply lean into like vibes in general. And because they do that, when the vibes are right wing, when they see a lot of like right wing brigaded comment sections, they think, oh, this is normal. This is what like the majority believes. This is what the cool kids believe. And that's how they establish their political point of view, their political worldview. But those people are very malleable. Those people have not they have not committed to a political worldview. They're just going along with what they think the vibes are. It's actually that easy, which is part of the reason why, as I'm saying over and over again, like a lot of these people, many of you have found yourself in the alt-right pipeline back in the day for this exact same reason, right? You probably found yourself in the alt-right pipeline for this exact same reason. You probably watched like Joe Rogan, then you watched that Ben Shapiro video, and you were like, oh, these guys are like owning the fucking libtards. It's awesome. And before you knew it, you were, more and more invested in the right-wing sphere. And it took a lot for something to snap you out of it. But that was like the Gamergate era. That never really went away. That agitative propaganda on the right still exists. The algorithm still very much favors reactionary right-wing commentary. It's not a secret, especially on platforms like YouTube, for example. And Twitter plays a big role in this as well. So, yeah, for many of you, I was the guy who snapped you out of it, right? Or eventually I played a role in your awakening, in your development, in your political development. So I obviously am going to keep doing what I'm doing to varying degrees of success, but we are there. We're definitely there. I think the broader cultural forces are shifting in our direction once again. The pendulum is swinging back. And obviously it's important for all of us to maintain some sort of posture to show people that this kind of attitude is unacceptable. The reactionary point of view is unacceptable. To tell people to not be bigoted. Of course, not in a way where it's like cynical, hollow weaponization of like identity politics as it was in Woke 1.0 from a position of like moral superiority. That was one of the worst aspects of Woke 1.0. I was very critical of that at the time as well, even though, people didn't really listen to me. But, in Woke 2.0, I think we can both have fun and be woke and call out bad behavior. Is Hasan getting paid by the CCP? I'm getting paid by the viewers. The Piker Broadcasting Service, PBS, the People's Broadcasting Service, is sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. It was unironically Red Shambhala edits on TikTok that got me out of it. Hey, whatever works for you, man. But yeah, when you see like normies or people who are politically uninitiated develop some kind of like reactionary point of view, don't feel discouraged by that. Don't get upset by that. For the apolitical normies or for the apolitical people on the internet, they don't have a well-established, developed point of view. They don't have a political perspective. They don't have the political education. They don't have class consciousness. Many of them are children anyway. And children are at the mercy of the masses. If they see a brigaded comment section leaning in a reactionary perspective, they think, oh, this is cool. This is what people are into. Eventually, they will grow out of it. They will have an experience in their life, as many right-wingers do, where either they will find themselves at odds with the right-wing movement, or a loved one will be in the crosshairs of a right-wing policy, and that's when they realize, oh, I need to develop empathy for others. Some never do. Obviously, there's a level of intelligence required for this. There's a level of educational attainment required to get there for many. That's part of the reason why the biggest gap in this country politically is not even around how much money someone makes, but what their level of education is. I believe it's like 60 to 70% leaning in the Democratic Party's direction when you have a college degree or above. The highest likelihood that you will vote for the Democratic Party in this country as a demographic is if you have a degree higher than a Bachelor of Arts or Sciences. Like if you have a graduate degree or a master's degree, then it's like you're almost 100% likely to it's the highest likelihood that you will be a Democratic Party voter. You're forgetting this 75% of the yard boys are on your side of the political spectrum? What, 75? No, it's 100% of the yard boys are on my side on the political spectrum. What are you talking about? Yes, when I found you in 2018, I was dating a QAnon believer, but I didn't have any idea what the fuck that was. I would ask him to tell me about it or send me links, but I wasn't willing to share anything and only brought it up rarely. HasanAbi, thanks to you, I learned what the fuck was going on and helped me gain enough awareness to change the trajectory, because the hell was I overlooking before shaking my head? Mobile chatter, by the way. Yeah. There's definitely a huge vibe shift taking place. There's definitely a huge vibe shift taking place right now. And of course, we've always been there. We've been steadfast in our advocacy here in this little corner of the internet, and I will continue doing that. So I will always be open-minded and charitable to those who have gone through their own journey and arrived at this destination. I will welcome them with open arms, and I will always be there to help educate them. One of my political science professors claims this was due to Bill Clinton abandoning the rural working class. How true do you think that is? It's 100% true. So, there was an educational attainment change that took place, because back in the day, if you went to college, you were a high income earner. The Republican Party had the vibes of like a country club. Very wealthy people, elitist people were oftentimes, more often than not, Republican, but the overwhelming majority of the blue collar working class were Democrats. Now, this shift actually started in the Nixon era as well. Vietnam, hard hat wearers, like the aesthetics of trying to tap in to the working class, and it obviously accelerated with the Reagan era culture wars, and you know, getting the working class on board with tax cuts and anti-union initiatives, anti-union legislation. But yes, Bill Clinton and NAFTA was the final blow. NAFTA was the final blow. When those jobs dried up, when those labor unions died out, there was no longer a working class movement that was feeding into the base for the Democratic Party. That's it. Do you feel like that can or could be attributed to college graduates being more exposed to culture? Urban areas of politics seem always skewed Democratic as well. Yes. So political polarization has taken on a very different shape in the United States of America in 2026 in comparison to where it was in the past. That political polarization has been designed around wedge issues. Shout out to Newt Gingrich for this. This is, again, a post-Reagan, first started in the Nixon era, but certainly became the prominent fixture of American politics in the Reagan era, culture wars and wedge issues, where both parties would identify themselves as being in favor of certain values. And this was this designed a wedge between the Republican Party and the things that they advocate for, which is like, you know, anti-abortion, pro-Christianity, pro-small business, fake bullshit, right? And tax cuts and deregulation, right? And the Democratic Party was in opposition to those things, progress, to to varying degrees. And also the Democratic Party, I guess, had more ideological diversity about, trade policy and trade protectionism and things of that nature, but it became a much more neoliberal, anti-welfare state party with Bill Clinton, and a free trade party with Bill Clinton. So that established somewhat of a uniparty approach to international trade policy. That established a neoliberal uniparty approach to many of the solutions to the existing problems that people were experiencing. That's precisely the reason why the Democrats since the 90s have barely been able to launch any kind of serious socialization initiatives in the field of healthcare, because they're backed by the same fucking corporate entities, Blue Cross Blue Shield, Aetna, and many others. So there's a uniparty in Washington, D.C. Both parties align. There's consensus politics in Washington, D.C. between Democrats and Republicans on keeping healthcare private. Democrats want to fund it more with subsidies. Republicans want to take those subsidies away. But ultimately, they're aligned and have arrived at a consensus that it should still remain privatized, right? There's obviously a uniparty consensus politics on American foreign policy. This was post-2001, global war on terror. That was the last bastion of the anti-war liberalism movement. There were a lot of critics of George W. Bush. Obama killed that, right? Anti-war liberalism died with Barack Obama. Anti-free trade, trade protectionist Democrats died with Bill Clinton. Pro-welfare state liberalism died with Bill Clinton. And anti-war liberalism died with Barack Obama. Okay? That's it. So what you're saying is the Democratic Party actively destroyed itself. Yes, it did. 100%. But fear not. We are currently moving into a different epoch, a different phase of American politics, where we are restoring, maybe even going further beyond the New Deal era of governance. That is definitely where at least we are trying to move the Democratic Party by force in the direction of less of a focus on culture war narratives and more of a focus on hardline economic improvements, class struggle, centering the working class at the heart of our policies. It is of course necessary to go further beyond New Deal democracy, New Deal Democrats, in order to ensure that this is a resilient movement. But that is, hopefully, if we are successful, that is where we will move in the direction of socialism, restoring a manufacturing base in the United States of America, if it's even permissible, even if it's even possible. Not only onshoring jobs, onshoring manufacturing, but also making sure that those onshored manufacturing opportunities are not simply increasing economic activity, but it's also bringing back good jobs for people with good benefits, union jobs, creating an environment where there is more political participation from the working class that has been left behind in this country. Because the last 4 decades of American politics has been dominated by Ronald Reagan, by Reaganite neoliberalism. Every subsequent Democrat, every Democrat that has come after Ronald Reagan has also been a neoliberal. And yes, this includes Barack Obama as well. It's true. So it is important for us at the peak of the contradictions worsening to help people come to terms with their class position and demand an alternative. Was NAFTA a good thing? Fuck no. What are you, crazy? We have to, Central Committee, thank you for the raid. We have to do away with a culture war first policy platform that the Democratic Party has leaned heavily into because of the consensus politics that I just mentioned. Democrats need to completely flip the script and go balls to the wall and very aggressive on hardline economic progress, on policies of socialization, hopefully policies of nationalization down the line, while simultaneously still mounting a significant defense for marginalized identities and marginalized communities, but never allowing the Republicans to frame the conversation around some of these like edge cases that are commonplace and perfectly normal, but will become a big issue if we allow the Republicans to center the conversation around these issues. You know, high school transgender athletes participating in high school competitions. This is not a real issue. This is not an issue that impacts any American in a significant manner, right? It is a clearly, purposefully concocted narrative that was focus tested by the Republicans in an effort to make that the key fixture of American politics. Well, Donald Trump did it. He banned transgender athletes. Did that help you? Do you feel better now? Do you feel like your life has improved in any significant manner? Of course not, because it was always bullshit. It was always a fucking distraction, a very violent one for the tiny minority of transgender people. It's horrible for them, but it's not good for you. So I always say we have to have a vision in the affirmative, a clear, identifiable agenda that people can sink their teeth into, an agenda that centers the working class, an agenda that seeks to improve people's material conditions, an agenda that revolves around expanding the existing social safety nets in very meaningful ways, an agenda that tries to reset the way that American politics have consistently, since the Reagan era, demanded less and less from the wealthy and more from the working stiff, the average Joe. We have to, it's topsy-turvy in this goddamn country and in many other Western capitalist liberal democracies at this point. That is precisely the reason why there has been tremendous wealth consolidation, specifically in the stock market. The bottom 1%, or sorry, the bottom 50% of wealth in this country own 1% of the stock market. The top 10% own 90%. The top 10% of wealth in this country own 90% of the stock market. That's where all of our economic activity is, right? That's everything now. That's everything. And it's built around a hope and a dream. It's not built around market fundamentals any longer, if it ever was. Finance capitalism has destroyed that. We don't have the widget factory any longer. We have no outputs to look at, no KPIs, just vibes. Tech stocks, AI, the same $100 billion exchanging hands between NVIDIA and OpenAI and ChatGPT and all these other fucking companies, right? All of that money is circulating, but it never touches your pockets. It never improves your financial situation. Remember, I'm going to repeat this one more time. This fact is insane. The bottom 50% of wealth in this country own 1% of the stock market. 1%. The top 10% of wealth, on the other hand, own 90% of the stock market, with the overwhelming majority of that ownership coming from the top 1%. So even the multimillionaires are getting fucked over in this country with the amount of unfathomable wealth consolidation. Wealth consolidation and power consolidation is in the hands of fewer and fewer people. Okay? This cannot go on. This is a completely busted system. This avarice, this endless appetite for wealth and power consolidation is never going to stop unless we make it stop, unless we turn it around. It's ridiculous to expect the wealthy to magnanimously turn around and give us back some of the wealth and some of the productive output that we have created sheerly because they're kind people is stupid. It's never going to work. Charity is no adequate substitute to redistributive policies. That we know, that we have seen for the last couple of decades. Anyway, I don't know why I went on this fucking long ass tangent, dude. But yeah, this is incredible. The wealthiest 0.00001% of Americans now hold a record 12% of U.S. national income. It's gotten to a point where all of the wealth that we are generating, all the wealth that we are creating, all the value that we're creating is staying in the hands of not even like the top 10%, not even the top 1%. It's the 1% of the 1%. Isn't that fucking insane? It's actually incredible because it's worse than the Gilded Age. It's worse than the Roaring 20s. That's how bad wealth disparity has gotten. But of course, technology has allowed us to have very different experiences, so we can do a lot more with a lot less relative wealth. So the average person now in 2026 obviously is far wealthier than the average person in 1926, right? Or, 1919, 1920s. Although the wealth disparity and the power disparity has grown tremendously, the average person is not starving as they did in the Great Depression. Okay? I don't mean to backtrack, but why did you talk about the trans issue in sports like it wasn't important? I could be misunderstanding. No, I did not say that it wasn't important. I said it is important. It's important for every trans person because it's a sequence of events that are carefully concocted to basically erase trans people. But trans people at the end of the day are not even 1% of the population. So from the perspective of 99% of Americans, what happens to trans people in either direction doesn't impact them at all, right? So this isn't a way to say, don't talk about trans issues at all. This is simply a way for me to explain to the average person that all of this harm that Republicans are engaging in, they're doing to dupe you. They're hyper focusing your entire political interest in 1% of the fucking population. It's ridiculous. That's why I always say to the Republicans that, make their way into this community, do you feel better? Donald Trump put trans people and trans existence in the crosshairs and took the initiative and made it illegal for the 49 transgender athletes to participate in NCAA competitions. Did that improve your life? It did not. It's not about dismissing the trans issue. It's more so saying that we must always maintain a defensive posture for all identities, for all members of the working class, which includes trans people, black people, undocumented migrants. However, we can also call out the fact that this is being weaponized as a distraction by the Republicans who are not improving your living conditions. Here, I'll give you another example. I mean, this is something that is incredible. I mean, all those liberals who said vibe session. Look at this. Grocery shopping, putting a strain on family budgets. Now, if you remember, I've talked about this in the past, sometimes jokingly as the bread theory. Murat loves bringing that up. The price of bread, as long as it is relatively stable, as long as it is relatively affordable and accessible, the price of food, the price of groceries, most Americans are not going to revolt as long as they can get their treats, right? My homie Lenin said it best. Well, my homie Murat is basically, my brother Murat is basically Lenin himself. Something changed. COVID happened. Our just-in-time manufacturing supply lines were unbelievably fragile. They broke apart. They fractured. It was food and groceries became less accessible, more expensive. We saw a tremendous spike in the prices of groceries, also known as inflation. But that price did not go down when the supply lines opened up. When the global supply chain issues were solved, prices kept going up and up and up, what is known as greedflation. And at the time, when we on the left called this out as greedflation, that could only take shape because of the corporate consolidation. This can only happen when the Western liberal capitalist markets only have a handful of companies that own everything, by the way. If there was true market competition in the way that capitalism is intended to create a free market, the freer the markets, the freer the people, they say. Well, we, of course, believe that this is the most honest expression of capitalism. Monopolization is the most honest expression of capitalism. That is precisely what companies try to do. That's the greatest market advantage you can have when you're the sole provider of goods, when you can set the price. What we have right now is an oligopolistic structure. Wealth consolidation and corporate consolidation has made it so that price leadership is super easy. Price fixing, remember, is illegal, right? You can't go into a cigar smoke-filled back room and get together and operate a cartel unless you're OPEC, right? You can't do that. You can't set a price and then everybody else agrees with you. That's illegal, technically. But what you can do is a concept that is perfectly legal. It's called price leadership. Price fixing is illegal. Price leadership is perfectly legal. So I'll give you one example. airlines. In the Reagan era, there were hundreds of different airlines in many different markets. Nowadays, there's like 1 or 2 in certain smaller markets and 4 or 5 if you're lucky. Not a lot of competition there. If there were 200 different alternatives in the airliner industry, right, it would be a lot more difficult for one company to decide we're actually going to charge for your luggage, because other companies that don't charge for the luggage would then get away with being a cheaper alternative, a less costly alternative. People would just go to the company that's not charging you for your luggage. But when there's only 1 or 2 companies and one airliner decides to charge for your luggage, all of the other airliners also follow suit. This is known as price leadership. Okay? Yes, another concept is price fixing is illegal, price leadership is legal, tax evasion is illegal, tax avoidance is legal. It's the same thing. Okay? And for the record, there is still a lot of price fixing that goes on. Make no mistake. But we don't really have a regulatory body that is invested in tackling these issues any longer. So you get the short end of the stick. You as the consumer, you as the worker, don't get all of the value that you provide, don't get all the value you generate, and you as the consumer then go home and are fucked over by the same corporations. They raise your prices and there's nothing you can do about it. What are you going to do? You're not going to survive without eating eggs, right? This is price leadership. Greedflation. Companies realized that people had the capacity to pay more for the same goods, and they kept prices relatively high. Prices never went down. Prices adjusted a little bit. Inflation was coming under control, but this right here, this 2021 till 2023 spike was negative real wage growth. If your groceries are more expensive, but your wages don't go up, if you only get a 1% increase in your wages, let's say, or 5% increase in your wages, but the grocery prices went up 30%, that means you are now 25% poorer than you were from the year prior. That's a negative real wage loss. It was so much fun to have been totally right about the vibe session being totally wrong. It doesn't matter. We're always right, but it doesn't matter because nobody fucking listens to us when we're right, because we're right too early, Michael. If you're right too early, look, this is what I've learned in my last, 13 years of being a fucking political commentator who's a socialist, who's an anti-imperialist. Being right too early doesn't do shit. Nobody ever goes, you know what? This guy was saying this all along. Maybe he was fucking right. Maybe I should listen to him this time around. You know what they do? The resentment carries. They'll agree with you, but they'll still resent you because they never forget how you made them feel. Same with fucking Palestine. Same with Vibe Session being totally wrong. Same with all of the things that we said about Kamala Harris's campaign falling apart and how her loss was likely, that this was a major gamble. None of those liberals, even ones who actually recognized that we were right, have turned around and been like, maybe we should listen to you this time around. Maybe we should listen to you this time around. No, that doesn't happen. They just remember you as the guy who delivered them the bad news from the start. The bad news that did not want, the bad news that they did not want to hear. The bad news that made them feel bad. And instead of feeling bad, they wanted to feel good. And to feel good, what did they do? They succumbed to their biases. They sought information that would agree with them. They sought out outlets that would tell them, no, Kamala Harris is fucking doing amazing. She's going to win for sure. Don't listen to these fucking radical wokes to the Kamala Harris left. They're all terrorists. They all hate Israel because they're Jew haters. Don't listen to them. Don't listen to those people. It actually makes perfect sense for the vice presidential debate to start off with, will you sign off on a nuclear first strike against Iran? That's perfectly normal. That's what they said. And they never took accountability over their actions. Look at Matt Iglesias. He's a great example of this. One of the biggest entitled, smug elitists that was professionally wrong the entire time. Was there any accountability for any of the advisors? No. They're still fighting that exact same battle. Don't most of the stats say real wages are increasing in average? It depends on where they're increasing overall. But this was, for the overwhelming majority of Americans, negative real wage. This was a negative real wage growth. Okay? This is where people's salaries did not catch up to people's expenses. So they literally were poorer year over year. And what's supposed to happen? What's supposed to happen is year over year, the amount of money you make is supposed to go up. You're no longer a 5-year experienced employee. You're now a 6-year experienced employee. You have an extra year under your belt. Your wages are supposed to go up. You're now more experienced. You're now more productive. But if the cost of goods is going up, and this is just the groceries and shit, we haven't even got, that is just the groceries. This is the one line that's supposed to be relatively stable no matter what. That's the last bastion of defense. When this falls apart, when that spikes, the working class start getting real mad for good reason. We're not even talking about housing right now. We're not even talking about healthcare. Housing, healthcare, and education, the 3 key necessities for upward social mobility and for survival. Housing and healthcare have inelastic demand. And yet, there is, and I'm going to bring this back to the thing that I was talking about already, uniparty consensus in Washington, D.C. Uniparty consensus on keeping housing private no matter what for profiteers as a speculative asset. And there is uniparty consensus on healthcare in the same exact way. There are differing opinions in the Hill for what Democrats want to do. They want to subsidize it endlessly, but they want to still keep it private. That is what we have to change. So yeah, but I do think that the socioeconomic conditions have worsened to such a degree that people are now more and more aware of this game. They at least feel in their hearts this resentment, this unease. They recognize that something is not right. So it's important for us as socialists to explain to them the design of this machine that fucks them over, that stiffs workers at the behest of bosses. That's what we have to do. And it's not easy because a lot of people don't want to experience any change whatsoever, even when shit's really messed up. Americans look at a problem and will be the first to tell you that the solution to the problem is the same problem, more of it, to demand more of the same reasons why the problem persists. Look at gun violence in this country. Gun violence is a great example of this issue, okay? The average American looks at gun violence and says, we have too much of it. We have to put a stop to it. What are we to do? The solution from the right is more guns. Oh, you want to stop school shootings? Arm the teachers. How is that going to stop the fucking school shootings? It's going to make it more likely to have school shootings. And the same issue persists for capitalism in general. A lot of Americans are deluded into thinking. They've been deluded into thinking. They're blinded by ideology. They're blinded by dogmatic pro-capitalist thought into believing that the solution to capitalism and all of its failures is more capitalism. There are plenty of Americans who believe this. That's why they say, no. It's because free markets have never been tried. The freer the market, the freer the people. Free markets have never been tried. Real capitalism has never been tried. Well, we say real capitalism has been tried. You're experiencing it right now. This is a more real version of capitalism than one that your parents experienced when there was a top marginal tax rate of 92%. That was a less real version of capitalism. This is a real version of capitalism. Your grandparents did not experience a real version of capitalism when they were still benefiting from the GI Bill, when they were still eating good off of the mass industrialization that took place, the centralized economy that had to take shape because of the war efforts and the residual benefits that they experienced from that after in the post-war economy. They never saw real capitalism. We're seeing it right now. And every day that goes by, where wealth consolidation grows in the hands of lesser and lesser people, we get to experience a more real capitalism. It's that simple. Fewer and fewer people. Sorry. In any case, I digress. I went on a That was an hour and 30-minute long rant for some weird reason. I don't know why. I was in a rant mood today. I saw that grocery price, the grocery prices graph, and it made me fucking lose my mind. Trump is live, by the way. Here, let's listen to the fucking. Let's look at these assholes.
But no, we have 19.2 trillion. It's the biggest number ever spent in any country by far, and that's over a period of 1 year. As an example, as you know, the Biden administration for 4 years did much less than 1 trillion. We're doing 19.2 trillion in 1 year. So we have things that are happening in our country, the likes of which nobody's ever seen. Plants and factories are moving in. Toyota just announced they're building one of the largest car plants anywhere in the world, and truck plants anywhere in the world. We are building more automobile plants now than at any time in the history of our country.
Mr. President, in particular, this is just one of several projects that you have underway in the DMV. Why would you say that you're so focused on transforming the Washington region right now?
Well, this is an important one. You know, this is travel. So in terms of the importance, I think the Arc is going to be incredible. I think the protected ballroom and military center that we're building at the White House is going to be unbelievable. It's very important. But, you know, this is the airport. This is sort of the lifeblood of a city or a capital, certainly a capital. And this will go from one of the worst, just like Washington. Washington was one of the worst places in this country, and now it's one of the best. You couldn't get into a restaurant because all the restaurants were closing or closed. They were afraid to have it open. Now you can't, if you're a restaurateur, you can't even find space to have a restaurant. The restaurants are booming. So, you know, it's a great thrill. And by the way, if you look, Washington is clean, it's safe, people walk to work. Every day a young man or a young woman comes up and says, "Thank you, sir." I know exactly what he's talking about. They were afraid to walk to work. Now they literally walk to the White House. Washington is now a beautiful and clean. We got rid of the graffiti. 78 monuments and different things have been cleaned. They were strewn with graffiti. We had 28 fountains that not one of them worked. For years, for decades, they haven't worked. They're all up in service, and nobody's seen anything like it. We have it clean. We're changing all the grass in all the parks. That's going to be changed very shortly. The parks are, because the grass is very, you know, grass is like human beings. Grass has a life also. And we're changing, we're raking, cleaning, and changing all of the parks. We don't have people, we don't have the tents anymore. We don't have all the barbed wire up. We don't have the wire up. Washington's become a beautiful city. It's become a hot city. But, you know, even more importantly, the United States right now is the hottest country anywhere in the world.
Mr. President, just a point of clarity on the airport. No federal funding will be required. What did you mean when you said Congress may need to approve?
So it's going to be bonded for $22.5 billion. United is going to partake in part of the payment, but the airlines who participate in the project are going to pay for it. If I can just make one point of clarification.
Yeah,
we have some permitting we have to do, but we think in the spring, this is both Concourse A. We think we can start construction in the spring of next year. So we're trying to move at the speed of President Trump. It's never fast enough, but we're going as quickly as possible so we can give a deliverable to the American people.
And the other thing Sean's doing, which I think is so important, maybe more important, I don't know if it can be more important than this, but he's working on air traffic control. We have an obsolete system. It's 50 years old. You saw the helicopter crash a year ago into a plane. That was a disaster.
They're going to do AI. And, they're going to do less
like
TSA,
bells would have
less
gone off
air traffic, less
4 or 5
ATC.
Minutes before it happened, you would have heard
less ATC, more AI.
And a thing like that couldn't have happened if you had proper
they're going to do AI air traffic control. I swear to God. Oh, by the way, shouts out to Ronald Reagan. He's the one who fucked this.
On getting the finest in the country now in the world. We've examined the systems of almost every good country in terms of air traffic control all over the world, and we have the best people working on it in the world. And it'll make, I mean, so often you'll see somebody even bunking into each other at an airport, but where planes come too close, where planes, in the case of the helicopter the helicopter hits the plane, we are working on air traffic control to redo the entire system, including the new towers, because the towers are obsolete. You know, you don't think of it, you see a tower and it looks fine. You go into those towers, they're literally falling down. So we're talking about new towers and all new air traffic control which will give us the safest anywhere in the world.
Mr. President,
why do you think Dr. Fauci invoked the Fifth Amendment so many times today when he has the pardon? And what was stopping him from just giving an honest testimony this morning?
Well, look, I've never been a big fan of Fauci. Why he did that was very simple. His lawyer told him to. You know, I don't know if he would have been better off not doing it. There were a lot of questions that I guess he could have answered, and some maybe he didn't feel comfortable in answering, but his lawyer told him to do that.
Mr. President, on Iran.
Prime Minister Andy Byrne hasn't mentioned publicly migration at all since he's gone into number 10. Did you discuss it with him?
I did, briefly. He's going to have to mention it because it's killing your country.
Mr. President,
killing you.
You won't talk to GBUs.
He's killing your country.
You won't talk to them.
And not him. I mean, we'll have to see. I know Starmer did very little about it. And they're coming from all over the world. They're coming from Africa. They're coming from South America. They're coming from different parts of Asia. And they're invading Europe. I mean, they're invading Europe. It's an invasion. And the UK is a prime suspect.
Mr. President, on Todd Blanche, Senator John Cornyn of Texas has been hesitant to back the confirmation. Seems to be some sort of deal.
Dog, this is literally, this is straight up reheated Nazi propaganda. Okay? Oh, the German economy is bad. Not because of the decisions that we've made in entering World War I, but the German economy is actually bad because of Jews, because of socialists, because of trade unions, because of communists. Also another word for Jews. Okay? So in order to solve the problem, in order to fix our economy, what we have to do is put the Jews in concentration camps. That is the argument. The situation is worsening as liberalism is failing, as capitalism is failing. The contradictions are worsening. And the reactionary right, once again, is turning to fascism. It's the same exact argument. Oh, it's because of the refugees. Oh, it's because of the workers that don't look like you that are coming here. Okay? It's the transgenders. It's the homosexuals. It's the workers that don't look like you and don't think like you. That's what the problem is. As soon as we put those guys in the camps, everything is going to be good. Well, that's not the case. The problem is wealth consolidation. The problem is capitalism failing. Now, the problem is, while this crisis is worsening in the entire Western world, there is no counterbalance like there was one in an otherwise revolutionary time. There is no USSR. I guess the closest we can arrive at is, you know, modern China, People's Republic of China, which he's railing on right now, I guess. Let's see what he says.
So it's bigger than the internet ever was. It's bigger than anything ever was. So I don't want to restrict. I know many of these people. I don't want to restrict them from doing great work. Yeah, please.
Under what scenario do you see Iran attacking U.S. installations and personnel overseas and you withdrawing? Or
I don't see that. No, we're not. No, we're gonna hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because in that there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized, but you know we got to smack them a little bit.
Mr. President,
what are you doing? What do you do?
Will I always hit back? Come here. Pretty much.
Mr. President, just want to put clarity on that, sir. Is that in response to the attempted ballistic missile strike on Jordan last night? When you say it's our turn to hit back?
Yeah, I think more so that, yeah, because it was another smaller event. But no, they sent 8,000-mile-an-hour missiles.
She rejected me. She doesn't love me no more. No, there's someone at the door. That's why she has to monitor.
Namely the Patriot system. Think of it. 5 missiles going 8,600 miles an hour, big ones, coming right at us, and all 5 were shot down. How about that, right? Pretty good. Nobody else could do that but us, yeah.
How was your meeting with President Volodymyr Zelensky yesterday?
It was good.
Do you see a time scale for getting
No, it was good. Look, you know, he's out doing his thing. I'd like him to end the war. So it's very simple. I get along with both. I get along with President Putin. I get along with President Zelensky. Like I told him, I wanted to end the war, get the war ended. Thousands of people, 25,000 people died last month. That's standard. And it's not acceptable. So I said, just end the war.
Mr. President, on the war, do you want the House to come back before August 31st to act on the Russia and Iran sanctions bill after it
Well,
goes
if it's
to Senate?
necessary. I mean, it shouldn't be necessary, to be honest. But if it's necessary, I'd like to. Are you talking about the Lindsey Graham?
Yeah.
So I'd like them to add Iran as tariffs, not just as sanctions. I think it's important. That's what Lindsay wanted, because I heard that they have tariffs on Russia, but not on those 5 countries with having to do with Iran. I'd like to see tariffs.
Why isn't the dog allowed to leave the room? The dog clearly wants to leave the small room, Law.
You're very good at this. You can maybe tell them. I think they should put in.
You must be new here. The dog leaves the room all the time. I'm trying to pet her. Am I allowed to pet my fucking dog? You're an 11-month subscriber. The dog. First of all, she has a name. Her name is Kaya. And yes, contrary to what the internet thinks, she leaves this room all the time. Why isn't the dog allowed to gamble? She leaves the room all the time. Not only does she leave the room all the time, she opens the door on her own. Gotta be a hate-watching Clipper hate sub? Yes, she knows how to open the door. It's fucking insane. I can't even pet my fucking dog without people being like, "Oh my God, why are you torturing your dog with your pets? What are we doing here? What is this backseat fucking, dog trainer shit?" What do you think about Josh Turek, Iowa Senate? He's talking about Zoran.
There's no way they can get elected if that happens. But we should have unanimous Republican support. And if we don't, people should look at those Republicans. But think of it. Who would not sign voter identification with photo? And who would not sign proof of citizenship? Only people that want to cheat. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Bev.
Why are you still responding to them? You know they just want to bait you for a clip. I know, but it's so fucking ridiculous. Like, yes, dude, I'm gonna pet my fucking dog. You know what I mean? I'm gonna pet my fucking dog whenever I want to. You can suck my dick. It's ridiculous. Josh Turek is DNC supported and lib of all libs. I mean, I don't even give a shit. I know Obama came out in support of Josh Turek. I don't care. It's fucking Iowa. Like, better than a Republican. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna like go crazy over it, but obviously that's the established Democrat. They won. Now the contest is between a Democrat and a Republican. What, you think I'm going to be in favor of the Republican? No, of course not. I wish that it was an exciting candidate, right? Because I still believe that a candidate that's like a little bit more radical, even in a place like Iowa, I think would probably do a better job. But hey, that's not what the cards hold, right? I mean, he won. It sucks, but I'm trying to pet my dog. Now replace pet with shock. Not so funny now, is it? True. Why don't the Dems put up a one-item bill to mandate free government IDs and then let Republicans vote it down to show the truth? Because showing the truth doesn't fucking mean anything. When has showing the truth meant anything? I mean, the Democrats tried to do that with immigration, right? Remember when the Democrats were like, we are the party that's serious about immigration. We are going to do Trump's 2020 agenda on immigration. We're going to build the wall, all this stuff, right? And they put forward a border bill that was unbelievably right-wing, that was written by the Oklahoma senator, and that was their last attempt at showing the world the truth, showing the Americans the truth. Who struck that down? Trump did. He struck it down because he wanted to maintain the argument that Democrats are insincere on immigration. They want, third world migrants to come in and pour through our borders. It's never worked. This idea of like conceding to the Republican position and trying to make it seem like the Democrats are the party that's more serious about these like right-wing policies has never worked, and it will never work. And I called that shit out. I called that shit out nonstop way back when. It was a failure, a spectacular failure. And now we got this dumbass, incompetent, fascist dipshit in charge, partially for that, partially with that reason, partially because of that attitude. Moderates are more serious, could sum up Hong's opponents in last night's debate. Yeah, we're going to be talking about that. This is a great example of being a phony on the right. Peter Thiel's blood boy, J.D. Vance, happily meeting with the real president of the United States of America, next to the fake president of the United States of America, and next to the vice president to the fake president of the United States of America, happily. Mr. Israel skeptic himself. Wow, that's right, JD. Israel does want to influence U.S. public opinion, and Epstein had Mossad connections. Oh, you're just going to stand there because you don't want to do the Zelensky thing to Netanyahu? Oh, well, guess I'll just keep thinking that the Vance that exists in my head is real. Yeah, Tucker Carlson loves JD Vance, by the way. Remember that. It's another side of this story. We are the only serious Israel critics. We are the only serious people that want to sever this unfathomable loyalty campaign that we've had towards Israel for the last 80 years. Okay? No one else in American politics is serious about this issue. I need you to understand that. And I think you all already understand that, but we got to make sure everyone else understands that. Okay? And if the Democratic Party is resistant to that change, well, then we'll keep fucking winning. All right? They got the money, they got the wealth, they got the power, but we have something that they will never have, the people. Have you seen the new numbers for Abdul El-Sayed post-debate? Plus 11, plus 16, plus 13? Yes. You are not a politician. Great observation. The fuck does that have to do with anything? Oh, people? I was going to say integrity. Yes, we have integrity. But integrity doesn't carry you across the finish line. Integrity alone will not help you win. Integrity alone will not allow us to make the necessary changes in American politics. We need the numbers. And lucky for us, and disastrous for them, we have the numbers. All right. We'll get to racism dial about to be turned up to 8,000. Yeah, new Senate polls from Tavern show El-Sayed up 11, way past the margin of error. Tolchin showing El-Sayed at up 16. Data FP showing El-Sayed up plus 13. But do not get comfortable. We still got to keep pushing. We still have to keep pushing. Fetterman versus Drop Site.
Julian Andriani.
I like that Fetterman puts on a suit when his boss is in town. Oh my God, I didn't even realize he's wearing a suit here, and it's definitely because Benjamin Netanyahu's here.
Drop Site news. Oh, you're Drop Site. Oh, no, it's like a race between who's the more pro-Hamas, Drop Site or ZELENSKY. So now I got both.
ZELENSKY. ZELENSKY. Bro, he's such a fucking ogre, dude. This pro-Hamas. ZELENSKY. Oh my God, he's such a fucking ogre, dude. It's awesome. Prem also cooked him. All right, let's start here then. Let's start with ZELENSKY.
Oh, ZELENSKY. Oh, yes, yeah, the pro-Hamas.
Yes. Well, I'm not sure about that.
I don't know why your network's so pro-Hamas.
I'm asking you about American
Jesus Christ.
Public opinion, Senator. Hey there, Senator. How you doing? Who are you with? Prem Tucker with ZELENSKY. How are you?
Huh?
Prem Tucker with ZELENSKY. How are you?
I'm sorry. Let's try that one more time.
Sure, yeah, you're okay. Prem Tucker with ZELENSKY.
Tucker?
Yes.
Tucker Carlson?
No, like Tucker Carlson. Prem Tucker with ZELENSKY.
Oh, ZELENSKY. Oh, yes, yeah, the pro-Hamas.
Yes. Well, I'm not sure about that.
You guys are great, like Drop Site. You know, the pro-Hamas, pro-Hezbollah.
Pro-international law, Senator. But anyways, what did you make of that?
I want to apologize to the ZELENSKY fans. Keep killing the Hamas leadership and also the Iranian too.
On that note, Senator, what did you make of
And also
pro-Hamas. The pro-Hamas. Dude did a racism and lead harder into the racism is incredible. Yeah. Oh, Tucker, like Tucker Carlson.
That's okay, Senator. What did you make of the poll that showed Americans supporting arresting Benjamin Netanyahu at a 22-point margin?
I don't know why your network's so pro-Hamas.
I'm asking you about American public opinion, Senator. American public opinion.
I don't understand it. Why do your readership love?
I'm asking about American public opinion, Senator. American public opinion, Senator. American support arresting Benjamin Netanyahu at a 22-point margin, Senator.
Yeah, and why does El-Sayed?
Senator, I'm talking.
What the fuck does El-Sayed have to do with anything? It's another brown guy, just like you. You're brown, and you know who else is brown? Abdul El-Sayed. I got so excited. Me brain not work too good. Oh, he's not out of breath because he can't walk. He's out of breath because he's using every fucking processor remaining in his brain. It's firing off on all cylinders. That's why he's out of breath. This is literally computing at the highest level for him, okay? Having to manually walk, manually breathe, and manually hear, comprehend, and respond? Are you fucking kidding me?
About American public opinion?
Julian Andreoni.
Who are you with?
Drop Site News.
Oh, you're Drop Site. Oh, now it's like a race between who's the more pro-Hamas, Drop Site or ZELENSKY. So now I got both. Hi, everybody. Yeah.
You mind if I ask you a question really quick? It's about.
I just want to say I want your viewers to say how much I love to watch Israel eliminating the Hamas leadership.
Then you may
overall.
like this
I know that upsets a lot of your viewers and a lot of your founders.
Yeah.
So, but I think it's a great thing. So there's
President
no news
Trump-
coming out of me. I'm going to always
President
back
Trump said
Israel.
that.
The
President
question
Trump-
is, where does your trash outlet come from, and who's funding it? And now,
Our
if you
readers, we
think,
have 46,000 individual donors.
your founders think it's appropriate to attack and kill Israeli civilians, that should be the news overall. And now you're sticking a microphone in my face. So,
It's not in your face, Senator.
So there's not any news here. So
President Trump-
I think the question is, why does Drop?
Wait.
You think
6,000 individual
your founders think it's appropriate to attack and kill Israeli civilians? That's
Israeli civilians! What? Dude, stop. Oh my God. Why does he sound so winded? Okay, he is using every ounce of processing power he has remaining to answer questions. Okay, he's stupid. His brain is no good. How else can I explain it? He is literally a vegetable. He has the operating capacity of a sea cucumber. Okay? You tickle his belly and his tentacles will come out. That's it. He's overheating. He's overheating. This is far too difficult. Show chat what his CPU looks like? Yeah. That's it. It's fucking fried. And nowadays, a stick of RAM is $900, so we can't even fucking download more RAM. It's over. This is civilians. McConnell versus Fetterman in the marketplace of ideas. Who wins? We all lose, man.
that should be the news overall. And now you're sticking a microphone in my face. So,
It's not in your face, Senator.
So there's not any news here. So
President Trump-
I think the question is, why does Drop Site love Hamas and Iran and Hezbollah so much? I think that's the news. Yeah. I mean, are you okay with taking your paycheck from these kind of people?
Are you okay with Prime Minister Netanyahu being
I'm
in the
okay.
United States?
I love killing Hamas leadership.
Bro's running on Pentium 3, okay? Like, shit that your iPhone would not work on, okay? Your iPhone OS will not work on Pentium 3. That's what he's operating on. Holy boomer. What is a Pentium? See, fuck you guys, okay? Yes, I'm 35. Shut up. His number one retort nowadays is, oh, you must be mad because we killed all your buddies in Hamas. We killed all your buddies in Hamas. That's what it is. That's what he learned. He downloaded a new talking point from his Israeli handler. It is kind of wild that I think it was New York Magazine, right? That just like openly showed that John Fetterman, the ogre, literally just has an Israeli handler. And we just let that happen. Like, it's incredible to me that this is a real thing that's going on right now. That there is a straight up Israeli handler that now controls everything that John Fetterman does. Like all of it. Scheduling, talks, meetings. Everything that he's doing is being filtered through his straight up Israeli handler. Yep, there it is. It was the Intelligencer from New York Magazine. The man who explains Israel to John Fetterman, how a little known writer became one of the senator's closest confidants. He has an aide. It's not even an aide. It's a random. He is a random dual citizen, a random Jewish American Israeli citizen that just one day, I'm not even kidding. Read the fucking article. We read it. We covered it. We covered it when it first came out. Just a random guy that happened to become his closest friend and confidant out of nowhere. It's insane. Can somebody make dollars with 2028 Super PAC Pennsylvania for common sense or whatnot that attacks crazy left-wing Democrats for not renominating Fetterman because they're not going to renominate him? Cut out the middleman and nominate his APAC handler before you renominate Fetterman, for fuck's sake. Completely psychotic for anyone anywhere on the ideological spectrum to renominate him. Yeah. But yeah, this is also, speaking of John Fetterman, New 2028 Senate poll, Pennsylvania. Someone else, 58%. Fetterman, 40%. He was spotted right after that elevator ride, by the way. Wait, something I never noticed. Is that like artillery or gunshots in the background? I've watched the video a million times, never with the sound on, I guess. That's added sound. This was in Tel Aviv. Okay, is this actually him? I cannot confirm nor deny whether this is actually John Fetterman or not. It kind of looks like him, though. Why would I expect this not to be him? That's the real question. On pause, he's gonna drown. Yeah, if there's one guy who would drown in that shallow water, it would be John Fetterman. Like, oh, I've forgotten how to manually breathe. Oh, Hamas. All right, let's get to situation monitoring. PodSafe thinks we should make fun of Fetterman. Yeah, okay, they're wrong. Okay, they're wrong. It's fine. It's fine to be wrong.
Your comment is getting taken out of context. Like people are suggesting.
He said, "Oh, well, sorry, I didn't mention that." He said, "This will help me put an ogre on a pike."
Right, which is about John Fetterman. People are suggesting he was comparing Haley Stevens to an ogre. It does not sound like he was doing that in any way. But also, don't call John Fetterman an ogre. You know, it's not helpful. I think it kind of plays into this belief among a lot of Democrats that the left wing of the party is far more focused on going after moderate Democrats than Republicans.
No, I think there's a difference. I think Abdul Al-Sayed and his, treatment of like Elisa Slotkin, for example, which has been unbelievably cordial, versus John Fetterman makes sense. John Fetterman is no longer just a moderate Democrat, right? John Fetterman is just a Republican. Many moderate Democrats are also simply Republicans in Democrat clothing, right? But John Fetterman is an ogre. He is a collaborator. He is the most far right. He is more far right than most Republican senators at this point. I'll give you an example. John Fetterman, whose wife, soon to be ex-wife, probably, allegedly, was an undocumented migrant. John Fetterman used to be pro-amnesty. He had a personal experience with this, and he talked about it, and it was a real personal story. You know, his wife is Brazilian. She didn't have the proper paperwork. She finally got it. It was a huge deal, right? John Fetterman is now to the right of Mike DeWine on the issue of immigration. Mike DeWine is the governor of Ohio. Mike DeWine came out yesterday and directly criticized Donald Trump for removing temporary protected status from Haitians in this country. Haitians, up until the past couple of weeks, had temporary protected status, which means that they had proper clearance, proper authorization to live and work in places like Ohio. This was a huge campaign issue, if you guys recall. Springfield, Ohio, the Haitians are eating cats and dogs, because Republicans just chose to lie about it. They said Haitians actually stormed Springfield, Ohio. They ruined the economy. They ruined the demographics of Springfield, Ohio. Meanwhile, most of the Republicans and most of the people living in Springfield, Ohio, with the exception of some crackheads that they found, were actually pretty happy about the influx of Haitian migration into Springfield, Ohio, because it actually turned the economy around. Another one of these forgotten towns that now had an influx of economic activity, cash, workers. It was good. More tax revenue for Springfield, Ohio. Okay? It caused a revival. One of the greatest examples of this is Hazleton, Pennsylvania. It's another forgotten town that was left behind, that was overwhelmingly white. And then there was an influx of Latino migration into Hazleton, which then created small businesses, created economic activity. Hazleton. Hazeltown? Is it Hazeltown or Hazleton? Whatever. It's one of those towns, okay? Hazleton started booming as a consequence of this. Nat Geo actually did a profile on this. It was Trump won, right? The town was on the verge of bankruptcy across the board. People had left it behind. No one cared about it. And then Latinos started moving to Hazleton. And when they started moving there was a lot more economic activity. There was a lot more labor. There was a lot more commerce. and it led to a town revival. But it also changed the ethnic makeup of the town. All of a sudden, you had, Mexican, Guatemalan food stores and markets and things of that nature. Tucker Carlson famously criticized this change. He said, it's not good that the town is experiencing a revival if the white natives to Hazleton are being displaced. That's what he I remember covered extensively at the time. It's ridiculous. And a similar situation is taking place in Springfield, Ohio, where the locals like it, the business owners like it. A lot of people actually appreciate their new neighbors. And yet the racists from outside of Springfield, Ohio, hate it. And they try to use it as an example of what happens when you allow unlimited migration to take root in a town that was forgotten. Hasan deadass thinks the entirety of South America is Guatemala. Have never seen him mention another single other country south of Mexico. Okay, I'll fucking download Dominican Republic into the lexicon. Okay, I'll download other South American countries. I just use Guatemala as like a catch-all. Okay, Honduras, Nicaragua. I'll never say Argentina, Venezuela, El Salvador. Anyway, bad clips, bro. What is bad clips? Yeah, it's awful to see these non-Ohio people talk down to our neighbors. Anyone working blue collar or in manufacturing here knows Latino and Haitian immigrants are great workers and great neighbors, great communities. Real Ohioans get it. Yeah. So the reason why I brought this up is because we were talking about John Fetterman. So the Republican governor of Ohio, Mike DeWine, came out after the Trump administration made a decision to revoke hundreds of thousands of Haitians that currently have TPS, to take away their temporary protected status, putting their immigration status in legal limbo, basically, simply to lean into some of the most reactionary white nativist elements in American society, the last remaining 20% of like white evangelical racists who just want to fucking purge all of the non-white ethnics from the American boundary, right? Because it's just for those guys with no real, positive economic gains that will come from this decision anyway. And for the record, we can have a separate conversation on whether or not it would be appropriate to do something so inhumane, even if there was an economic advantage, but there is none. So we don't even have to have that conversation. Ohio's Republican Governor Mike DeWine is opposing the Trump administration's move to arrest and deport Haitians following its decision to end the temporary protected status this week, calling it a mistake and a blow to the state of Ohio. This puts Mike DeWine in the woke category in comparison to fucking John Fetterman. Mike DeWine is now further to the left than John Fetterman. John Fetterman, whose wife, maybe ex-wife, soon to be ex-wife, was undocumented. John Fetterman, who ran on amnesty. John Fetterman, who ran on empathy towards undocumented immigrants, is now further to the right than the Republican governor of Ohio. This is what I'm talking about when I say this guy is a separate thing in and of itself. He's not just a Republican senator. He's one of the most right-wing Republican senators. John Fetterman, I mean. He's no longer a Pino. He's no longer a Dino. He's basically one of the most far-right Republicans in office right now. DeWine said in an interview with CBS Monday that immigration and customs enforcement operations against the Haitian community would be bad for Ohio's economy and that of Springfield in particular, where many Haitians have settled. These are people who have helped Springfield really come back, DeWine said to CBS, explaining the Haitians have filled jobs and opened businesses where the economy once struggled. The Haitians who are living there and employed there, they came there to work. And they came there because there were jobs that were not being filled by other people. DeWine also noted that Haiti's security and political situation is still unstable, with gangs controlling large parts of the country and the capital, Port-au-Prince. The State Department has warned Americans not to travel there, and DeWine described the country as being in a virtual chaos with no semblance of government. Haiti is hell today, so you'd be sending people back to hell, DeWine said. Very few of those Haitians will voluntarily go back to Haiti. If they have to leave, they'll go someplace else. They want to work. They want to support their family. They don't want to go back to Haiti. To the Trump administration, none of this matters. White House advisor Stephen Miller is excited at the prospect of deporting Haitians. He has claimed that Haiti is safe for Haitians and celebrated the Supreme Court's ruling allowing the administration to end temporary protected status. We can finally remove these Haitian illegal migrants, Miller said. Literally not illegal until you revoke their TPS, ironically enough. So yeah, I don't have a problem calling John Fetterman a fucking ogre.
In the Middle East and concerns that the pause in the fighting between the U.S. and Iran is over. American and Saudi forces say they launched precision strikes against militias backed by Iran, and Tehran fired ballistic missiles toward American forces. U.S. commanders call it an attempted
What is
surprise
this? Why would your mods keep not letting me post about Hazleton? I live near there. I live near Hazleton. The town is white trash anyways. The immigration is much needed. Fuck Shitterman. Why do your mods not keep letting me post about Hazleton? I live near there. Hi, a Hazleton expert here. Chat, let me talk to him, please. I live near Hazleton. Interview me, please. Chat, help. Yeah, brother, I'm probably not going to interview you about Hazleton, but you can drop a comment about like what the resurgence of the town looked like in the last decade or so. Okay. I lived here in Kentucky. This law, thank God, was removed, but I'll be honest, a black man, I don't think this was a racist act. This was just shitty law that was put in place in Kentucky. Chat still arguing about Dom rep, you fucking idiots. It's still Latin America. I'm Cuban and still Latino American. Colombia, Honduras, Panama, Costa Rica, Bolivia, Venezuela, Cuba, Haiti, Jamaica. All right, we're going to start here. U.S. and Saudi joint strikes on Iraq. This comes after Iran did something unique. Yesterday, Iran launched a salvo of missiles in the direction of U.S. bases in Jordan. They did this unprompted. They did this without getting hit first by American forces. That was new. Iran, I believe, if this is not like a random hardliner deciding to go beast mode in their mosaic structure, and instead is a deliberate first strike, Iran is now moving into a different posture in this ongoing war. What do I mean by this? So far, in the last couple of months, throughout the entirety of Operation Epic Fury, also known as Epstein's Fury, Iran has always responded. Iran has always responded to strikes from the American side, strikes from the Israeli Air Force. When I say unprompted, I don't mean they're totally invalid for doing this. They're at war. But the posture from the Iranian side is changing a little bit. And it's important to recognize that. This means that they are willing to engage in non-retaliatory strikes. Up until this moment, all of their strikes were defensive. You could call it defensive. It's tit for tat. American strike Iran, or rather Iran notices America and commercial shipping being violated, like the MOU being violated, and ships transiting through the Omani coastline in the Strait of Hormuz being defended by the Americans, and they strike at those ships to keep the leverage that they have over the Strait of Hormuz and keep the MOU intact. And then America strikes at Iran directly, and then Iran strikes back at the Gulf. Now, this is a non-retaliatory strike. So the posture is different. And it's important because if this continues, that means Iran is now trying to get into the driver's seat. Because up until this moment, as I said, it was more a reactive response, a proportional reactive response from the Iranian side. This will still be proportional, of course, but instead of a retaliatory strike, this is now going to dictate the tone of the theater and give the escalation capacity to Iran. Sina Tusi also noticed this, and he reports, this would mark the first time Iran has initiated direct strikes against U.S. forces in this war. The aim may be to deny Washington to a tactical pause to let oil prices fall, sustain pressure, and preempt what many in Tehran believe could be a broader U.S. offensive. Okay? This is important. This changes the nature of this conflict from Iran behaving in a purely retaliatory manner to one where they're taking the driver's seat and increasing pressure on America, because this is a strike that requires a response from the United States of America. So what America does now, this is something that Israel does all the time. So we're used to Israel doing this. This is when Israel was striking Lebanon, for example. When the MOU was being conducted, when the MOU was being discussed, Israel would try to do additional strikes in Lebanon in an effort to see what America was willing to let Israel do, in an effort to see what Iran would do in retaliation. This is not a position of weakness, for the record. Iran's constant impulse to demonstrate escalation dominance, this is from Dr. Andreas Krieg, associate professor, saying, Iran's constant impulse to demonstrate escalation dominance isn't a sign of strength, but a deep-seated inferiority complex and trauma on which the Islamic Republic has been built. At this rate, the greatest obstacle to Iranian security isn't Israel or the U.S., it's Iranian sociopsychology. Wrong. That is wrong. Sina responds to that, says, before the war, Iran's relative restraint was cited as proof that it was weak. Now its assertiveness is attributed to inferiority complex. Perhaps it's time to spend less effort psychoanalyzing Tehran and more effort understanding its strategic logic. I think Iran has shown over and over again that it is not impulsive at all. As a matter of fact, its strategic restraint was perhaps born out of naivete. This idea that the moderates or the reformists would be able to negotiate with the United States of America, with the West, with Israel, you know, or at least not with Israel directly, but with America that is supposed to control Israel. The idea that America would treat them as a sovereign nation and not simply a nuisance that they can bomb willingly. This was wrong. The reformists and the moderates were wrong. The hardliners have been proven correct, okay? And when I say the current reformists, they're not even real reformists. These are still previously people that were known as hardliners like Galabaf, but they're just more pragmatic. So even that is a shift in the direction of the hardliners, because the current governance structure inside of Iran, with the exception of the president and maybe Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister, is mostly hardliners that are more pragmatic, so they're willing to negotiate with America at all, but still willing to fight, and the hardliners that don't want to negotiate with America at all and simply just want to fight. So there has been this consolidation of a forceful posture where the hardliners won. Part of the reason why the hardliners, quote unquote, won is because Israel killed all of the reformers. Israel killed all of the people that were always willing to negotiate with the United States of America. Now, the majority, from what I understand, is still in the hands of those who are still hardliners, but not as conservative or as invested in purely fighting. The pragmatists are still technically in control. But the way that the American side has presented this conversation makes it seem as though there is a real crisis in Iranian leadership. They've even gone so far as to lie and claim that the further right, the more right-wing elements within the IRGC have actually won, right? Araghchi is a reformist. I know, I already brought that up. I said Pezeshkian, Araghchi, those are like the last remaining those are like the last remaining reformists. They're not technically hardliners, but the rest, like even Galibaf, is a more pragmatic person, but still in the past would have been considered a hardliner. Right wing isn't an interesting descriptor. Yeah, I don't, it doesn't fall in the same left-right dynamic. Not one reformist got killed. USA want a change of heart. Anyway, here's what's important. Regardless of the way that the American side, the way that the Western world has covered this as like real chaos in the leadership structure, I don't think there's as much chaos as the way that we're coping here in the West. They definitely are working hand in glove with one another. The forceful military posture creates leverage for those who seek out negotiations. Okay? But in any case, what's important here is why Iran did this first strike, if you want to call it that. It was a non-retaliatory strike. It was an initiated direct strike against U.S. forces in this war for the first time after 150 plus days. The reason why they're doing that is because they are regaining strategic leverage over the nature of this battle. Okay? That's my speculation. I think that they are doing this to say, look, we hold the cards. Now it's up to you. Will you retaliate? Will you continue this battle? Or will you beg us to a ceasefire negotiation process once again? And this is not just my analysis. There are NATO Atlantists like Dennis Citrinowicz at the Atlantic Council who also agree with my assessment. Danny writes in Hebrew, why did Iran fire? A, the current leadership in Iran seeks to dictate the pace of the confrontation and not merely to respond to decisions made in Washington. From its perspective, an offensive initiative is a way to prove that Iran still holds the strategic initiative. That's 100% correct. They're dictating the pace of the battle now. In the past, they were simply responding. They were simply responsive. Tit for tat strikes. Iran maintains its leverage over the Strait of Hormuz. And fires at a boat that's crossing with their transponders off or crossing through the Omani coastline. America comes back in, starts fucking lasering, Iranian ports and whatnot. And then Iran retaliates by striking the Gulf and striking Jordan and striking American military installations. America in that situation is still setting the tempo. Iran is simply retaliating to American strikes. This is different. In Tehran, they identify the American hesitation as a weakness and a lack of willingness to be dragged into a broad war. And there is truth for this. There is truth to this. It's not an accident that there were more leaks about the lack of interceptor stockpiles on the American side this past week. It's not an accident, and it's not random happenstance that Donald Trump claimed he was going to pummel Iran, especially after the Ansar Allah movement also joined in on the battle, closed the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, blew up an Aramco facility in Saudi Arabia, and is striking the Yanbu ports, striking at Saudi boats if they dare try to cross the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, effectively shutting off another strait that is that the Saudis were using to transit oil through. This is a huge point of additional leverage, forcing the Saudis to utilize the Suez Canal. And that is if they are even able to get their ships out of the Yanbu ports, which is the only port that they're utilizing. Like one of the most significant port that they need to utilize to get their oil out to sea. When the Ansar Allah is hitting the Yanbu ports, when the Ansar Allah movement is hitting oil refineries inside of Saudi Arabia, Aramco facilities inside of Saudi Arabia, all of a sudden, the theater has grown. There's another front that is opened, and a second strait has closed. America was supposed to respond forcefully to this escalation, and yet they didn't. After 13 days, after ending the memorandum of understanding, for 13 days there were tit-for-tat strikes, but America stopped. This is now the third day of America not delivering a devastating blow that Donald Trump promised, and then the media articles started coming out. Why is Trump not delivering on his promise? Part of that is the pressure from the energy markets. There's only so much financial engineering that you can entertain before there is a hard stop on the strategic petroleum reserves. Okay? There's only so much financial engineering that you can engage in when we're talking about a hard commodity with a global inelastic demand. So you can hide your failure in the stock market by gaming it to the best of your ability with a million different Barack Ravid exclusives. But ultimately, when the belt gets tightened and tightened, when there's not enough oil in the strategic petroleum reserves, and you come near that hard limit of 150 million barrels of oil, where the salt caverns are slated to collapse due to a lack of pressure, you have to do something else. That's one of the major pressures that even Trump has to recognize. Okay? That's one of the major pressures that even Trump has to deal with. Okay? Even he understands this, regardless of how stupid he is. That's one. Number two, the other pressure is the other hard limit. There's only a finite amount of munitions. There's only a finite amount of munitions for standoff munitions that America has been deploying and depleting to strike Iran because they can't utilize their air force efficiently. They haven't developed sufficient air superiority over the Iranian airspace. So they have to use these standoff munitions, Tomahawk missiles that they lob, ATACMS from Kuwait, right? And they also have a finite supply of interceptor missiles. PAC-3s, the Patriot missile systems that they have. And now they've actually started deploying PAC-2s as well. A much older version, a much worse version of the Patriot missile system, which already doesn't have a 100% interception rate regardless. Some of those PAC-3 missiles fail. We've seen one over Bahrain that failed and fell into a residential neighborhood. We don't know how many civilians that killed. Those are the two major reasons as to why Trump has not re-escalated and gone up the escalation ladder against Iran. But they cannot continue to fight. They cannot continue to fight, but they also can't concede. It's a real damned if you do, damned if you don't situation, because if they concede, they tuck their tails, the Americans tuck their tails and run, okay, then it's established unambiguously that Iran now controls the Strait of Hormuz, which, 20% of the entire world's energy supply transits through. That's a huge economic advantage that Iran now has. There's a huge political advantage that Iran now has. Iran wins. America loses. So the smart alternative here is, of course, to negotiate with Iran, to beg them back to the ceasefire process, to beg them back to the negotiation process. Iran has already won. We just simply have not acknowledged it yet. And the bleeding will continue until we acknowledge that defeat. So this initiative from Iran to initiate conflict for the first time in the last 150 days is fairly significant. It means that Iran is accelerating the process of American recognition of defeat. It's forcing Americans to come to terms with the reality that they do not have the necessary interceptor supply. They're obviously not going to go beast mode and start striking Israel in this belligerent manner, because their goal is not to engage in revenge. Their goal is still fairly restrained. Their goal is to basically show America their capabilities. That's why they're striking Jordan. That's why they're not striking Israel right now. They're disabling what remains of the anti-air defense systems that exist in Jordan. America obviously had to move a lot of their assets away from the rest of the Gulf because Iran pummeled these American bases in the Gulf to Jordan. Jordan is the last line of defense for Israel. This is also part of the reason why Israel is now defending Jordan. The only other time Israel has ever utilized their own anti-air defense systems was when they sent some anti-air systems to the United Arab Emirates, to limited degree of success. Don't strike me. No, I'm not. No, they aren't. Yes, they are. Israeli interceptors are being activated over Jordanian airspace to defend the American military bases inside of Jordan. Why would they do that? Why are you so confident that you know what Iran's goals are in this conflict? Because I'm a secret Shia 12er, okay? And a practicer of taqiyya, and a prominent member of the Islamic Republic. I am one of the 88 clerics. I don't know. Maybe I'm confident that I know what Iran's goals are in this conflict because I have a brain and I'm analyzing what they've done so far. I'm looking at their historical patterns. I'm looking at the internal conflict that might exist, the ideological disagreements that might exist within the governance structure of Iran. It's not like they're hiding it. It's the same with China. When people say, what are you talking about? Like, what do you mean? How do you know what China's going to do? How are you so confident about what China's going to do? Well, they write it down. They write it down all the time. They're pretty open about it. It's like Babe Ruth. They called their shots ahead of time. We don't listen. We don't take it seriously. And then we're shocked when it happens. And the same goes for Iran. The major difference between myself and many other analysts and those in the commentary sphere is that when Iran says something, I listen to what they have to say. If there is a logical through line with what they're saying and what they're doing, if there's a connection between the two, I take note of that and I remember that the next time around. Iran has shown unbelievable restraint, so much so that that level of strategic restraint was seen as a weakness for the longest time. As an Iranian, you are so correct about your analysis of Iran. I can tell you that. Thank you. Early on, in Epic Fury, all of the Western commentariat was confused. They were like, why is Iran striking the Gulf? Those are their neighbors. They're all Muslim. Isn't that stupid? Look at this idiot. Look at this stupid country Iran. What did I say? I said they're hitting American bases. They're striking at missiles that are coming from the Gulf. Of course they're going to do that. Their goal was clear, to shut off America's eyes and ears in the region. They struck at the radar systems. They struck at American military personnel. None of that was a waste. There was a deliberate design to the Iranian retaliation. They were defending themselves and establishing sufficient military deterrence. And I was right. All those other guys were like, oh, you're so dumb. Oh, the Gulf is going to hate Iran forever. The Gulf is going to hate Iran forever. Iran is striking the Gulf, they said. I told you that the message for the Gulf nations was very clear. Get these American bases out. And it turns out I was right. Many in the Gulf want to get these American bases now out. That's part of the reason why America's talking about entertaining putting their entire central command, their entire operational structure inside of Israel now. Here's another version of those events. Hundreds of Jordanian political, legal, and other figures signed an open letter last week calling for the withdrawal of U.S. forces from Jordan in a rare public challenge to the government, which has long cracked down on free speech and dissent. Anecdotally, my experience is that these operations against Iran in defense of Israel are overwhelmingly opposed by the people in Jordan. You have to remember, a lot of these Gulf nations, and also Jordan as well, they're not real democracies. They're not democratic at all. They're run by fucking kings. Jordan is run by a British puppet. So the Jordanian population's attitude towards what's going on, the Jordanian population's attitude towards like being the last line of defense against Israel is not exactly popular by the Jordanians themselves. They don't want that. Same with Bahrain. Same with even the United Arab Emirates, which we, often joke about and say is the most Israeli country. It's the Arab version of Israel. But even amongst the Emirates, the population doesn't want, many people in the population don't want to be the last line of defense for Israel. They don't want to be a missile sponge at the behest of Israel. Why would you want that? So yeah, as Danny was saying, in Tehran, they identify the American hesitation as weakness and a lack of willingness to be dragged into a broad war. The Iranian assessment is that applying additional pressure will precisely test Washington's resolve and influence decision-making in the White House. They want to remind America that they actually hold the cards. They control the tempo. This is a big deal. From Iran's point of view, Danny continues, the naval blockade is no longer just a means of pressure, but an actual declaration of war. Unlike the past, the current leadership is not prepared to accept damage to its freedom of action in the Gulf without a significant response. D, there is a direct connection between today's attacks and the activities of pro-Iranian militias in Iraq against Israel, Jordan, and Saudi Arabia. From Tehran's perspective, these are different fronts of the same campaign, whose goal is to reshape the balance of power in the Middle East and erode the status of the United States and its allies. E, this is also further evidence of change in Iran's doctrine following the rise of Khamenei. If in the past the emphasis was mainly on response and deterrence, today Iran is also prepared to initiate offensive moves and to rely deeply on its missile array, drones, and regional proxies. In Tehran, they see an opportunity to reshape the strategic reality in the Gulf to their advantage. The ball is now back in Washington's court. In Iran, they assess that a limited American response will not change the reality. And in the end, the United States will be required to decide whether it escalates the campaign, knowing that every escalation is expected to be met with further Iranian escalation. They're making the American campaign more costly. They're accelerating the process of American recognition of defeat. America's already lost. It's now up to our leaders to come to terms with that reality. So Iran is making it more costly. Iran is agitating with pinpoint accuracy. So it's not even about ballistic missiles being launched from Iran and then successfully striking U.S. targets inside of Jordan. It's the act of launching ballistic missiles alone that is applying pressure, that's changing the tempo, that's giving Iran control over this conflict. Iran is now saying, we are no longer going to hold back and wait for American retaliation, or we're no longer going to hold back and wait for America to strike Iran. We will control the tempo, and we will see how you respond. Bottom line, the attack is further proof that Iran has no intention of surrendering and is not acting out of distress or a desire to beg for negotiations. On the contrary, the leadership in Tehran is prepared to take significant risks because it sees the current confrontation as a decisive battle over its regional status and its ability to shape the security reality in the Middle East. Now, that's important. That's important. It's important to understand. There's also one other element that Danny is not factoring here. This is not simply to reshape the security realities in the region. This is still an existential threat. Because as long as the American-Israeli security partnership remains, as long as Israel still gets to dictate the terms of American military action in the region, there will always be an existential threat to Iran. They have to eradicate it. They have to take out the different tentacles of this American imperialist endeavor in the region. They have to take out the bases. They have to make it as costly for the United States of America to continue operating in the region. And they've been doing that. They've been doing that with their successive strikes on American military installations, on American radar installations. They're creating an environment of pressure for the Gulf nations so that the Gulf nations let up and decide to tell America that this security partnership that America and the Gulf nations have created is not actually helpful for them. Okay? That's one element. The other element is just to directly destroy their supply, to directly destroy the American assets in the region, which they've been doing as well. There's also one other point. What is this? Check out this take from someone at the Atlantic Council. The Iran war has only exacerbated long-standing flaws in the U.S. security approach to the Gulf. It's past time for the U.S. to shed ambiguous security guarantees and embrace a more collaborative approach. What does that collaboration mean? To be more aggressive in our posture and just invade Iran militarily? By the way, 48 seconds remaining on Level 2 Hype Train. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. If we get to Level 10 Hype Train, we carry the flame, as you guys already know. We haven't gotten to Level 10 Hype Train and carry the flame, even though I have so many new Charlie Kirk AI songs out there that I haven't played in the last week or so. 20 seconds remaining on the Level 2 Hype Train. You can subscribe for $6 or for free. It's the only way to support the show. 10 seconds remaining. Or gift subs. Will we carry the flame, or will the flame perish once again? Boom! Level 3 Hype Train. NB Radicat with the 20 gifted subs. Fox Clown with the 10 gifted subs. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, will we carry the flame today? Level 4 complete already. You ignored the 10 when he came back. Tamana, Planned Attack, thank you for the 5. At level 20, you will get a tank top stream. Level 10, you carry the flame. Level 20, you get a tank top stream. Balls in your court. What Kami says. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Lil B Stan, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Say wallahi, wallahi. This is in my local St. Louis news. Deported St. Louis County couple shot dead. Oh, yeah, I know. I'm going to get to that as well. Gray Violet. Zelensky is high. According to CSIS, this would be roughly half of the U.S.'s entire remaining inventory of Patriot interceptors. President Zelensky has asked President Trump for an emergency winter package of 300 Patriot interceptor missiles. Axios reports Zelensky said Ukraine's stocks are nearly exhausted and warned Russia's strikes could leave millions without heat this winter. The math doesn't add up. Air defense doctrine requires at least 2 interceptors for each incoming projectile. 3 to 5 attacks per month at 30 to 40 missiles per attack is 180 to 400 interceptors needed per month. Russian attacks will certainly increase in frequency and size during the lead up to winter. Mr. President. PMY Gurumi. It's socialism or barbarism. Level 7 Hype Train, ladies and gentlemen. PMY Gurumi. PWNY Gurumi. Thank you for the 25 gifted subs. At level 25, you'll call Trump? No, we're not doing that. We got to go way higher than level 25 for me to call Trump. Let's be real. Level 25, I'll do a workout stream. Fuck it. Why not? Kawuki, the smoking pun. That timeline doesn't work. Zelensky said we need the Patriots yesterday. He's seeking 300 of them by winter. He said Trump promised he would try to help, but also made it clear it's difficult because of the need for interceptors in the war with Iran. Yeah. It's just ironic that he's asking for additional interceptors while simultaneously expanding the theater of conflict in Iran and only continuing the Iranian battle further. As I said yesterday, the more the Iranian war continues, the less likely it is that you are receiving interceptors, Zelensky. This is why I said it's dumb. This is why I said it's fucking stupid to try to strike Iranian tankers or Iranian ships, commercial ships in the Caspian Sea, to try to make yourself more useful to an insane person like Donald Trump. It made a lot more sense for you to say, look, we are very capable of defending against drone strikes, far better than the Gulf nations. We will give you our expertise. That was smart. Trump obviously didn't give a shit about the smart move, the smart initiative from Zelensky to make himself more reliable, more valuable to the American side. And instead, he did the dumb thing. Yeah. U.S.-owned LNG carrier was hit by a drone at the Egyptian port of Damietta in the Mediterranean Sea, possibly Energos Winter, operated by Wilhelmsen Ship Management Limited USA, that have left the port following the reported attack and is now anchored off the coast. Tell me again about how pipelines circumventing the Strait of Hormuz will mean game over for Iran. Yeah, they have the reach. They have the reach, and this is why the other side, like the other axis of resistance militias, are also an important part of the Iranian security package, the Iranian security assurances. This is how they change the security environment in the region to their benefit. Okay, we're almost done with level 8 on the hype train, ladies and gentlemen. Almost done at level 8 on the hype train. Do we carry the flame or not? From the Caspian Sea to the Mediterranean, the conflict is expanding. Such is the regional war Trump mindlessly started in February. If tankers can be struck here, traffic entering from the Red Sea or transiting the canal itself is at risk, especially bad for European energy security. Slowly but surely, they're expanding. Slowly but surely, they're increasing the pressure. This will make it far more costly for America, whose primary goal here as the hegemonic superpower is to make sure that people can fucking trade with ease. America, remember, doesn't just have the ambition of like destroying Iran. America obviously also has additional roles to play. One of the most important roles that America has as the hegemonic superpower is to allow free commerce, free flow of trade, is to assure that security for the rest of the world. Otherwise, your military might means nothing. And if you can't achieve that through a military campaign, you have to achieve that through negotiations. Yeah, I too remember when Macron said, we can do amazing things in Iran. I remember that. It turns out those things were not so amazing. All right, we're at level 9 hype train, almost halfway. Ladies and gentlemen, keep up the gifted subs. Yeah, Phytux reports 2 ballistic missiles out of Yazd, Iran, destination unknown. Isn't our dollar basically backed by the idea of us guaranteeing free-flowing trade? To a certain degree, yes. It's backed by the confidence that people have in America maintaining global stability with its superior military. Okay? All of this entire back and forth battle, diminishing stockpiles, America not following through on their security promises to all these countries in the region. All of this actually has destroyed the confidence that people have in America remaining the hegemonic superpower. If America can't protect the petrodollar, what can it protect? Bonzer Barry says the first step is accepting the Strait of Hormuz is lost. European allies are refusing to support a U.S. push to create a joint Strait of Hormuz patrol until they see an enduring ceasefire in the Iran war. The latest sign that Washington's repeated bashing of its closest friends has carried consequences. No, I don't think they're puppies. Okay? European leaders are servile dogs. They would willingly follow Trump, regardless of the way Trump talks about them or talks to them. The reason why they're not doing this is because they understand the situation. They understand the dynamic. They understand that there is no benefit to sending naval assets to the Strait of Hormuz when America can't even guarantee trade security to the oil tankers, to the to the shipments that are trying to transit the Strait of Hormuz, while Iran is still clearly peppering those ships with drones. The 30-year Treasury yield, which moves with inflation expectations, jumped to 5.21%, the highest level since mid-2007. We've officially reached level 10. What did I say I was going to do at level 15? Oh, a tank top stream. If we reach level 15 on the hype train, I will do a tank top stream again. I'll bring it back. Yeah, I'm not above slutting myself out, but promises made, promises kept.
He stood unshaken, a voice in the storm, a man of conviction. He spoke the truth when the cost was high. He lived for Jesus.
This is the Agartha remix. We Are Charlie Kirk, Agartha hardstyle remix. Okay, this is fire. This is actually kind of good. Hassan Piker Boiler Room set, where I only play We are Charlie Kirk remixes with a tank top at level 15. Oh my God, it's still going. Not Boiler Room. They're super problematic is so funny. We just literally watched an Agartha hardstyle remix of Charlie Kirk. I think problematic is out the door at this point. Okay. I'm just trying to win over the Asmongold audience, the fucking Nederlanders, okay? The people, the Dutch, the people living in Holland, the people living in Norway who are like, oh, maybe this guy isn't so bad. He likes the hard style. I love hard style. Maybe socialism isn't so bad. I also like carrying the flame. Why do you lie to your fans in here? About what? Gaming? Hot off the presses? Nah! That's crazy. Coworker Wig to coworker Kirk. Charlie's looking up at this right now. Wow. We are, thank you, Burley. Level 11 hype train. Thank you, Burley. In half an hour, I will be talking to TRITA PARSI about the situation. We will be monitoring the situation together. Anyway.
Violent clashes in the Middle East and concerns that the pause in the fighting between the U.S. and Iran
pee.
is over. American and Saudi forces say they launched precision strikes against militias backed by Iran, and Tehran fired ballistic missiles toward American forces. U.S. commanders call it an attempted surprise attack. Charlie D'Agata is in Jordan with the very latest. Charlie, good morning.
Good morning to you, Vlad. 4 days of relative calm was shattered overnight with those two dramatic developments, that surprise attack aimed at U.S. forces and new U.S. airstrikes in a joint operation with Saudi Arabia for the first time. This might seem like, well, here we go again, but this is a serious escalation. So video shows attacks on Iranian-backed militias in Iraq in direct retaliation for drone strikes aimed at Saudi Arabian oil facilities. An Iraqi paramilitary coalition says the strikes killed and wounded multiple people and caused damage to buildings and other property. Then there's this surprise ballistic missile attack here in Jordan. Military sources tell us 5 of those missiles were intercepted. Remember, this is where those 3 U.S. soldiers were killed. So this isn't symbolic. This isn't a gesture, U.S. Central Command told us. This was another attempt to kill American troops. So fighting had been on hold to give diplomacy a chance. Now, in the middle of all of this volatility, President Trump met privately with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu for the first time since this war began. Netanyahu described it as one of the best conversations, but earlier, President Trump slammed the Prime Minister for exaggerating Iran's nuclear threat, saying, quote, I don't
Level
need
12
Bibi
hype
to
train.
tell me that
3 more
because
levels.
he wants me to stay involved. Natalie?
Charlie D'Agata in Jordan, thank you so much.
President Trump speaking to Fox just moments ago about the U.S.-Iran conflict. Trey Yang says
he
the
mad. He
information-
big mad.
Trey, what did the president tell you?
This was really funny. He's like, we're going to bomb the fucking shit out of them. We're so mad.
Yeah, guys, good morning. President Trump reacting to that Iranian attack on U.S. forces overnight in Jordan. President Trump tells Fox News about Iran, we are going to beat the effing S out of them. He went on to say, we'll be hitting them hard. They're going to get a beating. So clearly the United States is going to respond to what the president described as a surprise attack. He says U.S. forces had just minutes to shoot down these incoming Iranian ballistic missiles. The president says he has reviewed video of the shoot down and it was U.S. forces conducting this operation to defend that area. He said it was real time. They were calling out coordinates and ensuring that none of this incoming Iranian fire got through. I also asked the president about those U.S. and Saudi airstrikes against Iran-backed Iraqi Shia militias overnight. He says those strikes were coordinated with the Iraqi government. He called these Iran-backed militias a cancer on the world and says he is considering additional warnings against Iranian proxies and their link to the Iranian regime. The president also talked about his meeting yesterday with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in the Oval Office. He says it was a great meeting, adding he understands now. It appears that the relationship...
Bro thinks he's lethal shooter. I understand it now. Bro, you are not lethal shooter, okay? You are not lethal shooter. You don't understand shit.
between President Trump and the Israeli Prime Minister is strengthening. And again, the president called that meeting in the Oval great. In terms of possible talks with the Iranian regime, the president says we're going to let them keep talking.
Level 12 hype train.
Remember, the Iranians came to President Trump after 13 straight days of U.S. bombing against Iran.
1 minute remaining at 30%. Level 12 hype train. It seems like we are capable of carrying the flame, but maybe we are not capable of getting to a tank top stream.
Asking to meet about the Strait of Hormuz and their broader nuclear ambitions. And those talks are taking place as we speak behind the scenes. And then this surprise attack launched against U.S. forces overnight. And again, President Trump telling Fox News we are going to beat the effing S out of them, and that U.S. strikes will take place against Iran in response to the surprise attack overnight against U.S. forces in Jordan. Guys?
What's intriguing, too, is we understand the previous attacks were with Saudi Arabia. You know, this whole thing started with epic fury with Israel.
Amy
Do
on.
you sense that there might be a comprehensive
Kick by the ounce.
plan in place or working on it?
It's
that would
Myanmar.
involve Kuwait, Saudi Arabia,
Butterstains,
UAE,
Mr. Fancy
who at
Penguin.
various times have taken unilateral action on their
What
own,
Kami says
along with the idea.
with another 20.
It's absolutely possible because the Iranian plan here backfired.
20
By
seconds
attacking
remaining,
all
almost
these
done with
Gulf
level 12.
countries,
Level
they
12,
built
20
an
seconds
informal
remaining.
coalition that is now targeting Iranian proxies in the region and even Iranian territory. And we saw that last night on display. Saudi Arabia publicly admitting that they are participating in strikes against Iranian proxies in Iraq alongside U.S. forces. And other countries in the
We made it to level 13 hype train, ladies and gentlemen. I also have an update on this lesser known guy, Benjamin Netanyahu. Benjamin Netanyahu's standing among Republicans has collapsed by 33 points since May. In May, Netanyahu was plus 47. In June, he was plus 24. And now he is plus 14. Now he's still in the green. But even the fucking cult is breaking with the real American president. And maybe perhaps they want the actual American president, President Donald Trump, to come back into the seat of power. I don't know. Guzzo24, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. We're at level 13 hype train, only 2 more levels remaining for a tank top stream. You denigrated the sanctity of the hype train promises last month. You can't act surprised. I mean, the tank top one is an easy one. Flew to Fox.
Gulf have participated in limited capacity against the Iranians, targeting some of these coastal areas around the city of Bandar Abbas next to the Persian Gulf, where many of those U.S. strikes took place. And remember, when we spoke with President Trump earlier this year during Operation Epic Fury, he said he was most surprised by the fact that the Iranians were targeting these countries that were uninvolved, that were not striking Iran at the time. And so again, what Iran has done here by targeting these Gulf countries is actually building this informal coalition that is now being used to pressure the Iranian regime. The question remains if these talks will lead to some sort of agreement.
4-2.
But again,
Thank you for the
President
5.
Trump tells Fox News there will be a U.S. response to this surprise attack overnight against U.S. forces in Jordan.
Trey Yanks just getting off the phone with the president. Trey, thank you very much for the exclusive reporting.
Thanks, Trey. Be sure to like.
It's funny that Trey Yanks is like the last remaining Trump loyalist at this point, which is a definite fall from grace for Trey. He was far more critical of Israel back in the day before they made him the chief foreign correspondent for Fox News. Tel Aviv Trey is now the biggest Trump dick writer at Fox News. That's part of the reason why Trump loves giving him interviews where he says dumb shit like, oh, I'm going to bully the fuck out of Iran. Updates. CENTCOM commander in an internal note. This is from Phil Stewart, chief national security reporter for Reuters, with a fat scoop. This comes after the footage was filmed by a U.S. soldier during an Iranian missile barrage targeting the Muwafaq Salti air base in Jordan. CENTCOM commander in an internal note says videos like this by troops can help Iran with targeting during missile and drone attacks. Comes as sources tell Reuters some deployed personnel could soon be ordered to surrender their phones. Now, it's funny because this is a successful strike, and clearly, if they are capable of targeting whatever they were targeting there, visual confirmation from phone footage like this, it's not going to change the dynamic for Iran because, one, they're capable of precise targeting now, and two, if they're capable of precise targeting, they're probably capable of seeing the impact zone with the same satellite imagery that allowed them to engage in precise targeting. So it's still funny that they are, engaging in more operational security, though. Too little, too late. Cooper says Iran benefits from being able to see the success or failure of its strikes in near real time by searching news reports or online posts by journalists referencing reactions, photos, and footage from the cell phones of our troops. The direct, unavoidable cost of this open source intelligence could be measured in the lives of American service members and civilian residents in targeted Gulf countries. Cooper also says Iran would normally have a tough time determining the success or failure of its strikes thanks to things like the U.S. military's electronic jamming or other tactics used in war zones. Tamanna! Thank you for the 50. Almost done. 10 seconds remaining on level 13. 10 seconds remaining on level 13. 9 seconds remaining. 88%. Oh my God. With a last ditch effort from Blonde Bob and Dijo Kujula with the 50 bones. We are now at level 14, only one level away from a tank top stream. Promises made, promises kept. Promises made, promises kept. The only way to fight back against cooter maxing is by gun maxing. Just watch this real quick to hype everyone up. Look at this guy shamelessly engaging in self-promotion. An anonymous user, holy fuck. Amy Leon, thank you for the 50 gifted. Killer Diller, Moswin. We are at 76% at level 14. 76% at level 14, ladies and gentlemen. 79% at level 14. Tank top stream is imminent. Give us your best Sav Cannon pose. Tank top suit, make it happen. No, I'm not. Tamanna, Blonde Bob, another anonymous gifter, Butterfan. Oh my God, we did it. Level 14. Level 14. Tank top streams are back. Tank top streams are back. Hassan Piker promises oiled up chest, armpit, and feet stream at level 15 hype train. That's not what I promised. I just said tank top. You are arriving at ridiculous conclusions. Okay? You're arriving at, that is an exaggeration. That was never promised. Okay? That was never promised. Wear this instead? No. Level 15. Level 15 hype train. We arrived at it. We're going to do a tank top. Promise is made. I will keep that promise. Open your purses. 10 more levels for a workout stream? Yeah, that's not going to happen. I don't think we're going to get to level 25, but I will do a workout stream as well if we get to level 25. Bro, oil stream for the Strait of Hormuz. Yeah, oil up with the oil transiting through the Strait of Hormuz. Tank top stream with Norm? No, I'm not going to wear a tank top when I'm interviewing Norm Finkelstein after years and years. You're out of your dang mind. Yeah, King Klippenstein interviewed Francesca Hong, by the way, who had some beast mode opinions. We're going to get to that in a second. But how much of a surprise was Iran's surprise attack? Iranian war briefing with Sean Bell.
152 of President Trump's 4 to 6 week war in Iran. After a relatively quiet few days, last night was intense military activity again. But what was the surprise about Iran's surprise attack? Overnight last night, we heard that 3 oil tankers were attacked in the Strait of Hormuz. It looks like they were passing in the southern route, which is very close to the Omani coastline, supported by American ships and in direct contravention of the clear route by Iran, which is operating up to the north. Now, every time that's happened in the past, that's acted as the catalyst for a tit-for-tat exchange between America and Iran. That's exactly what happened last night. As a result of that, America attacked a series of military targets around the Strait of Hormuz, deliberately designed to try to reduce Iran's ability to strike back and to strike commercial shipping. Meanwhile, the Iranians, in response to those attacks, therefore targeted the region, went across and targeted American forces in Jordan with a series of ballistic missile strikes. Now, Central Command have said that all of those ballistic missiles were intercepted. The challenge, of course, is that what's actually happening here is that there's a regional conflict that's expanding well beyond the boundaries of Iran. There are a number of Iranian-backed militia groups operating in Iraq. Some of them have been attacking American facilities and Saudi Arabian oil facilities. There have been 30 drone attacks in the last 72 hours. Central Command announced that there have been a number of attacks
at 1 minute
Iraq,
remaining,
targeting military facilities there.
Level 15 at 1 minute remaining. Level 15 at 1 minute remaining. 1 minute warning for level 15. If we get to 25, I will do a workout stream. I'll try to do it with Abdul. I don't know if we'll have time, but an anonymous gifter is gifting 500 tier 500. Holy fuck. We got a horny ass anonymous gifter. Level 15 complete. What the fuck? Almost level 16 complete. Jesus Christ. There is a gooner amongst our ranks. We got Oilers back in the fold. Moose Knuckle stream at level 20? No, I'm not going to do a Moose Knuckle stream, dude. Lindsey Graham gifting from the grave? Okay, maybe we will reach level 25. I was wrong. I was wrong about this. Kaisenak could never.
The Iraqis claim that 20 people were killed and 32 were injured. On behalf of the Crown Prince, the Saudi foreign minister said they didn't want to see any form of escalation in the region, but they would act in response to any form of aggression in those most recent periods of attack. So why has there been a sudden resumption in these attacks? Well, last night it's quite difficult to see who struck who first and the sequencing of events. But America is saying that Iran had conducted a surprise attack against America, implied that actually Iran was operating proactively. But the challenge is this is all about the Strait of Hormuz. It's all about control. It's all about the Memorandum of Understanding and Clause 5, which effectively gave Iran responsibility for the safe passage of vessels through those straits. Every time America tries to force commercial vessels through that new southern route, it precipitates an escalation of violence, and that continues. So what actually is the American strategy here? Well, it seems to be able to use American force to try and defeat Iran, trying to drive it to the negotiating table and a position of weakness. The challenge is, as day 152, that doesn't appear to be working.
I like that Sky News has to repeat the same video every day now. I mean, that's everyone. I feel like I'm always, I try to make it as interesting as possible, but it's impossible not to be repetitive on this because it's the same song and dance every time. Friday night, Trump says, after market close, Trump says he's going to do something insane. He's going to nuke Iran. And then come Sunday night, right before markets open, Trump says, oh, Iran is begging for a ceasefire. This has happened for the last 160 fucking days. Literally, with a brief pause in between when there was a MOU, which they were forced to follow through on because there was an imminent crisis with the strategic petroleum reserves. Fuck a tank top post, meat coward. Okay, chill. Level 16 hype train, 1 minute remaining. Level 16 hype train at 92%. Level 16 hype train, we're about to hit level 17 hype train with 1 minute remaining. When will you interview Norm? We'll take leave from work. Okay, that's insane, Miss Pickles. You shouldn't take leave from work just to listen to me interview Norm. But it's tomorrow. Level 16, level 17 hype train. Tank top stream with Norm Finkelstein? No, I'm not going to do a tank top stream with Norm Finkelstein. I will do it on the weekend, which is when I will be in Michigan. I'll bring in a fucking tank top to Michigan.
Well, what's happening? What's the Iranian strategy here? Well, the Iranian people are definitely suffering as a result of this war. Inflation is high, supplies are low, but the Iranian leadership, particularly the IRGC, see this as a once-in-a-generational opportunity to move from a pariah state to a regional power, potentially even in control of the Strait of Hormuz. All they've got to do to achieve their strategic objectives is to outlast America, and they will deliver strategic success. So, of course, where does this leave us in the whole process? Well, when President Trump first started this war, he announced it would be a 4 to 6 week war, and the much anticipated and crucial midterm elections in America were many, many months away. However, we're now on day 152 of the war. There's less than 100 days left before those elections. Crucially, America does not like this war in Iran. President Trump's personal popularity has dropped. This is not the legacy that either President Trump or the Republican Party would have anticipated.
You know, nobody was able to bring people together quite like my...
Defiant Netanyahu promised to go to New York after Mamdani threats. Yes, the real president went to Sean Hannity, by the way. Here's, before we get to that, last part of the situation monitoring. Hardest part of 3-day war was the first 5 years. What the fuck is this? Using experimental quantum lip reading AI classified DARPA. Here's exactly what he said. Okay, dude, come on. Come on. Crazy a foreign PM can do this. A foreign PM warns the United States that he has deployed armed forces on his soil to act against his law and against his law as police and army. Netanyahu says Israel has special forces ready if arrested. Vows New York City visit. Yeah, I don't know if he realizes what that sounds like. I don't know if he realizes what that means. I mean, that's insane. That's an insane statement. But I guess it's fucking beast mode. We're at level 17 hype train with 2 minutes remaining. 2 minutes remaining. AIPAC Super PAC adds $5 million to Michigan Senate primary, pushing total above $30 million. You know what I have to say to that?
What gives?
But of course, AIPAC is doing that for a good reason because...
Israel comes to me in my dreams!
Yep. Mamdani is now formally a part of Netanyahu's digital campaign and tough re-election bid. Here's what I wrote last week. Confrontation with New York's outspoken anti-Zionist mayor could allow Netanyahu to cast himself once again as Israel's defender against international efforts to isolate and punish the country. I don't think so. I mean, good luck. Good luck to Bibi on that. It's not going to work, I don't think. Prove the old man wrong, get to level 25. I don't think we can get to level 25. We're at 1 minute remaining, or less than 1 minute remaining. 1 minute remaining at 11% at level 17. I don't think we're getting past the level 17 chatters. I just got out of a work meeting. Are you still doing tank top stream at level 20? No, I said I was going to do a tank top stream already at 15, and we passed 15. I said I would do a workout stream at 25, but we're not getting there. It's not happening. My PBS prediction is that within a year, HasanAbi will build Travel Pelican to include some kind of soundboard. Probably not, because the Pelican is super tight right now as it is. It's like it's filled to the brim. So I would have to get like a larger Pelican, which would not be carry-on sized. So I'm not going to do that most likely. I mean, I guess maybe, probably not. Level 17 show hole. No, that's not happening. All right. New estimates of American PAC-3 and THAAD anti-ballistic missile interceptor stockpiles in American inventory from the CSIS. Roughly a third of pre-war Patriot interceptors are estimated to remain. This is not good. Patriot and THAAD interceptors remaining in U.S. inventory pre-war was 2,330. At the ceasefire point was 1,030. Today, July 27th, it's at 759 to 827. THAAD pre-war was 452. At ceasefire was at 232 to 262. Today is at 234 to 278. Estimated inventories today account for additional interceptor use and new deliveries since the April 8th ceasefire. THAAD deliveries during the ceasefire outpaced estimated use over the same period, resulting in higher inventories today than in April. Patriot calculations include the latest MSE variant and PAC-3s. Several hundred PAC-2s, not represented in the chart, are estimated to remain in U.S. inventory, which once again means Ukraine is not getting any fucking Patriot missiles. That's what it means. Oh, hype train over. That's what that means. How the fuck is Ukraine receiving any PAC-3 Patriot missiles that they are demanding from the American side to the tune of 300 as Zelensky demanded today if America continues his war with Iran? Why would Ukraine try to enter the Iranian theater, only extending the Iranian conflict if they were successful, right? When all of those fucking Patriot missiles are being utilized in the Gulf, mostly in Israel. As we've been reporting since April, the stockpile issue at this stage is one that largely centers around concerns the U.S. military may not have enough munitions for the next conflict. Analysts and sources have consistently warned that continued fighting with Iran could deplete stockpiles to the point it could impact the U.S. military's ability to fight with China or even North Korea in the future. It's actually worse than that. I don't think it's just for potential conflict with China or Russia. I think it's worse than that. I think they don't have enough for this conflict. That's the real secret. The real secret is not that, oh, we won't have enough for China. It's not like we're going to fucking wage a war with China. That's insane. If you think tomorrow China decides, fuck it, we're going beast mode, we're going to militarily invade Taiwan, if you think America is going to then shift their priority to defend Taiwan, you are the most delusional person on the planet. Yeah, Ukraine is trying to make it seem to Trump that supporting Ukraine is part of fighting against Iran. It's a game of jingling keys to keep Trump's attention. I know, but it's a very dumb thing to do because if successful, it only extends the conflict, which makes it less likely that he will receive a single Patriot missile. That's what I'm saying. Any day that goes by where America is more invested in Israel, which is what America will always do, Israel's the primary focus, is a day where Ukraine gets no attention whatsoever and no weapons whatsoever. You're telling me this doesn't make you want to defend Israel? Yes, for the boomer cons, it does. I'm turned up and turned on. The dogs are out. OBGYN stanced up. Cooter for the rest of the world to see. This makes me say,
Israel comes to me in my dreams.
Straight up. Anyway, on that note, TRITA PARSI is going to be on the broadcast in 1 minute. I don't think he's here yet, but he will be on in 1 minute. I'm gonna text him real quick, see if he's still doing it. Ask TRITA about this. What is it? Okay, TRITA is here. Hello, TRITA PARSI. Executive Vice President of Quincy Institute is in the building, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on, let me change there it is.
How you doing?
Okay. Welcome back. Apologies for yesterday. We had to watch perhaps the most boring Wisconsin gubernatorial debate that's taking place, but you know, we got a candidate in there, Francesca Hong. I don't know if you're familiar with her. She's a wonderful DSA candidate. Running and actually killing it right now. She's got like 44%. It's freaking out the establishment a lot. But in any case, Trita, you're back, and the news are not so good. And I am very excited to have you. Thank you for coming on. Yeah, we got a real situation evolving. As of yesterday, Iran actually changed the pace of the theater by doing a non-retaliatory strike for the first time in the last 160 plus days by striking at U.S. assets in the Jordanian air bases, the U.S. air bases in Jordan. And Trump has since refused to retaliate, as a matter of fact. So very interesting predicament. I wanted to hear your assessment on where things are going and if you still feel confident that there is any opportunity for peace.
Look, there always is opportunity still for peace, I think, although I agree with you fully. It is looking very, very bad. The trajectory has shifted dramatically. Let me start off by sharing just my thought and analysis as to why I think the Iranians did this. I think this really surprised the U.S. They did not expect this. And it was, from the U.S. perspective, highly provocative to do it while Netanyahu and Zelensky are in Washington, D.C. It adds additional pressure onto Trump. So the fact that the U.S. hasn't responded yet, and I'm not 100% sure if that is the case. There was some sort of attack early on, I heard. But either way, I don't find that very likely to be a lasting situation. So why did the Iranians then do this? There's been a lot of speculation that this is because they lost faith in diplomacy with the United States. They're trying to test to see how strong Trump's resolve is, all of these different things. And I think there are probably elements of truth in that. But the way I see it, I would limit it to essentially three key reasons. First one is oil prices have come down. Despite the fact that the strait is closed, even during this informal ceasefire, oil prices has come down, which then creates a problem for the Iranians because there was never a negotiated ceasefire. It's just that the U.S. stopped fighting. The U.S. has stopped bombing. And if it is so that the U.S. can decide when there's a ceasefire and when there isn't one by simply bombing or not bombing, and the Iranians just have to follow suit, then that creates a scenario in which Trump will always have an option, a rather costless option, in which he can just go from diplomacy to fighting back to ceasefire, and the Iranians would just have to adjust to that. So an informal ceasefire is completely unacceptable to the Iranians, but particularly now when they saw that oil prices were coming down, it meant that the economic pressure on Trump was reducing much faster than the Iranians thought. I don't think this is the main reason. The second reason is, I think the Iranians wanted to showcase that they are willing to take preemptive actions against the United States because they believe the U.S. was preparing an attack. They claim that there was intelligence and maneuvers in the U.S. with new assets coming to the region that suggested that the U.S. was in the direction of an attack. And by taking preemptive measures, they're trying to signal to the United States that if you think that there's like a massive escalatory step that you can take, a larger war. You hear Trump constantly say that, we're just going to go at Iran much harder than we did before. So if there is a belief that a bigger war is in your favor, the Iranians are trying to deter the U.S., and I know this may sound paradoxical, by showing their willingness to attack first. Now, of course, there's a huge risk with that at the end, and we'll talk about that. And the third thing, I think, is the combination of a couple of factors here, which really puts a fine print on this. I think the Iranians have come to the conclusion that Trump will never commit himself to diplomacy unless he no longer has a military option. And by showing their willingness to go to war with the U.S., by preemptively attack the U.S., they're trying to tell him, you don't have that option because you think that that option is going to be easy for you, but we're willing to fight you. And only when Trump has concluded that he doesn't have a military option will he start becoming sincere and genuine about diplomacy. So the pathway to a deal is not, or to peace, is not a deal. The pathway to it is to first eliminate the military option, force a realization that only diplomacy, and only diplomacy, meaning no combination of diplomacy and military action, will work. And then at that point, you can actually make a deal feasible and you can make a deal durable. One second, let me just pick up this. I think this is the second time this has happened while I'm on your show.
I was going to ask if you could fix your audio source as well.
Okay.
Because I don't think it's coming from your headphones right now. It's a little bit low, potentially.
You are correct.
Yeah.
Okay, it should be better now. Is it better?
Yes, it's much better now. Yeah, much louder.
I'm going to get a professional mic one of these days.
Yeah, no, it's all good. So yeah, I agree with I agree with your assessment. What do you think this says about the American conversations that have been taking place in Western media, specifically about the quote unquote chaos within the Iranian governance structure? The New York Times Daily actually had this long report that I found to be coping, I guess, with the situation a little bit by claiming that there is a real disagreement between the hardliners and the more moderate, more pragmatic elements. The more pragmatic elements that are trying to still maintain a more positive posture towards a ceasefire negotiation, whereas the hardliners are maybe even acting out at times. There was talk about how the IRGC might have actually even decided on their own to strike the U.S. assets in the region or strike at the ships to abide by the MOU. I don't think that's correct, but does this change that calculation? Does it make it impossible to determine that there is any kind of inconsistency, any kind of chaos or conflict inside of the Iranian governance structure right now?
Look, I think we have very little insight into what's happening inside the Iranian government. But I do think that there seems to be some sort of a inclination to assume that because we don't understand it. And we're very quick to go to those type of explanations. And again, sometimes they're probably true, but it doesn't mean that there's some sort of inherent problem. I find it peculiar that we're so quick to come to that conclusion when there's such clear signs that there's massive chaos in the American government.
I was about to say, Iran didn't fire 12 generals, I don't think. Iran doesn't have leakers going to mainstream news and sidestepping the security meetings that they're having right now to basically advance the warning signs that we're running out of interceptors.
Yeah, exactly. And you don't have a situation there in which they have like an intelligence service that leaks that type of information that completely contradicts what the government is saying, etc. Now, some of that is normal, but we are in a truly chaotic situation these days with the manner that this current administration is running things. But I do think like there is a reality one has to recognize, and it shouldn't be surprising. This is why I think some of these reportings are a little bit odd. Why are you surprised that in a situation of war, it is the IRGC that has the upper hand? It is the generals that in a state of war actually tend to have the strongest voices, not the diplomats. Or the idea that, so for instance, there were negotiations about 2-3 weeks ago before you had a full collapse of the MOU. And it was in Muscat. The American side actually didn't really show up. So it was done by the Omanis and the Iranians. And the Iranian foreign minister essentially was negotiating a text, a joint statement by the Omanis. He seemed to have thought that he had the mandate for it. Went back to Tehran by phone and got it nixed. And, apparently he couldn't sell it to Tehran. And then the question is, well, how could they overrule the foreign minister? Of course they overruled the foreign minister. The foreign minister doesn't make these decisions at the end of the day. You had a similar situation in which Kushner and Witkoff were in Geneva, negotiated a deal with Iranians through the help of the Omanis back in February. And even told the Iranians that they are very confident that Trump is going to like this deal, went back and Trump said no, and instead started a war 24 hours later.
Perfidy.
No one has said that, how is it possible that Witkoff could be overruled? Of course he can be overruled. He's not the president. And currently the situation in Iran is not that the foreign minister is running the foreign policy. It is the government as a whole, and within that government, clearly the IRGC and the military are having the upper hand because they're at war.
Yeah, the Supreme Leader Trump has the final say on these decisions, and perhaps there's someone even above him that is capable of changing his mind. And that man is Benjamin Netanyahu, and he's currently in Washington, D.C. I wanted to hear what your perspective is. Like, obviously, there is this real crisis. CSIS has reported that the standoff munition stockpile has diminished dramatically. The interceptor stockpiles have diminished dramatically, where the current assessment is that we do not have enough interceptors, PAC-3s, and THAAD missiles to potentially wage any war with our peer or near peer adversaries. I think it's worse than that. I suspect that it's actually not about a potential crisis in the future, but the real crisis that's taking place in the Gulf right now. I don't think we have enough to even go through a long and extended conflict with Iran. So now there's 2 points of pressure. The markets, obviously, being the first point of pressure, the energy markets, and the munitions. And it seems to me like that is the real reason why Trump has not gone through an additional escalation, and instead is demonstrating some semblance of restraint. Do you think Benjamin Netanyahu is capable of convincing him otherwise, especially when reporting shows that he's frustrated with the Pickaxe Mountain targeting that obviously came from the Israeli side as another opportunity, a lifeline to continue striking Iran, to give Trump and the Western media another target that Trump could focus on?
Yeah, look, first of all, regarding the interceptors, it's precisely because of that, because these are not mysteries. I mean, these numbers in this, the audit of it was very clear from the outset. So the only way going back to war really could work was if it was a new plan with some new intelligence and some new ability, capacity, some new tactic strategy that would ensure a victory in very short order. Because if it was dragging out, then yes, this problem with the interceptors would very quickly rear its head. And this is part of the reason I'm so surprised as to why Trump really restarted this, because I expected that if he's actually going to restart this war, he must have a plan. He must have a new technology. He must have a new intel. And it appears that he had absolutely none of them. And instead, some haphazard bombings in the south of Iran eventually would have brought about some new situation. So it's still a mystery to me how this decision actually was made, because there's not even a semblance of some sort of a strategy or theory of change, theory of how this could succeed. So the interceptor problem has always been available. It's always been known. We saw it back in 2025, in which the Israelis started asking for a ceasefire after 9 days or 10 days of fighting because they were running low. 10 days. And that was when the US was providing a tremendous amount of support for them as well. So it's not a new problem in any way, shape, or form. Is it the reason why he's showing restraint? In many ways, I think it is. The question is, why wasn't that same factor present to make him decide not to do this in the first place?
Maybe it's because the military is less woke this time around, even less woke than before. Because pre-MOU, Pete Hegseth said they're going to start, being less woke. And maybe post-MOU, they're going to be even less woke than the past. Have you factored in the secret weapon?
Yeah, I think there is an argument to be made that the president was so frustrated for a variety of reasons that he was just, screw this diplomacy, I want to see a bombing campaign. And you didn't have people in the military or around him that were willing to say, look, understand your anger, but this is not going to work. That Trump was simply not receptive to that. And he wouldn't be until he had proven to himself that this won't work, which happened about 7 to 8 days into this war. Yeah. And as a result, now he's more susceptible to that article, which then comes to your other question, which is, can Netanyahu nevertheless shift it around? I think there is one thing that the Israelis likely tried yesterday, and I think Netanyahu hinted at it publicly by saying that they came in with some new ideas.
Oh, God.
And I think what this may suggest is that the U.S. military itself is not coming up with any more ideas at this point, because none of them are good, and they know that this is not going to go anywhere. So they're not going to put bad options in front of Trump. But that means that there is a bit of a vacuum there when it comes to military ideas, and Trump has probably rejected a lot of them. And the Israelis may come up with another one of these spectacular ideas that look good on paper or look good in Trump's eyes, but have no relationship with reality, just as much as their previous idea, which is starting this entire war in the first place, had a very, very bizarre relationship with reality.
As far as new ideas goes, I mean, the old idea is obviously the last remaining step on the escalation ladder from the American side, which is a ground invasion of the coastal islands and maybe even the Iranian coast. Now, of course, this is a spectacular failure that's imminent. A lot of military casualties. Trump's also very reluctant to go the full distance and actually put boots on the ground. He has consistently refused to do so in the past. So is there any chance that the administration tries to fight their way out of this, by your estimation, considering that it is kind of the last remaining option because we've been doing the same thing over and over again? It's very clear that an aerial bombardment campaign is not going to create regime change at all. And America's not even gaining sufficient leverage over Iran in the process. And every day that this continues, Iran is actually gaining additional leverage over the oil markets.
So I wouldn't even concede the idea that this is an option unless Trump, the people around him, and the military are willing to accept thousands of American casualties and killed, because that is what this would be. And they know that. They know that already back in the first round of this war, in which they looked at those options and ultimately decided not to do it. So again, if you were to do it, either it's because you're completely desperate or because you have some new strategy, some new intel, some new capability that changes the equation, because it has been looked upon numerous times and it doesn't look good in any way, shape, or form. Can you take an island? Yes. Can you keep it? Yes. What is the cost of that? Immense. What is the strategic utility of it? Very limited. Does it change the picture? No. You're just positioning yourself in a stationary way that allows the Iranians to rain missiles on you, and you cannot force protect. You can provide force protection for the troops under those circumstances in an effective manner. So it would be a lot of people killed for absolutely nothing. That was the reality in the first round. I don't see anything that suggests that that is not the reality today. If the belief is that this bombing of southern Iran has reduced Iran's ability to close the strait, remember, this is exactly what was tried with the Houthis in February of 2025.
Yeah.
When Waltz and others convinced Trump to do that. And after 9 weeks, he stopped, and I don't think he's even mentioned the word Yemen since then.
Yeah, no, he said famously, the Houthis got hands. Like, he literally said they're brave fighters. They're really tough fighters.
Exactly. And I spoke to folks at the Pentagon at the time who were saying that, they were stunned by how quickly the Houthis immediately dug up missiles, fixed the different silos or, entry points in which the missiles were. And the Iranians are doing exactly the same thing. And, at the end of the day, it's probably the Iranians that trained the Houthis on this. So if it didn't work against the Houthis that are far less dug in, far less resources, have not had this strategy for that long, whereas the Iranians have been preparing for this since the mid-1990s, I just don't buy for a second that this 13-day campaign has achieved more against the Iranians than what 9 weeks did against the Houthis.
What level of knowledge do we have over the Houthi ballistic munitions and drone procurement capabilities? Because from what I understand, they are still significantly reliant on trying to create an air bridge between Iran, and this is part of the puzzle for them. We don't know what. Do we even know what depth of stockpiles they have in terms of carrying out a continuous blockade over an extended period of time? Because I assume that their reluctance to enter the theater of conflict and close the Bab el-Mandeb Strait wasn't necessarily because they're a totally sovereign actor here, but more so because of the limitations that they acknowledge. But perhaps I'm wrong, and I wanted to know if you have additional information on that.
I don't have an answer to that. My suspicion would be, however, that first of all, they were made self-sufficient far earlier, meaning that they know how to build this stuff on their own now. In fact, I was told that they had even improved on some of the drones and were now reversing that, essentially the intelligence or technological flow was going from the Houthis to the Iranians.
Yeah, we saw that. Sorry to cut you off, but we saw that with the F-35. They were the ones who first used the loitering drones against the F-35 and almost successfully struck an F-35, which was shocking. when it was revealed in the New York Times. I thought it was fake. So they definitely have improved. I just don't know how deep their facilities are, both literally deep as far as like bunkered down, but also like how many munitions they have.
Yeah. Again, and I don't have the answer to that, but I would just, my suspicion would be is that they were never in a position in which that had been depleted by the time the Saudi-Iranian normalization occurred. They have the technology, remember they're importing this stuff in small parts rather than as whole. And as a result, I think it would be rather safe to say that they certainly have the capacity to carry this on for some time. How long, I don't know. But I think we should also recognize that there seems to be a connection now in which any manner in which a conflict between Saudi and Yemen would become full-blown would also then entail a conflict between the Iraqi militias in Iraq and Yemen and Saudi Arabia, which then also changes the equation somewhat.
And I think that we're there right now, right? I mean, that's what it seems to be happening currently, because on the other side, while America has not retaliated against Iran directly, there was a joint U.S.-Saudi strike that took place against Iraq, the Iraqi militias. What does that say about the theater of conflict expanding?
Well, I think this was most likely a warning to essentially suggest that if the Saudis go in that direction, it will not just be with the Houthis, it will also be with the Iraqi militias. And by the way, there were elements of that before as well, in which some of the attacks on Saudi Arabia actually came from the north, from Iraq rather than from Yemen itself. Now, are we fully there? No, we're not fully there, but I think we are inching there. I think they're showcasing their capability, and the Saudis and the US are showcasing what they're capable and willing to do in return. And we saw with that strike, I think there were about 20 people killed, including 5 IRGC officers in Iraq. So we're seeing a horizontal escalation that goes beyond what we saw in the previous round of this war. And some of the nightmare scenarios that were avoided, such as the Houthis coming in and closing the straits there, Bab el-Mandeb, is now, at least they've hinted at it very clearly. They've shot at ships, and I think there's a recognition that they have a capability, at least for a period of time, of doing so, which is a very, very dangerous situation. And then you also have a potential, and I wrote about this on Substack in our Responsible Statecraft, that you may also have the Ukrainians trying to open up a northern frontier, because they struck an Iranian ship in the Caspian Sea, showcasing their ability to use long-range drones, because that was a long-range drone that struck that. And I think it took the Iranians by surprise as well. And in the worst scenario, in my view, it's not just them showcasing what they can do. It's not just them, hinting to the U.S. what it can help the U.S. with, if the U.S. is more helpful to Ukraine in Russia, against Russia, or that they're just trying to extract the cost on the Iranians for the support Iran has provided Russia. But rather that this may actually be something bigger, which is to merge the two battlefields, to make the two wars one, and by that push the U.S. into something even Biden resisted, which was to get into a direct confrontation with Russia.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's unbelievably stupid, and I think that it's a very risky maneuver, especially considering, and I want to hear your take on this, any extension of the Iranian conflict actually plays against Ukraine's immediate interests of self-defense. Zelensky has asked for 300 PAC-3 missiles earlier today, when it's very clear that we're, panic shipping. We've deferred a lot of these Patriot systems that were supposed to be shipped to other allies. We've deferred those transfers specifically so we can hurry them to the Gulf region. And even then, we're depleting those munitions. So there's no PAC-3s that are coming to Ukraine in this situation, which makes it a lot easier for Vladimir Putin to, especially as temperatures get colder, to strike with ease at a lot of these energy facilities and leave Ukraine and the civilian population of Ukraine without heat in the cold winter. So I don't understand why. I mean, I understand why he's doing it. It seems like he's trying to merge the conflict, as you said, and to make himself seem more valuable to Trump. And unfortunately, because Trump is stupid, he has to do stupid things to make himself seem more valuable to Trump as an asset against Iran. Do you see that theater expanding as well on the Ukrainian front, or do you think that this was, a first strike and that they're going to go back to diplomacy somehow with Iran?
So we've seen some diplomatic activity between Iran and the Ukrainians, which appear to have occurred immediately after Zelensky's meeting with Trump at the White House, in which the Ukrainian foreign minister essentially called up the Iranian foreign minister, appeared to have done some sort of an apology or acknowledgement of error, which then was accepted by the Iranians. And this appears to have been a diffusion of the situation. That in and of itself does not mean that the Ukrainians may have completely given up on this idea. It's just that, they show cases, they're lowering temperature and maybe go up again at some point. Your argument is a very interesting one because I think it really reflects the risk. If the Ukrainians expand this, but don't get massive American support and involvement in its war against Russia, then this is absolutely a losing proposition. So it's a huge gamble, because then they're just overextending themselves at a point in which they can't afford to without getting the kind of return on investment that they're looking for. So it is a huge gamble. I can understand why the Ukrainians think that it's a gamble that potentially is worthwhile, because for the first time in a long time, I think Ukraine came to Washington not necessarily as someone asking for charity, but someone who was offering help, and that Trump may have been susceptible to that offer precisely because he's in such a self-inflicted predicament with Iran in which he has no good military options and doesn't seem to have the patience for the good diplomatic options. Again, I'm not saying that this will happen. Some people are telling me it's inevitable. I'm not saying that it's a valid direction to go down. On the contrary, I would think it's very stupid. But I'm trying to see it from the perspective of those who would argue in favor of what is the logic that they're trying to see. And I think there is one. I'll add one other logic from the Israeli standpoint as to why I think they would be quite favorable towards this. One, it would prolong the Iran war, which is the Israeli interest, and they made that very clear. Two, the Europeans are involved in Ukraine, but they're not directly involved in the Iran war in the same way. This would bring them into that arena as well. And third, and perhaps most importantly, if these two wars merge, then you have a scenario in which you can reframe this conflict altogether. And then defeating Iran does not become something you do to defend Israel. It's something you do to defend Ukraine. And in the US in particular, mindful of how Israel has plummeted, its standing has plummeted in Washington. And the degree to which Democrats are opposed to the Iran war, but they're still very supportive of the idea of supporting Ukraine, it can shake things up in a bit that the Israelis may think is a bit unpredictable, but it could not possibly be worse than the situation the Israelis are facing right now.
Do you feel like that's connected with the likes of Laura Loomer, a Hasbarist, an ultra-Zionist, going to Ukraine, flying out to Ukraine and having a change of heart as she interviews Zelensky? I read that as a deliberate effort to merge both of these conflicts exactly in the same way that you're mentioning, in an effort to basically also improve the Israeli position by latching on to a much more bipartisan war, which is the continuation of the Ukrainian conflict, the Ukrainian defenses, especially at a time when Zelensky has also gained more leverage over Russia with its successive strikes on critical oil and energy infrastructure, partially with additional NATO involvement. That's how I read it. Do you feel the same way? And also, what do you feel about the mainstream laundering of the reputation of someone as unstable and as insane as Laura Loomer?
Let me start off with the first question. It certainly looks plausible, because it was quite fascinating. I don't claim to understand how Loomer thinks and how she operates. She apparently thinks that she knows that about me. I can assure you that she doesn't. But it doesn't. It certainly does.
We should be careful. She's tried to get us both deported. So
exactly. It certainly does appear that it would fit that logic. But again, I don't know the details of it, and I don't know exactly what is motivating her. But it is something that a lot of people have taken note of, that this sudden effort to, treat the two wars as if they're the same, as if, this rhetoric that we're fighting the same enemy, that is a very typical effort to try to expand the war in order to make it more winnable, particularly when you're stuck. I mean, it's no different from other problems. When faced with a problem, sometimes you have to make it bigger to resolve it. In this specific case, I don't think it does. I think it actually brings us closer to essentially a world war. It would end up being a scenario in which this war would take place on 3 continents: Europe, Asia, and Africa, because of the Red Sea. I think that would be an absolute disaster. But that does not mean that others do. They may see it as an opportunity.
Yeah. So there was one other question I wanted to ask you about the Iraqi strike capabilities, because obviously the Ansar Allah movement allegedly has also struck the Yanbu port, which is obviously playing a pivotal role since the Strait of Hormuz has been closed. They've demonstrated that they have the willingness and capabilities of also striking Saudi Aramco facilities. This hasn't actually translated to the oil markets at all. Like the crude prices have not, the crude prices continue going down for some weird reason, even though the refinery is very clearly on fire. So I wanted to ask you, like, what's going on with the markets by your estimation? And 2, the Iraqi militias potentially striking a ship directly in the Red Sea, nearing the Suez Canal. What does that say about a potential oil and energy crisis in Europe, which is still, getting a lot of its needs met through the Suez Canal?
Yeah. So look, we remember 2019, the Saudi Aramco fields were struck. The Saudis, of course, point the finger to Iran. It does seem to be quite likely that actually there were Iranian drones. The Iranians were behind it, but it was shot by Iraqi militias in Iraq that were coming from the northwest. That capability is clearly there, and I think this is one of those options that if there is this type of a total war or full-scale war that Trump is toying with, his idea that it will be the thing that will work, reality is that the Iranians and their allies have counter-escalatory steps and measures at their disposal that would put the US and the entire global economy under tremendous amount of strain, far beyond what we have seen so far. And I have to say, when he comes to the oil market, I am stunned. I am shocked. Already back in the first round of this war, the prices were artificially low. And of course, we know that a lot of that was because of the use of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. It was because of oral interventions into the market that Trump kept on doing, playing with their expectations. But
China
now
also cutting down their imports by half almost. Yeah,
certainly. Exactly. So there were a lot of different factors. How sustainable that is a different story. But my impression talking to folks there is that a lot of the folks in the market are just really relying on a degree of rationality, which I understand. I have to do the same thing when I do my analysis, but sometimes we just have to understand that rationality is not necessarily what is driving this. But they're just thinking there's no way you can continue doing this. And as a result, they have the expectation that oil is going to come down. And as a result, they're not panicking or actually even reacting to some of these things. And I think it may be a miscalculation, because I think we're closer to that type of an escalation than the market seems to think we are.
As far as going back to Ukraine, my assessment is that Ukraine actually gained tremendous leverage with the successive strikes on critical oil and gas infrastructure deep inside of Russian territory. They were able to successfully strike tankers as well, Russian oil shipments as well. Do you feel as though this also creates additional pressure on the volatility of the energy markets, which then, ironically enough, would make it harder for Trump to continue waging war against Iran? Because it feels like there's a direct contradiction with the things that Ukraine is doing that is allowing them to gain tremendous leverage over Russia. I think this is the highest point that Ukraine has been at since, and the battle lines have not shifted, obviously. But I'm saying, like, as far as universalizing the cost for the Russian population, making them more angry, long lines at gas stations, Russia cutting diesel exports out of the country. All of this is, on the one hand, giving less of a timeline for Donald Trump in Iran, but also giving Ukraine a lot of additional leverage. I have maintained the position that this would be a perfect opportunity to try to pressure Vladimir Putin into a real long-standing ceasefire, not one that Vladimir Putin was dangling over Ukraine leading up to the Anchorage summit, which was very clearly Russia trying to sever ties between the United States and Ukraine, and even successfully getting to sever some ties between Ukraine and the United States, only to continue the war and make maximalist demands. Do you feel like Ukraine could entertain a ceasefire at this point? And do you think that there's any appetite from Zelensky to entertain some kind of ceasefire at this point, given that they're also trying to expand the theater of conflict?
Yeah, so I know too little about the war. I haven't been able to follow that at all for the last 6 or so months because of this other war, to be able to give you a more informed opinion on that. But I can tell you that the messaging that I seem to be picking up here in Washington with Zelensky's visit, it certainly is not one of going back to the negotiating table and finding a ceasefire. It is to take advantage of the current position that Ukrainians have to really push for far more American support and a stronger commitment to the US to Ukraine. And Trump has really changed his tune on Ukraine in a rather dramatic way just in the last couple of weeks. And whether that actually is also connected to hints or suspicions of what the Ukrainians can do for Trump in Iran is unclear at this point, but that may very well be part of the puzzle.
Okay. Well, TRITA PARSI, thank you so much for coming on. You have any parting thoughts, some final words, and also where can people find you?
They can find me at the Quincy Institute, which is quincyinst.org, on Substack, which is tritaparsi.substack.com, and at Twitter at tparsi.
All right. Thank you, TRITA, for coming on.
Thank you so much.
Always
really
a wonderful
appreciate it,
experience. Have a good one.
Likewise. Talk to you soon. Thank you.
Bye. All right. That was TRITA PARSI of the Quincy Institute, Executive Vice President of the Quincy Institute. Amazing guest as always. An endless well of knowledge on all things Iran. We are now going to get back to, we're moving on from situation monitoring, at least for the time being. Decent interview would have been better if both of you were in tank tops. True. I'll hit him up next time. I'll be like, hey, can you show off that muscular physique for my audience? Y'all are insane. Here, this is what you deserve. I like that the TRITA PARSI interview was sandwiched between Lindsey Graham, Coochie Maxing, and ended with Benihana Coochie Maxing. I looked. This one is not as good because it doesn't show the dogs. Cooter mogging, you uncultured buffoon. Why are you like this? I'm just showing you how these people operate. Oh, there it is. Chat, is this real? Yes, it is. Financial Times reports U.S. commercial crude inventories dropped by 7.2 million barrels and the Strategic Petroleum Reserve fell by 3.8 million barrels. Refineries are running at 97% capacity to meet the high export demands in Asia and Europe, draining domestic stockpiles to precarious lows amid ongoing Middle East disruptions, which can mean only one thing. Price of Brent crude goes down to $75. Fuck it. Brent crude to 75. It makes no sense. Who cares? Fuck it. We ball. None of this makes sense. We are going to materialize more. We are going to materialize more oil somehow through the process of alchemy, just like we are going to materialize more PAC-3s for Ukraine and all of our allies through the process also of alchemy. That's right. If you look at the markets, that's what they're signaling. As Jeffrey Sachs pointed to me over and over again the last time we had a conversation, you know, the markets are absolute. They are tethered to reality. I don't know what reality. It doesn't feel like the reality that we're living in, but seemingly they're tethered. I believe in the markets, ladies and gentlemen. I am a capitalist after all. I'm an international shipping magnate, and therefore it is my suspicion, it is my firmly held belief that the markets are tethered to reality, just not the one that we live in. You realize China has decreased its oil imports significantly enough to absorb much of the disruption in the Strait of Hormuz. I do realize that. I do realize that. Of course I realize that. I've covered it months before it became mainstream, the mainstream opinion. I covered it when Financial Times first reported on it. Everyone was dunking on them for saying that. However, there is no guarantee that China will maintain market stability. We don't know how deep their oil reserves are. It's possible that all these support aircraft took off from Prince Sultan because they were alerted to the attack on Riyadh and wanted to avoid potentially getting hit on the ground. If that's the case, then I don't think there will be strikes on Iran tonight. Dozen refuelers flying. American strikes will probably begin in the next hour or two. Confirmed Tom Holland is a HasanAbi head? Oh, I saw this.
It has been 10 years since you filmed Spider-Man Homecoming. You've been in Spider-Man films as long as we've been alive.
Gotta say old in a different language. That's crazy.
That's crazy. I mean, in Canada, we ball. Canada's leverage. Trump drains America's emergency oil reserve as Canada supplies 63% of crude imports. Mark Carney, please save us. Mark Carney, save us. Mark Carney, save us. Mark, you have leverage, Mark. Use it. Canada owns America now. They are not watching your boring ass. Yeah, I know. Senior fellow at Stimson Center, Kelly Greco, says the stockpile limitation is real, but let's not confuse a resource problem with a strategy problem. Even with unlimited munitions, more bombing would not reopen the Strait of Hormuz. True. All right. So let's get back to the real president, Benjamin Netanyahu. He went on the Sean Hannity broadcast last night and was defiant because Benjamin Netanyahu is now beefing with the mayor of New York.
Friend, the late Senator Lindsey Graham. Today was no exception. After today's service, I sat with someone who flew from the Middle East to be here, the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu.
Oh, how nice of him.
Prime Minister, great to see you again, my friend.
Good to see you.
I mentioned today during Lindsey's eulogy, we have known each other for 30 years. I can't believe it's been that long. You were reminding me of a steak dinner we once had many, many years ago.
It is not lost on me that this motherfucker will have anybody on but me. Do you guys think Trump watched this and was jealous? Do you think he watched this and it was like, you suck me like that, Sean? Why are you sucking harder? You're using your tongue differently. You don't use your tongue like that with me, Sean. You're even doing ball service. I asked for ball service, Sean. You didn't give it to me last night, but now you're doing it. Now you're doing ball service for Benjamin Netanyahu. Interesting. I've said I like it when you get nasty with it, Sean. I like it when you get sloppy with it, Sean. Why are you not being sloppy with me, but you are being sloppy with Netanyahu?
I remember that. And, you know, like good wine, you've improved with age.
Oh, my God. Stop flirting. Stop flirting, Sean. Don't laugh at his jokes. You used to laugh at my jokes. Now you laugh at his.
To say the president gave an amazing speech. You gave an amazing speech.
Thank you.
And it was so moving in the Washington Cathedral because Lindsey Graham was a great American patriot, a great champion of the American-Israel alliance.
Yeah, the great Israeli patriot.
We lost a dear, dear friend. And he was, as you and the president described him, you know, he was just gloriously outrageous. He just said what he wanted to say. He was charmingly outrageous. He could use swear words and he could say it like it is, and you loved him.
You know, it's amazing. I think I'm accurate in saying this, that Lindsey was President Trump's closest friend in all of Congress. That means the House and the Senate.
What?
They played golf together. They talked together. They argued together. They had meals together. And they had a very special relationship.
What?
And it was open and it was honest. You know, the one thing that I said...
Pride Month is over, man. Pack it up. Pack it up. This is too much gay sex. I'm sorry. Too much gay sex for the HasanAbi broadcast. What are we doing? What are we doing? He said Trump's in an open relationship.
About Lindsey.
Trump's poly.
And it's true. He was a staunch supporter of yours, a staunch supporter of Israel, a staunch supporter of the people of Israel. But he knew that evil exists in our time. And he and the president talked a lot about how to confront the evil of this moment.
Well, I can tell you that he spoke about it with me many times, and he was absolutely unapologetic and unabashed in supporting the American-Israel alliance because he believed that Israel's security and America's security were intertwined. And you got proof of that when we fought shoulder to shoulder against this murderous regime in Iran that chants death to America, death to Israel. And when we combine our forces and our brave soldiers, nothing can stand in our way. And he believed that. And he just said it like it is. He couldn't care about the winds of fashion. He couldn't care about social media and all these bots that are used to try to, play the American people for fools. He said, you have one real ally in the Middle East and in the world, Israel. It's your fighting ally. It's your model ally. And he just said it. And he couldn't, he just didn't suffer fools.
History will judge the military relationship between Israel under Donald Trump, President Trump, and Israel under Prime Minister Netanyahu very favorably. I don't think the world's seen anything like it. And, you met with the president today.
Yeah.
How'd that meeting go?
It was great. It was one of the best meetings that we've had. And I always hate to disappoint our would-be critics who are trying to find, cracks in our alliance. And what they find, like today, is a wall of granite, because the president is so clear. I mean, we have a common commitment. We don't want to see this fanatic regime in Tehran have nuclear weapons to threaten every American and to threaten the peace of the world and to threaten the existence of Israel. So we have a common goal, and it's going to be achieved either through diplomatic means or other means. But we're both committed to that, and that's the main headline that I would tell you from this meeting.
Do you believe that there are warring factions? Do you have hardliners and former loyalists to Ali Khamenei, the former supreme leader, and
probably the least informed guy or the least honest guy? Why not both? To ask this question, you might as well. You could get a better answer, an answer that's closer to the truth on this issue, if you ask the random guy at the gas station what he thinks about the Iranian internal conflict. The guy at the gas station is probably going to be like, I don't know what Ayatollah is. And he would probably tell you something closer to the truth than what Benjamin Netanyahu is going to say on Fox News. Okay? It is hilarious. Yeah, what do you think about the internal conflict? He's going to be like, oh, they're devastated. They're so scared. They're telling Trump all the time, please don't keep bombing our facilities. It will be devastating. That's what they keep saying to me.
You have more moderates. Do you believe there are moderates that would like a deal and a better Iran?
Well, I'm skeptical about the deal, and I say it openly, but the only way it would be achieved is if Iran understood these various factions there. I think they're not ideological factions as much as they...
Sean Hanjabadi is a fucking coward for ducking you. Sean Hanjabadi?
They differ on the assessment of how tough we are. That's it. Those who think that the president is very tough, and they should, they say, well, let's not confront this guy. And those who think, no, we can play America, they tend to be more demanding. But I think in the end, it's our resolve. It's our common resolve to make sure that Iran doesn't get nuclear bombs to threaten every American with. And I think the president is absolutely straight on this. And I really deeply respect him for that.
It seems like every time a deal seems somewhat imminent, those hardliners come in and they want to muddy up those waters and prevent that deal from ever happening. They'll attack ships in the Strait of Hormuz. They'll attack other countries in your region of the world, in the Middle East. They'll just find some way to muddy the waters. While I believe that the Iranian regime and the hardliners are evil, I don't believe they're stupid. They know you have an election. They know we have a midterm election. Why do I believe in my heart that they factor that in?
Well, if they do or not, they should know that if we are attacked, we'll respond with terrific force.
They've left you out of the last round of attacks.
Yeah.
Any reason, any theory why?
Because
they're scared. They're scared.
Because of what I've just said. But I'll tell you one other thing. Look at this regime today. It's attacking everybody in sight. It's attacking Saudi Arabia. It's attacking Kuwait. It's attacking Bahrain. It's attacking the UAE and others. It's attacking everything in sight, and it murdered and maimed tens of thousands of its own citizens. This is what this regime in Iran does today when it doesn't have nuclear weapons. Now imagine what they will do to the world if they had nuclear weapons. And that's what we have to make sure that we prevent. And I think we're so clear-minded about it. And I just respect our alliance and the common cause that we pursue. And I had to disappoint people who are looking for, who are looking for divisions among us, because the president and I see this eye to eye very strongly.
Sounds like a good meeting today.
It was.
I'm going to skip around a little bit because I'm going to tape a little bit more for the podcast. The International Criminal Court, you don't recognize.
You're going to have an international war criminal on your fucking podcast, and you won't have me on. You son of a bitch. Sean Hanjabity. You son of a fucking bitch. You're paywalling your goddamn conversation with a fucking international war criminal. God. How many war crimes do I have to commit?
We don't recognize it. Personally, I find a lot of these international organizations to be useless. The UN, I think, has been historically anti-American and anti-Semitic. I don't believe in the WEF. I'm not a fan of the Paris Accords, any of these globalist organizations. And
dude, what are you saying? You're not a fan of any of these globalist organizations? You're talking to Benjamin Netanyahu. Like, yeah. What do you think that is? What do you think is going on when you're having a conversation? Because like the way that the term globalism was initially deployed was literally a substitute for Jewish, right? So on that front, it's already a fucking idiotic thing to deploy. But if you're talking about like actual globalism, then yeah, what we're doing with Israel is globalism. That's what it is. Why else would you be interviewing the motherfucking leader of Israel? Is Israel in Terre Haute, Indiana? Is that what he's the fucking in charge of the local governance of? No, he's in fucking Tel Aviv.
they don't have any authority. And you've got this lunatic mayor in New York thinking you may get arrested if you go to New York, which will never happen.
Kaya. First of all, I'm going to New York.
Yeah.
Oh, this is the beast mode moment where it's like, oh, I'm going to New York. He can't stop me. Kaya's trying to get back in, but she can't, unfortunately, get back in. Hold on. I'm going to... 1 second. Oops. That's the wrong camera. Hold on.
Hello? What happened?
Yeah, I had to make way for the queen. Why don't you let her do coke? What makes you think I don't let her do coke? She protects you? Yeah.
I'd love to see her there when I go to the UN in September.
You know, I moved to Florida.
Well, you know, you can take...
Oh, he's not coming this time. He's going to come in September for the United Nations, he said. Dude, I feel like September is going to be a very different time. Remember, every day that Benjamin Netanyahu is around, every day, every upcoming day, Benjamin Netanyahu's popularity is diminishing. Okay? Every day that goes on, Benjamin Netanyahu becomes less popular. So don't know what he perceives he's going to be able to do in New York.
I'll come up. Yes.
You can come. You've come to Washington, so you
Yes.
can go there, but I'm definitely going there. I'm going to speak the truth in front of this. You know, there's just hate-spewing elected official who's pitting one group of New Yorkers against the others. He's turning them against New York Jews. I mean, what are we in the 19th?
It's really funny because Benjamin Netanyahu is objectively less popular amongst all Jews in America, and I suspect certainly New York Jews as well, than Zohran Mamdani is. We've already polled this. We know that Benjamin Netanyahu and AIPAC are far less popular than Zohran Mamdani amongst American Jews. It's so funny. He's like, no, you don't understand. This is really fucked up. He's being anti-Semitic. He's being anti-Semitic. He's being anti-Semitic by coming after me. One of the least popular figures in the world right now.
1930s? What is this? You know, so much hate, so many lies. And you know, the big lie is about the ICC, the International Criminal Court, so-called. That's a corrupt, evil organization. It had a prosecutor who issued arrest warrants against me and our former defense minister as war criminals, supposedly for starvation, starving the people of Gaza. We gave 1 million tons of food for them. But he decided to do that. And we didn't know. Why did he do that? He was going to come to Israel. And he said, you know, we shouldn't rush to judgment. Israel has an independent judiciary. And then, bam, on the day that he's supposed to come, he cancels the visit. We didn't know why. Turns out that a few days before that, his chief of staff said, you know, there's this female employee of yours that is going to charge you with sexual assault. And this corrupt prosecutor, his name is Karim Khan, he decided the only way he's going to get out of this is to do, forgive the expression, to do.
You know what's really funny about this, by the way? Oh, yemek geldi. You know what's really funny about this? This is an admission that... Peki, niye kötü? Niye? Ya saçmalamayın ya. Allah Allah bir şey yok. Allah Allah. Allah Allah. Tövbe estağfurullah. İnanamıyorum yani. 35 yaşında adamım ya. Okay, so one, as we talked about, the timeline of this, the events do not add up. One, Israel approved of Karim Khan, okay, initially, after they harassed Karim Ben-Suda for years and years and years. Israel found Karim Khan to be an acceptable substitute that would follow along Israel's interests. That's number one. Number two, the accusations came after he charged Bibi, so that's also bullshit. Number three, perhaps the funniest revelation here is that Benjamin Netanyahu's recognizing he's so deeply unpopular that people actually boost their profile by dunking on him. So even if like everything he said was real, even though it's not, even if what he even if what he was saying is real, even though it's not, it's very funny that the admission here is that he is just a deeply unpopular guy. Nobody fucking likes him. That's the admission here.
A con job on the international community. Let me bash Israel. Let me cancel my visit, cancel all the good things I said about Israel's judicial capacity, and let's be careful about rushing to judgment. Rush to judgment, accuse the Prime Minister of Israel with war crimes, and that way I'll be protected by the anti-Israel crowd that populates the international court and a lot of these international institutions. Well, guess what happened? Another female employee came out, also charged him with sexual assault, and he's been removed, he's been fired. So he thought, you know, if I issue these charges, I'll be safe. Well, he issued the charges and he's not safe. But it still shows you how corrupt,
it's corrupt.
How corrupt and how vile this international court is.
But it scares me in this sense for you. You travel internationally.
Yep.
God forbid you had a medical emergency and you need to land. And you're about to land in a country that recognizes the ICC. It could complicate things. Do you worry about that?
Yeah, I think about it. You know, we have special forces around. You know, I served with them for 5 years.
No, the IDF is pretty tough. They have a very tough reputation.
Let's give them a new task. You know,
he literally openly admits that he has forces. Like he has his own military operating on U.S. soil. Which country gets to say that? Which country gets to say, oh, I got my, try to come after me. I have my own military. I will literally fucking illegally wage war on U.S. soil against the American police officers if it ever came down to that. Let me tell you one country who can't do that. Estonia. Okay? Certainly not Estonia. I'll tell you that. Certainly not Lithuania. Doesn't work like that for anybody else. One country on the world gets to do that. What about Singapore? Nope, not Singapore. Not the beautiful city-state of Singapore.
Yeah, of course. It's the corruption of the international system. It's an unelected bureaucracy that sits in The Hague that could arrest American soldiers because you don't recognize this corrupt body any more than we do. And they could say that the President of the United States is a war criminal, that American soldiers valiantly fighting next to us, shoulder to shoulder against the tyranny in Tehran, that they're war criminals. They could pick them up.
The 45,000 dead Iranians that were killed by the Iranian leadership, were they ever charged?
No, of course not. They don't charge them. They don't charge Hezbollah. They don't charge all these other terror programs. Yeah, supposedly they charge Hamas, but a guy who's already dead.
Yeah.
You know. So no,
you killed him.
It's one big fake.
All right, thanks for watching. Check out my new podcast, Hanging Out with me, Sean Hannity. The big interviews, the debates you won't get anywhere else. Like and subscribe for new episodes every Tuesday and Thursday.
Breaking news at 11. A new Marquette Law School poll shows Francesca.
Hongmentum is real, ladies and gentlemen. Hongmentum is alive. It's well. Oh my God, a second poll has hit. Wisconsin.
Hahn expanding her lead in the Democratic primary for Wisconsin governor. A new poll for 407 Democratic primary voters was conducted between July 22nd and July 27th. It shows Hahn with 38% support. That's more than double former Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes, who's at 16%. Milwaukee County Executive David Crowley, who re-entered the race about 2 weeks ago, has 7%. Meanwhile, Joel Brennan and Kelda Royce each have 2%. More than a third of Democratic primary voters, 34%, are still undecided.
Welcome to Wisconsin, which is the biggest test yet of the Democratic Socialist brand. Here, that's Francesca Hong leading in the limited polling, but the only Democrat who actually beats the presumed nominee on the Republican side is Mandela Barnes. So this is a classic electability contest, and the question really is, can somebody win in a moderate battleground state like this in the way that Zoran Mondami won in New York? Here's what voters told me.
Yes. It should give the Republican a better chance. We should have nothing to do with Democrat socialists whatsoever. The country has no room for it, no anti-capitalism. We just don't believe in that. That's not America. I think a couple of the Democrat candidates who don't poll well are probably stronger because they're more midline.
I'm still watching the Democratic primary side of things. I was a big Mandela Barnes supporter, the last time around. Not for governor, but Hong has really caught my attention. I mean, she seems to have the momentum right now and the actual bluegrass groundswell support going on. So that's very interesting to me. I think that a lot of people are looking around now, especially younger people, and saying, well, if this is capitalism, it isn't working. So if it's not working for me, maybe they're going to be open to something else.
I'm voting for Francesca Hong. I mean, it seems like everything now that's been happening in the country for, since 2016, and in the state, what they're trying to do around the governor's office isn't working. I don't want to pay taxes so some rich person can get a tax break, and some person I walk by in the street is starving and can't feed their kids in the morning when they go to school. That's what I would like, and that's what Francesca Hong talks about.
13 days until Election Day here in Wisconsin.
And today we have a new snapshot into the race for governor just hours.
The first guy was so funny. The first guy is so funny because it's not representative. The polls show that it's not representative. That attitude is just doesn't share that attitude with fucking 40+% of the base.
After our exclusive primetime Democratic debate, political director Matt Smith is back to break down those new numbers. Matt.
All right, guys, it is all in a new Marquette poll and a widening lead for Francesca Hong, the Democratic Socialist in this Democratic primary. Let's bring in Charles Franklin, the director of the Marquette Law School poll. You are a busy man, 2 weeks, 2 polls. What is the revelation in this brand new poll out today?
I think the big headline is that Hong has expanded her lead from where it was a week ago to 38% now from 26% last week. And if you put in the people who lean to a candidate, that goes up to 46%. She's up across the board in every demographic.
So as we look at this, yes, there are 34% undecided, but this is a 22-point lead now between the #1 candidate and the #2 candidate. The other three, David Crowley, Joel Brennan, Kelda Royce, all in single digits. We're less than 2 weeks out. Can any of these candidates catch up to, or at least what we're seeing from this snapshot?
What I think is lacking on the folks that aren't for Hong is that they've not consolidated around anyone. Mandela Barnes is consistently in second place, but fairly distant second, and Crowley in third place, again, a good ways behind Barnes. So if there was a chance for the other candidates to sort of get a new competitor, I haven't seen that happening in these data. We just don't see anybody making a big move up except for Francesca Hong.
You went into the poll because of all the chaos in this primary. The Lieutenant Governor, Sarah Rodriguez, getting out, David Crowley getting back in with the endorsement of Governor Tony Evers. And you asked people about it.
It's so funny. I mean, Francesca is obviously a phenomenal campaigner. Regardless, she has a great platform. It's been captivating to the people of Wisconsin. Regardless, she's been the front runner from the jump pretty much, even with the limited amount of polling that was available early on. A big part of that is the ground game, which is also part of the reason why I think this will be even more successful in red states as well, because there's not enough infra in these areas. There's not I guess, a well-oiled, well-established machine. I mean, Wisconsin Democrats are a well-oiled, well-established machine, ironically enough, and yet they've still flailed around. So That's also part of the reason why I think like this kind of candidacy could be successful in red states too. But we obviously have to establish a stronger foothold in purple states and swing states. Wisconsin being one. I don't even consider Michigan to be a swing state, but Michigan I see as only becoming a swing state due to the establishment incompetence. However, Wisconsin will no longer be a 50-50 state after this election. It will be a blue state with a trifecta, and you will see. Mark my fucking words. That's number one. Number two, even like what's been really funny is the establishment has also, for some strange reason, been caught flat-footed here. Even if they were more organized from the start, it would still like Francesca Hong would still pose a significant threat to their interests and would probably still win. But the very fact that they were also just like utterly incompetent, making these sorts of moves day in, day out, that only boosted Francesca Hong for some strange reason, not consolidating the field early on, consolidating the field for a candidate whose campaign collapsed publicly, then bringing back Crowley, who was already unpopular enough that he had to drop out initially, with a Evers endorsement. It's amazing. Like, even if they were better organized, Francesca Hong would still win, but they've been a disaster as well.
I guess people are starting to pay attention because they had heard about this endorsement, right?
62% said they'd heard about it, and 36% said it made them more likely to vote for Crowley. But that didn't mean they all voted for Crowley. Crowley is only at 7%, not 36% say more likely. The key here is that Democrats like Tony Evers a whole lot, 89% job approval. But that doesn't mean they're going to leave the candidate they were supporting to go in the direction he's suggesting.
And we're going to talk about the debate in a second, but first this undecided number, this 34%. There isn't a guarantee that these people are going to go out and vote and back a candidate, is there, at this point?
Less than 2 weeks to go, and you're still undecided. That's a pretty good suggestion that maybe you're just not into this race and you'll sit it out.
Yeah.
When we ask people if you had to choose, what would you do? That number goes down to 14% undecided or unwilling to lean. So there's still some room for fluid movement there, but it's pretty small. And when you do discount for who won't show up, it's probably certainly smaller than 34, down in that 14 range or even less.
This poll was in the field before last night's debate. I'm curious your takeaways from what you saw the candidates on the stage. This was the only time all.
Do I prefer Mélenchon or Zohran Mamdani? Mélenchon.
We hear it.
It's not even a question. Jean-Luc Mélenchon is probably my favorite politician in the West, even more than Claudia Sheinbaum. As far as whose outward policies are closer to mine, he has no power, which is why he's radical. There's no world where if he were to get power that he wouldn't follow through on his agenda. Also, okay, Zoran has limited power. I wish I could convince the French to vote for him in the second round. Zoran was way more radical, but he moderated. Zoran has never in his entire career been as radical as Jean-Luc Mélenchon. I just really like Mélenchon. Chatter has no idea what the political scene is in France. Yeah, I know for a fact that they see him as too old, too crazy, too angry. They think he's pro-Russia. It's like a lot of the shit that people say about me, they say about him in France, and it sucks. I wish the French were a little bit more organized and a little bit more radical, but it's clear that the only opportunity that Mélenchon has is if he can consolidate power on the left flank, and the entirety of the left flank, with the exception of LFI, basically exists to rat fuck guys like Mélenchon. Mbappe will never endorse him. That's never going to happen. He has great policies, but he's not great as a politician. He's an old cranky asshole, kind of like Bernie, but that's not novel to them like it was here. He is far, far more aggressive than Bernie Sanders is too. But yeah, the French don't like that. Yes, the French like a more softer touch, I guess. I don't fucking understand it. But yeah, he's not like Bernie being old and cranky for the most part shows consistency, shows integrity. But Mélenchon being crankier than Bernie, let's be real, and far more radical in his positions than Bernie, have only led to people thinking he's too He's too angry, too old, too cranky to fucking consolidate power around him. Wemby wouldn't endorse Mélenchon either. Guys, what are you talking about? All of these like superstar athletes, like I love Wemby, but let's be real. He like Wemby also is like, oh, I don't like the far left. Nothing to the too far left, nothing to the too far right. You know, we have to find something different. They don't like Macron. Here, okay, I will tell you, the normie French attitude demonstrated by Wemby, demonstrated by a lot of young progressives, is Mélenchon is far too angry, far too cranky, far too left. And of course, the nationalists are out of the question. They're insane. They're racist, la raciste. But they also don't like Macron. So they say the left is too far left, the right is too far right, and everything in the center is shit. That's what I've heard from French normies. Why is Mélenchon more radical than Sanders and Zoran? I think Jean-Luc Mélenchon would pull out of NATO. Yeah. He is the only French leader that would reinstate French sovereignty. And yes, it wouldn't be the first time for France, obviously. But I think he would be the only French leader that has any viability that's even remotely serious that would reinstate French sovereignty. All of the other French leadership is they're puppets to America.
Every election night, the socialists are on the rise. And what does that mean for the leftist takeover of the Democratic Party? And to some extent, that's true. There have been big wins by progressives in Democratic primaries all across the country. But the subject of my new Substack is about how I think you should think about it a little differently. And actually, the story in the primaries since the 2024 election is, to me, that the moderates are collapsing and the establishment wing can't get itself together. I mean, think about the candidates they put up in these elections. Andrew Cuomo in New York City, Janet Mills in Maine, whatever's going on in the Wisconsin governor's primary right now. All of these created a void that progressives have been able to step in, but you can't tell one story without the other. Check out my new Substack on this topic at The Midterms Actually. We hear it every election night. The socialists are on the rise. And what does that mean?
Okay, Ested. You clocked it. Yeah. The National Party and its establishment have never been more out of step with its voters. It's all because of Israel, Medicare for all, and data centers. They won't keep underestimating us after this primary cycle. We must be extra disciplined going into 2028. And the irony, of course, is they see the defeats that they're experiencing. And instead of trying to, and this is good for us, this is advantageous for us, the Democratic Party's center of power falling asleep at the wheel after years and years of incompetence is good for us. This will be the easiest, in some ways, this will be the easiest cycle to make as much impact as possible. The next cycle, either we will have to be completely ready to dominate, or they will have far stronger defenses. Because for decades, they've been able to eat off the, they've been able to eat good off of the bullshit ass like pivot to the center electability arguments, and that caused them that basically made them never really try to put forward strong candidates, never really force them to try and you know change what they're doing. What would stronger defenses look like? Better candidates in general. Anyway, my point is this. In some ways, this is going to be the easiest cycle for us, for the insurgency. But in other ways, it is the most difficult one because we don't have the numbers yet. But slowly but surely, we've been able to build a strong movement that is mobilizing. First, it's Zoran Mamdani. Then it's the DSA slate. Then it's Chris Rabb. Then the DSA slate in New York City. And these candidates that win keep feeding into one another, right? Chris Rabb is all over the country. Adam Hamawi is all over the country. Then it's Melot Quiros. And, with Melot Quiros, you had Claire Valdez and Daria Liza also phone banking for Melot. Now, we're sending all of those winners to every other market. This is how we establish a organized front. The excitement carries on to other races. You know what I mean? So think about it this way. With 2028, we will have a far stronger set of talent, a far stronger set of talent that we can mobilize in the direction of newcomers. That's what's big. That is what we are, that's what we're looking to build here, okay? However, the establishment will inevitably have to recognize their failures and will do their very best to try to design better talent. They will adopt our talking points with no real intent to follow through on that agenda. You see a version of this already. We've seen a version of this in 2020 with Bernie Sanders. Kamala Harris was the pro-Medicare for all candidate. I still remember, many of you might have been too young, but I still remember people coming up to me and being like, Hasan, how dare you? Kamala Harris has a more progressive track record in Senate than Bernie Sanders does. They would sincerely tell me this, like as though Kamala Harris was going to be a fucking Medicare for all advocate. And we saw a version of that last night. All of the establishment candidates were basically copy-pasting Francesca Hong's platform. First, they will oppose us and they'll say our ideals are too crazy, too radical. Then they'll recognize that those ideals are actually not radical at all. They're very popular, as a matter of fact. They're a key towards winning races. They adopt those ideals in the phoniest way possible in order to become a more significant threat and maybe even dupe the voters into voting for these establishment Democrats, only to maintain the same do-nothing posture. There are, of course, certain advantages in this for us, because as it stands currently, while the candidates that I've propped up are in favor of an arms embargo to Israel, this is far from the commonplace position amongst the Israel-critical Democratic flank. So the more they adopt our talking points, the more they say, oh, I say no to AIPAC. Oh, I oppose AIPAC. Oh, I oppose aid to Israel. Yesterday they said they oppose AIPAC funds. Today they say, I'm opposing aid to Israel. Tomorrow they might even recognize the Israeli occupation and apartheid. Okay? The more they push, the more we push to arrive at a closer position to justice and equity. You understand? Jay Shriek comes out and says, oh, you know, the position to cut aid to Israel is now appropriate. Now we're allowing our candidates to actually push for that. Okay, that's not enough. Do you recognize the Israeli apartheid? Do you recognize the Israeli occupation? Do you want to end and abolish that apartheid, that occupation? Are you willing to commit to an arms embargo? Are you willing to commit to sanctions to hold Israel accountable? Are you willing to hold Israel accountable? So there's still plenty of room to grow. You understand? This is a Stevens event. This is the Lansing Regional Chamber inside of the Insurance Capital boardroom. And the first question she's asked is about outside expenditures. First question for Representative Stevens at this Lansing Chamber event is about super PACs and corporation spending in the U.S. Senate race. Oh my Lord, she's so fucked. This is a conversation she does not want to be having with this audience. It's not just a Stevens event, it's a corporate Stevens event. Yes. This is the last room where this kind of question is supposed to be asked of Haley Stevens. So if they're asking this shit.
You know, I am not getting self-enriched while I'm running for office. My opponent, hundreds of thousands of people voted in this race, and maybe
someone's got to give me a better video of this, like the C-SPAN footage, please. Someone send me the C-SPAN footage of this. I want to watch it. Clearly the RNC has it. This is impossible to understand. I wonder if you polled Americans, how many would you think the Chamber of Commerce was a part of the government? I mean, we can poll this chat and it would be 90%. Probably 90% of this chat thinks Chamber of Commerce is a part of the government. What is this? Did you see this? The tide has definitely shifted.
You learn? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm ready. Cappuccino? Yes, sir. Starbucks? Yes, sir. What does that mean? What next? Should I suck off Benjamin Netanyahu? I don't support that. Netanyahu directly. Disgusting. Oh my God. Get inside, y'all. Good. That's good, right? Bro, we're missing a member, bro. You guys ordered Starbucks still?
It is kind of wild that this dude wouldn't publicly sign on to a pro-Palestine charity in 2023, or I believe in the early 2024. The situation has evolved so much since then. It's so over for Israel. It's crazy. Like, that's a fucking AT&T sponsored, Red Bull sponsored streamer who like very clearly tries to be as corporate friendly as possible. If he's making BDS Starbucks jokes about sucking off Benjamin Netanyahu with that level of ease, the normie attitude on this has shifted so much. The Overton window has shifted so much. It's ironic because Starbucks is one of those that like caught a stray, and there's plenty of other reasons why you should oppose Starbucks, but it's not even like the most significant element. It's not even a part of the actual BDS list any longer, I don't think. But people still hate it. Maybe you'll get the Streamer Games invite next year, but that's probably not going to happen, let's be real. But maybe. One can always hope. Yeah, I don't think AT&T will ever fuck with me.
Veteran, you know, asked me if he was still going to get his benefit check from the VA. A fully...
Where is the part where they ask her about outside expenditures? I think it's like right when she sits down, right?
A federal taxpayer. I will tell you, rescue, I also worked because I don't just need, you know, which was place, you know, Economic Development Administration. You know, there's a really talented one in this race. Nationalize our elections, redraw congressional district lines that are held by black members of Congress weeks before elections take place. I was in the Capitol on January 6th, all right? Now, I'm such a nerd, I looked it up. Did the markets move? Not much. You know, our Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, she brought us back into the chamber. We voted to confirm the elections, and
I fuck with you heavily because you're not taking all these sponsors and staying brand friendly. Ludwig showed how subs and views went downhill for him after the coworker gate and Kaya gate. Yeah, I don't know why he just like came out of the gate swinging like that. Only to then turn around and be like, actually, my bad. I don't think that's what happened. Making 0 people happy in the process. You know, sometimes you sit on the fence and the fence shoves itself into you. Made AT&T happy? Dude, AT&T has nothing to do with... AT&T can demand a blacklisting of me from their events, but that doesn't mean that AT&T is like, you need to fucking lean into this like this growing movement that declared Hasan to be a dog abuser. What are you, crazy? No, I think he was just doing it because everyone constantly harasses him still to this day. And they kept harassing him. They said like, he's my dog, that I abuse him like I abuse Kaya. And he just wanted to probably just like cut through that noise to be like, I don't fuck with this guy. I don't like this guy. It was a shock to me as well, but it certainly didn't stop people from still shitting on him all the time. It is what it is. But yeah. This is unfortunately a thing that happens so much in this space, and people just like feed into it. A lot of large content creators feed into it, the mass harassment. But I think his overall politics have always been pretty decent, even if some of his instincts are a little bit fearful. Adam Friedland, Don Lemon, your true rivals? Yes, my real rivals. You may have lost a friend, but you gained a coworker that day? True. I mean, look, at the end of the day, I far prefer a cordial relationship with someone like Ludwig than one that is born out of unbelievable antagonism that you see every day and mass harassment campaigns that take place with Asmongold, or antagonism born out of the way XQC treats the mere mention of my name with regular frequency. So I don't expect people in this sphere to do anything but keep it cordial.
you.
I'm going to start with Steve. Our good friend Charlie.
Hi, Charlie.
Thanks for being here.
Oh my gosh,
I'm a junior at MSU. So.
Awesome.
First question. Again, I'm going to repeat. This is a unique environment, an unexpected environment for this question to be the first fucking question.
Just a quick question. So, throughout your campaign, some questions about campaign finances have
come
up. So, you've received like tens of millions of dollars from corporations and super PACs such as AIPAC and other super PACs.
Yeah.
Your opponents kind of challenge you on that, and especially some Democratic voters who are shifting more progressive. Like, what's your thoughts on that? And what's
Well, look, that's such a good question. Yeah. And, you know, I think there's a reason why Governor Whitmer, Senator Stabenow, Senator Peters are endorsing me in this race, because I'm fundraising, you know, in the exact way that they always did. You know, there's some deep frustrations that I think all of us share. We're that swing state now, you know, with all these darn tootin', you know, monies coming in from campaign committees and the party committees and things along those lines. But it's really important to recognize, you know, the record. You know, I am not lip service. I am not slogans. I want to overhaul our system. I'm the only person in this race who has an A grading from End Citizens United. I have a record of, you know, taking on this dark money. And in fact, I'm also the only person in this race who isn't a multimillionaire, right? And part of the frustration folks have is the only...
I like that there is no answer to the question, but 0 answers to the actual direct question. 1 darn tootin'. Respect. I like that she dropped a darn tootin' in there, but she couldn't drop a fucking, you know, serious response to that serious question. By the end of this, you'll hear a you betcha.
Focus of my work, and part of I think why you're maybe asking this good question, is my only focus is people in here in Michigan. You know, I'm out knocking doors and I'm hearing from folks in the neighborhood, Hazel Park, and these great parents, they're sending their...
Notice the method, by the way. Increase the Yooper accent. Immediately pivot back to endorsements of Michigan politicians. She started off with that. She literally turned around and was like, notice how, you know, I'm fundraising in the same way that Gretchen Whitmer did. I'm fundraising in the same way that Gary Peters did. Well, okay. First of all, that's not true. They didn't get as much money from AIPAC. No one else has ever gotten as much money from AIPAC as you have. And then immediately hit some yokel fucking language, tuned it up, and then pivoted back to Abdul, pivoted back to how much she cares about Michigan. No answer to the question. There is no reason for me or anyone else in that room to assume that that wasn't a sincere question. That's not an attack question. This is a campaign event with the Chamber of Commerce. These are business owners. And she's not delivering a convincing response to them. This is supposed to be like, you know, a real heart-to-heart.
2 kids to Michigan State, and they tell me about their issue, you know, of how they don't qualify for financial aid, even though dad still has student loan debt himself. And they made too much money as parents, right? You know, both UAW workers made too much money. And I took that right back to my office and wrote a bill to close that loophole. That's how I do my work. So, you know, in terms of the, you know, ways in which people want to pull at differences, you know, Abdul in this race also has a super PAC, you know, that his father-in-law funds, that has actually, I don't have any complaints, you know, violations. His super PAC, millions of dollars in it, same thing, you know, but I don't know, okay, I get, you know, maybe there's something, you know, if we have questions about these deals, but his has an FEC violation, whereas mine does not, you know, but I'm not into this tear people down. You know, I am proud of my record, I'm proud of what I'm standing for, and I'm proud of why I am running for this seat. You know, I didn't think it was something that was just going to be handed, right? You got to come out and earn it. You got to meet the people. Well, let me tell you, you know, last year, a fully paralyzed veteran, you know, asked me if he was still going to get his benefit check from the VA. A fully paralyzed veteran, you know, and this is because of Elon Musk with a chainsaw. And Charlie, I could have stayed comfortable. Yeah, I have this house seat. I love it. You know, I love doing the work. I've worked hard for it. I've been winning my general elections by 20 points. This state, your future, what you are inheriting, you know, as a young man here in this quarter 21st century mark, we do need to do campaign finance reform. We do need the Democrat who's going to beat Mike Rogers. Every poll shows that I'm in the best and strongest place to do it. That guy, you know, he's not going to lift a finger on this front. He's going to continue along with the Elon way of doing things. So, you know, I totally appreciate, you know, you.
That's crazy. Yeah. And then wrapping it up with saying Abdul's insufficient as a fighter and also banging on the fucking table to show that she is a real fighter. Classic. Classic Haley. Look, I'm sick and tired of this shtick. I'll be honest with you. I think it's deployed strategically. I think it's a way for her to basically avoid. It's a way for her to posture as like a oh, I'm just goofy, don't you know? And she uses a deflection technique. It's growing old on me, and it's annoying. She filibusters like a senator. Let me tell you that. Haley Stevens meets a voter.
How'd you know I'm Jewish?
Volunteer.
What?
I know how much you guys love Israel, almost as much as me. And on behalf of you, the Jewish people, I will fight for Israel. That's a little Hebrew.
I asked about health care. I don't really care about Israel.
Israel doesn't come to you in your dreams, but it's your indigenous homeland.
I'm from Grand Rapids.
That's anti-Semitic.
What are you doing to make healthcare more affordable for Michiganders? Your opponent's proposing universal healthcare.
Israel has universal health care.
So can we have that?
No, we can't afford that. We gotta be pragmatic and send money to Israel for their health care. It's the Michigan way.
The Michigan way? Is that even a saying?
I love Israel more than any place on earth.
More than Michigan?
Let me check with AIPAC. You betcha. Anyway, you were talking about Israel?
No.
Well, you should be. You're not safe here in Michigan. Israel is the only safe place for Jews.
Watch this. This is one of her clips.
You better believe in the U.S. Senate, I will continue to fight for the people of Israel with a little bit of joy, a little bit of enthusiasm, and a little bit of stick it to them. And by them, I mean the Palestinian children.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy because this is one of those moments where, like, you can't do it justice. You can't be satirical. You can't outmatch her quirk. She is way goofier IRL. I mean, this alone is just this clear as any satire.
What gives? Israel comes to me in my dreams.
That's it. There's nothing. You can't out satire that. That's insane. New, more perfect union with Abdul.
Abolish ICE. I have a hard time with that.
I know that Medicare for all would be very difficult. Why is now the time?
Does he support the continued existence of Jews in Israel-Palestine?
All eyes are on Michigan, where Abdul al-Sayed is on the verge of a massive upset in the Senate Democratic primary, campaigning on issues that were previously deemed too radical.
I'm running on three things: money out of politics, money in your pocket, Medicare for all.
The argument against him is, as usual, about electability.
The electability issue, that is really the central question here.
The establishment pick is Haley Stevens, who's backed by over $30 million from AIPAC.
No one wants Abdul to win more than the Republicans. They think that they can beat him in November.
But in an era where an increasing number of Americans feel politically homeless, what does electability actually mean?
I have a lot of concerns with the Democratic Party.
I feel scared to call myself a Democrat.
I no longer consider myself either a Republican or a Democrat.
And can a progressive agenda really win in a purple state like Michigan?
What's my coalition? It's people who are sick and tired of being sick and tired.
We gathered voters with diverse political views to put al-Sayed's message to the test.
I come from a fourth-generation auto worker family. A lot of what we hear from Democrats is like a lot of lip service, when in actuality they don't really follow through on anything that they really say.
I am a service-disabled veteran. I would previously describe myself politically as more Republican-leaning.
I have voted Republican in the past. I feel like the mainstream media is very biased.
Dude, I don't understand people. I just don't. I don't understand people. Like, I don't know how. I mean, good. I'm glad that these guys are Abdul curious, but I just literally cannot comprehend. Like, if I see people like this in broad daylight, I would never expect them to be like, yeah, I voted for Republicans in the past. Like, to me, that is like your worldview must be so incoherent. Every damn day, I've been doing this job for 13 years. And every damn day I meet another median voter and it makes me want to kill myself. I don't understand how you have survived so far. I just don't get it. I mean, great. I'm glad that they're seeing the light. I'm glad that they are seeing the light. I'm glad that they're Abdul curious. This is awesome. I just don't fucking understand it. I will never understand it.
I do respect a lot of the independent journalists, including Tucker Carlson.
My political views have evolved over time.
Donald Trump did visit Dearborn, and he said that we will try his best to end wars in the Middle East. He accepted his, pledge.
Have you ever voted for a Republican?
Yes, many times. More often than Democrat.
Hey, everybody. How are you? So good to see you guys. Alexis, nice to meet you. Ibrahim, how are you? Very nice to meet you.
Thank you so much for taking the time to be out.
No, the craziest part about this is these guys aren't incoherent. We are more incoherent than they are. Or incoherent is not the right word for this, but like, we are not the norm. They are. Okay? I need you to lock in and understand that, unfortunately, guys like this unironically are more commonplace than you would think. Part of that is obviously the fault of the Democratic Party, which I have routinely railed against for this reason, because the Democrats are seen as unserious, out of touch, corporate-backed elitists who are very smug, and all they care about is a fake woke posture that they try to deploy against their left flank with regular frequency and try to deploy against their right flank from time to time to, limited success. Do you understand? That is part of the reason why these guys are always lost in the sauce. Obviously, if there was better party branding, if there was a better understanding of what the Democratic Party stood for, if people actually saw what the Democratic Party sincerely stood for, and that was a policy prescription that centered the working class, that focused on improving the existing social safety nets, that didn't shy away from issues because it might not come across as super popular at first, right? Like if they had conviction, if the Democratic Party had moral conviction and they demonstrated it all the time, then these people would be less confused about where they belong politically. Abdul al-Sayed in this video, I suspect, is going to show that reality because he has very clear moral convictions, whether it be on the issue of Israel-Palestine or whether it be on where he stands on the issue of healthcare. He defines himself. He defines his own policies. He is not definable by the opposition for that reason. This is a real strength in theoretical democracy. So guys like this that otherwise would look to every politician and be like, I don't really know what they're for. I think Democrats are for gay shit, which is fine, but I don't really care about it as much, and for nothing else. And the Republicans are, a little bit crazy, but also at the same time, they're going to cut taxes, and that's good. And they're going to be strong on security. They're going to be strong on national security. They're going to be strong on crime. That is the reason why these people are constantly lost in the sauce. Okay? I do not fault the voter. I fault the system. I do not fault the voter, even though sometimes the voter will make me want to kill myself.
Yeah, really appreciate you.
Let's begin with Medicare for All, because that is one of the most important issues in this race.
I went to medical school, and I've spent a lot of time thinking about the system. Wrote a whole book on it, and ultimately realized that the biggest challenge is not making the math work. The biggest challenge is not architecting the system. The biggest challenge is creating the political will to get there. I want you to imagine that next to your insurance card, you had another card, and that card was your Medicare card. It came to you the day you were born, and it didn't matter if you turned 26 or...
I'll be honest, I'll start blaming the voters when there's a clear-cut, discernible platform that is unbelievably good for the working class, and the voters still oppose it because they're just reactionary babies, okay? That's when I'll start blaming the voters. Because the reason why a lot of establishment Democrats blame the voters is because, I guess, from their calculation, the Democratic Party currently presents a fantastic policy platform that they do not oppose. I will start blaming the voters when we have puppies for everyone versus infinite diarrhea. Because right now we have vomiting every Thursday to infinite diarrhea, and people are choosing infinite diarrhea at times or choosing not to be a part of vomit every Thursday. If we get to a position in American politics where it's puppies for everyone versus infinite diarrhea and people still choose infinite diarrhea, then I'll fucking start blaming the voters. You understand?
Or get married, or get divorced, or get a job, or lose a job, that you could get healthcare with it. That's what Medicare for All is.
My uncle, he had a precarious healthcare situation, and he put off getting treatment for a while, and he ended up passing away from stomach cancer. I just think that really goes to show how far gone the system stands as it is right now.
Most people just put off having to do anything because the financial burden of actually getting the healthcare you need is more anxiety-provoking than the possibility of being very sick. Now, the current system that we live under allows all of the corporations who make money off of our healthcare system to spend money to elect people who will then turn around and protect the industry. And they've, in effect, manufactured a bipartisan consensus that tells us we can't have guaranteed healthcare through Medicare for All. This is the question I always get. But doctor, how are you gonna pay for it? Just remember, we already pay for it. Every single dollar that goes to the back pocket of an insurance CEO, every single dollar that goes to a pharmaceutical company, every single dollar comes from where? One of our pockets. Every single one. And because you don't have to worry about that health insurance CEO's exorbitant salary, now all of a sudden the overhead off that system goes down. That's the vision of Medicare for All. We could have it if we actually were willing to fight for it.
My name is Lena Saad. I'm a clinical pharmacist. There's one patient that was not able to afford her oral therapy at the time, and we relied on giving her samples that we would get from drug companies, and I would literally take it and drive it to her on my way home. So how can we incorporate the pharmaceutical aspect into Medicare for All as well?
So one of the most important things we could do is negotiate prescription drug prices. Medicare becomes the buyer of all prescription drugs on behalf of all of us. And so it can use its power purchasing on behalf of the 350 million people in this country to start bringing those rates down. Here's the other crazy thing about pharma. Almost every pharmaceutical that has come to market in the last decade has had its roots in NIH-funded research. You know who paid for that? We did. Then some private company comes and buys the rights to this thing. Then they get to sell it back to the taxpayer at a ridiculous rate. I mean, that's insane to me.
My mom's from Canada originally, and it seems like the motive there is to keep the people healthy.
Clinical pharmacists voting fucking Republican is insane. I know. Brother, I don't understand.
So what we really want is prevention. I'll be honest with you. I actually agree with Maha on a lot of things. Most people are like, wait, what? They're right about a lot of the problems. The solutions are batshit crazy, but they're right about a lot of the problems. I think we need to stop selling huge amounts of ultra-processed foods in ways that have us subsidizing them via a whole bunch of programs, when what we really want is people to be eating healthy foods in the first place, right? Like in our current system, let's be clear, a lot of people make a lot of money off of people getting sick.
I've been working for Ford Motor Company for 31 years now. I've had it nice being a UAW member that I've had health insurance my entire career. I find myself as a parent of a child with autism. I'm coming towards the end of my career. So that's one of my biggest fears, where the care will be in place for him. I typically hold more libertarian views on.
Look at him, ultra instinct. Republican UAW member is wild too? No, it's not, dude. So many rank and filers are fucking reactionary. It's fine. I mean, it's not fine. Obviously, these labor unions should probably be doing a lot more political education. But again, it still goes back to the party in some ways. It goes back to the years and years of embedded corruption and nepotism that existed within the UAW. This is pre-Sean Fain. So, you know, that's going to take a long time to fucking fix. But ultimately, rank and filers are always going to be, you know, all over the place with their politics. And in the past, the reason why they were much more organized and voted consistently as a bloc was because it was, you know, there was more motion from the Democrats on trade protectionism, for example. There is nothing funnier to me, but also nothing that shows, that proves that economic populism, left economic populism, is the way forward than a fucking libertarian labor union member. Okay? Do you understand? That's my point. It's proving my point, which is, are you going to put money in my fucking pocket? You're going to put more money in my pocket? Fuck yeah, I'm a part of a labor union. Doesn't matter that I'm a libertarian. That's the trade-off. No one has ideological consistency when it comes to money in your motherfucking pocket, okay? They will always go for, what will you do for me? Will I benefit from this? Because everyone is inherently self-interested, okay? Those devoid of empathy need a different line of argumentation, one that revolves around how you or your candidates are going to be able to help improve their material circumstances. Honest question, why do you think libertarianism is incompatible with labor union participation? Yeah, I don't think he's a fucking anarcho-syndicalist, chatter. This is an American we're talking about who has voted for the Republican Party consistently, more than he's voted for the Democrats. You think he's a Chomskyan anarcho-syndicalist, you think? Yeah, he's a libsock, dude. He's a libertarian socialist, actually. He's literally about to start talking about how, you know, it's his anti-imperialist framework that helped him arrive at libertarian socialism as the real solution. He's going to tell us all about how libertarianism means something entirely differently in political theory as opposed to what it means in America. Yeah, he's like, I'm not just a part of the UAW. I'm an IWW member.
Something like this. So would we be doing like a single payer system?
It would be single payer. And what I want is that the government basically guarantees your health insurance. And that allows the healthcare providers to go out and say, look, if I can provide a better service, then I should win more patients. But it shouldn't be that your health insurance says, no, here's who's in network and here's who's out of network. So you're going to go here and you're going to like it. And I think there's a couple of pieces that we need to institutionalize. Number one, the governance of this system can't just change on a dime because you have a new president, right? And so the governance would have to live somewhere similar to the kind that we offer in the Fed, right? So the governance would have to sit under but separate from the executive branch in a certain way. We're the richest, most powerful country in the history of the world. And, we fight wars for no reason. But whenever we talk about providing healthcare, everyone's like, well, I don't know if we could do it. Well, it's a choice. These are policy choices. I would rather not spend $1 trillion on war. I'd rather spend
Yeah, resident union trucker. It is not chatter. We've had 6 out of 10 UPS Teamsters vote for Trump. Yet if you tell them we're losing our healthcare and pensions and contributions next contract, we could not only be striking, but there'd be guys ready to kill for it. Yeah. At the end of the day, unions are not about left politics, right politics. It's just about what is fair. Okay? Bare minimum floor for what is fair. It's just about a way of establishing power in your workplace. Okay? That's number one. Number two, unions were about left politics for the longest time. It's just not that any longer. And there is a lack of political education within most labor unions, unfortunately. That's part of the reason. But if there's more political representation, if we got more people like Claire Valdez, for example, again, shout out to UAW, you will have more political education within the union infrastructure as well.
That money on healthcare and schools and infrastructure.
The U.S. relationship with Israel has become a flashpoint in this race.
The question about Israel isn't about the theoretical right to exist of a country that exists. The question about Israel is, do they have a right?
I'm in Florida, IBEW, and a lot of Republicans. I mean, IBEW has a lot of Republicans in general, not just in Florida.
To our tax dollars.
AIPAC is spending $30 million to defeat El Sayed, its largest single race investment ever.
Radical for Michigan, too radical for the U.S. Senate.
And his opponent, Haley Stevens, has made her commitment to Israel very clear.
Hello from Israel! Will continue to those existence.
But most voters believe the U.S. is too supportive of Israel, according to a recent AP poll. So will El Sayed's message actually get him more votes in Michigan?
As a U.S. Senator, how would you seek to reorient U.S. foreign policy?
I don't believe in unconditional foreign military aid to anyone. I don't pay my taxes every year to be like, man, I can't wait for Israel to get a new tank. And then when it comes to Israel's own behavior, I think we need to engage them consistent with what they have done. They have perpetrated genocide. And before that, they were perpetrating apartheid, right? They lobbied to move us into a war. Now they're trying to annex southern Lebanon. Like, I just think that any other country that behaved that way would be treated as a rogue nation because they're violating international law.
A fear that a lot of American Jews have when they hear messaging against the state of Israel is that that is a slippery slope towards Jews don't belong in Israel-Palestine at all.
I recognize that that land is a land that a lot of people have lived on, right? The most recent inhabitants before 1948 were the Palestinian people, but also historically the Jewish people. The problem, though, is that the implicit public policy of our government has been to aid, arm, and abet Israel's current government to the exclusion of the right to peace, dignity, and self-determination for Palestinian people, right?
What would you say to people who are worried that withdrawing defense funding to Israel would make American Jews less safe here at home?
This idea that the things that we're doing with our tax dollars to backstop a foreign government somehow makes Jewish folk more safe here, that doesn't make sense to me. I start from a position of principle, which is to say that Jewish Americans are not the same as AIPAC in Israel, that Jewish Americans deserve to live their lives unfettered and unencumbered by discrimination or hate, and that we have to fight together to build an America where that anti-Semitism is stamped out.
There is the largest Arab American community here in Michigan, and mostly are from the southern Lebanon. My dad is building this dream home for all of us as brothers or sisters and it vanished in a couple of seconds, and the soldiers were laughing about demolishing the whole village. As an American citizen, I'm paying taxes for this government to bomb and kill us for what?
I appreciate you lifting your voice, and I'm sorry about your family's experience. What is happening in southern Lebanon right now is frankly an abomination. I intend to be a voice in the U.S. Senate to consistently advocate for our principles.
It is pretty wild when you think about it. Like, we pay our taxes. Like, if you're Lebanese, if you're of Lebanese descent, living in the United States of America, you're literally paying taxes so that Israel can take that money, take the munitions, and murder your immediate family members, destroy your ancestral village, destroy your homeland, destroy the ecology. Like, it's such a strange phenomena. Meanwhile, there are Jewish Americans who will then turn around and act as though their lives are in harm's way if they can't continue the fucking death campaign. It's like, that's crazy. No, those guys' families are actually being slaughtered. You're out of your dang mind. It's crazy. Anyway, hold on. I'm closing all my fucking tabs because I've had a lot of tabs open. Yes. According to Axios' Barak Ravid, the U.S. military is conducting airstrikes in Iran. I know. We're going to get back to situation monitoring.
And that we apply them everywhere, and that we apply them consistently.
Do you think that it's harder to
thank you for the 100 community gifted subs, by the way. I didn't see it.
Like, it's easier just to let things keep going, like Israel, AIPAC. Is it just the easy way out?
I'm threatening a system of power that says you just go along to get along. The real issue in our politics is not right versus left. It's not like progressive versus conservative. It's not Democrat, Republican. It's people who are locked out of our healthcare, our housing, our economy, versus the people doing the locking out. I just want to always be on the side of the people who are locked out. In theory, my opponent in this race is Haley Stevens. My real opponent in this race is Chuck Schumer, every corporate PAC, AIPAC. They will run your name in the mud. They will lie about you. They will lie about their opponent. It doesn't matter as long as they maintain a control on power.
One of the biggest attacks on El-Sayed right now is that he will lose to Republican Mike Rogers.
It's not even a question. This one is so dumb. Like, look. There's at least some polling to suggest that Francesca Hong would be a toss-up, right? But with Abdul, the polling shows that he's the stronger candidate. So there isn't even polling on this. They're just saying it. And I don't believe that Francesca Hong will be a toss-up either, by the way, just so you guys understand. At least there's something you could fucking point to with Francesca Hong as far as empirical evidence or what comes close to it, even though I think that all of those polls are severely underestimating the youth turnout and also underestimating outside support that normally would not be polled for the likes of Francesca Hong, because I think she's going to have broad appeal from rural areas that previously would never go for a Democrat. That's my assessment. We shall see how correct I am when, the midterms end. But it's very interesting that with fucking Abdul El-Sayed, there isn't even a single damn poll that says he would lose to Mike Rogers. All the polls show that he's a stronger opponent to Mike Rogers than Haley Stevens. Think about that. And they're still lying about this shit.
The Democratic establishment thinks that Stevens' ties to the Obama administration and her history as a U.S. representative since 2018 make her a safer bet. But recent polls slightly favor El-Sayed's chances against Rogers.
I haven't decided who I'm going to vote for sure. I do think Steve.
Thank you, Schmausters, for the 180 gifted subs. How are you undecided between Haley Stevens and Abdul El-Sayed right now? Please, man. Brother, please, you're in the fucking pocket. You're in the demo. What are you saying to me?
Stevens polls a lot better with like the older demographic who are much more likely to vote.
I
think Haley would have a better chance.
I'm gonna die. I can't do this. Dog, you're not a consultant. You don't work for the DNC. Just vote for who you like, please, for the love of Christ and all things holy, for the love of Allah, for the love of Yahweh, for the love of Zoroastrianism, for the love of Buddha. We must do away with this centrist consultant brain, pundit brain, mind virus. What the fuck? For the love of Yaqub. What the fuck? What the fuck is this? What is this? What is this? I don't think there's any, like, what I don't understand is we are supposed to live in a theoretical democracy. And the whole point of theoretical democracy is that you vote for who you think is best, not for who you think others will find to be the best. Okay? Perhaps it's a part of the problem with the two-party system that we have, where you're always engaging in like this weird defensive posture. You're supposed to vote for who's going to win. It's gambling brain that takes over in primaries. No. The purpose is to vote for the candidate that you like. That's what democracy is. Okay? Democracy is about voting for a candidate that you have extracted sufficient concessions from. Okay? Or a candidate that already was there on the values, on the positions that you care about. Okay? That's what democracy is about. Democracy is not about like trying to make this weird calculation about harm reduction and then making an assumption about like what other voters are thinking, because what that creates is a tendency to be manipulated and duped by centrist moderate candidates, which are objectively weaker candidates overall. This is the problem. Okay? This is the motherfucking problem. People think, oh, I like Abdul, but Haley might be better because other people might vote for Haley Stevens. And then everyone keeps thinking that, and then they vote for not who they want, but for who they think others want. Stop voting for other people. You don't know what other people think. If anything, other people are probably making the same dumbass calculation you're making.
To beat him.
Does that impact how you're going to decide to vote?
Yes, for sure. When it comes to being against Mark Rogers, I want to hear how you can get your message out to people when you are facing these odds of people spending millions and millions of dollars.
Well, good thing he's already done that and he's surging in the polls. Good thing that is already happening. That's what's ironic about it, is he's gone through the fucking ringer in this primary in a way that no Democratic primary ever should have this much outside expenditure. He's literally overcome such tremendous motherfucking odds, dude.
That you don't necessarily have.
You beat Mike Rogers because you build something that embodies the hope and the joy that you want to have for the future. This is a guy who voted to raise prescription drug prices I don't know how many times. Then he helped to architect the opioid epidemic. He took $700,000 from the pharma industry. They're going to spend a whole lot of money trying to call me some combination between a communist and a terrorist. And I'm going to sit out there and be like, yeah, well, he's corrupt as hell. Now, I get it. I'm brown. I'm Muslim. I got a name you probably can't pronounce, right? But I was born and raised here, and I've taken the time to serve and listen. So I think that's how we beat him.
I do question his ability to win against a Republican. I feel that some of his beliefs turn off a large portion of the population. Listening to his comments that he would like to abolish ICE, I have a hard time with that.
I'm Abdul Al-Sayed, the only Senate candidate for abolishing ICE, and I approve this message.
That's awesome, by the way. Libertarian union rank and filer who is very angry at the concept of the abolition of ICE. What is the libertarianism then? Like, even from the American perspective, libertarianism meant, not a different kind of Republican necessarily, but one that actually, cares about anarcho-capitalism, free of the market, free of the people, but also is like definitely in favor of unrestricted immigration. That's what the Cato Institute is about. It's anti-police, it's pro-migration, it's definitely anti-ICE.
A lot of people in this room, abolish ICE is one where they are a little bit confused about what it means. Lena, you expressed some questions about what Abdul's immigration policy looks like.
I think we can put ICE to better use to protect our borders and protect Americans. How can we draw that fine line between utilizing this federal agency versus allowing them to go rogue as they've done recently?
Here's the thing. So I've run government agencies, and once they take on a certain culture, it's really hard to change the culture. Really, really, really hard. So under Trump, he started to recruit people who specifically came to ICE, not to specifically...
Sister, you are hijabi. The same surveillance and mass detention apparatus that ICE is deploying in Michigan neighborhoods was deployed against your family members for the last 25 years. What are you saying? Like, this is beyond. This is beyond the like, this isn't even empathy at that point. I'm not requiring empathy here. I'm requiring, I'm expecting, you know, self-preservation. ICE was created in the same package after 9/11 to mass surveil you. If you're from Dearborn, you already lived it for the last 25 years. What the hell? I think we're all understanding now how swing states exist. That's how I feel about my fellow transists are being pro-Israel. Yeah, I didn't want to say anything about that, but it is actually kind of shocking because I feel like a decade ago, every trans person was like straight up communist. And nowadays, although the conditions have worsened for trans people, now you see a lot more liberal trans people, which I don't fully understand because, like, it's not like the conditions got better for trans people. So now you can be like, well, I'm a part of the normal political process now. Like, I don't really care about any of this other shit. Like, it doesn't, like, how did you move rightward while trans existence came under the crosshairs even further? Like, it's not like there's more acceptance now. Cause like you see this with white gays, right? Like there was a point where there were a lot of cisgender white gay men that were like, oh, well, I kind of like Trump. I'm rich, you know, whatever. Because like Trump wasn't expressly anti-gay. Well, Trump is himself a bit of a queen, but you know what I mean. And that is because like, you know, pro-gay marriage, it's now established law. People are much more open-minded to, you know, gay people existing. I think it went from like gay acceptance went from like 20% in the last 2 decades to like 73%, right? It's insane. So like that makes a little bit more sense if you're like a white gay guy and you're like, I'm rich, I like Republicans, I don't want these fucking immigrants in the country. But if you're trans, if you are transgender, it's not like acceptance skyrocketed for trans people that you're like, you know, I'm a little bit more comfortable with less radical ideas now. You're kind of outside the confines of the you know, civility, fetishist, respectability, politics inducing liberal democracy. As someone of the MB community, there's always been a ton of conservative trans people, and some of them shifted to being liberals. Yeah, that I fucking fully do not understand. Like, dude, how are you going to be transgender and conservative? Like, what the fuck? That's a real chickens for KFC moment right there. That makes no damn sense. That makes even less sense. We got one centrist trans person in Congress, so a bunch of trans folks might have felt we arrived. Yeah. There's also the former Media Matters lady. That's like a huge pro-Israel person too. And then there's that other one. There's a couple like super libbed up trans folk on Twitter, and they all hate me. Oh my God, I wasn't even factoring in Brianna Wu, obviously. I mean, Brianna Wu is just fucking insane. Yeah, what the hell is going on? Yeah. Yeah, no trans person likes Brianna Wu. You're thinking of Stacey K, yeah. And then Ari is the other one. And I guess ContraPoints too. Hasbara points. I guess the one factor usually is just like level of wealth and comfort, right? That's got to be it, right? That's what usually turns like, that is the one thing. Like class politics is far more determinative of like where you will arrive at with your politics than anything else. Even if you're transgender, which is literally universally under every crosshair pretty much. Liv Agar and Juniper both like you though? Yeah, of course. I mean, plenty of trans people like me. I'm just talking about like some of the more popular trans content creators who have pivoted towards liberalism in recent years, and it's just like shocking. I don't understand it.
Forced immigration policy. But they're against immigration.
Oh yeah, whiteness too. Dude, why am I losing my voice? Whiteness. Whiteness.
The whole subtext of this is that Donald Trump sold this fallacy to people where he understood that people were in pain. You're out of a job. You're out of a home. You can't afford your health care. And his answer was a simple one. Well, if you're out of a job, it's because the immigrant took your job. Out of a home, immigrants living in your home. Out of health care, immigrant took your health care. And so he turned immigrants into the answer to everybody's problems. And then he built out ICE as a way of demonizing immigration itself. ICE itself has become a rogue agency based on a premise that is inconsistent with both the Constitution and the ideals of our country. We don't need it. In fact, we didn't have it before 2002. America's a lot older than 2002. So the notion that we can't protect our southern border or we can't enforce immigration policy without ICE is just not true. You get rid of the agency, you fire all the people in it, and then you ask yourself, what would you want to build that actually achieved the goals that we have? To keep a safe and secure southern border, to create a very clear pathway to citizenship for people, right? And in the cases where you have people who should not be here and do bad things, that you are very targeted in your enforcement, rather than making a show out of enforcing to tell all immigrants that they don't belong here.
That's very, very enlightening. Thank you.
Because I think this goes to like ICE and other things that like our politics.
Dog, they're slandering you. They're calling you the spaghetti Rizzler on Twitter. Sloppy spaghetti kid for real. That's fucked up because it's true. I love spaghetti. No! Stop, dude. What the fuck? Y'all see a white, chubby boy and immediately say, oh, that's just like the Rizzler. That's just like, what's his name? I forget. Oh my God, he's kind of washed now. Jesus Christ. Suit guy from the beginning. Yup. Big Justice. Inescapably New Jersey. I mean, that's literally in Turkey. That's when I used to live in Turkey. This is a very Turkish household. This is my grandfather's home. The one I'm named after, Hasan. Hasan Dede. Pretty sure. I mean, look at the curtains, dude. MashaAllah, tesbih rosary. Yeah, I got the tesbih in one hand. Kafia around the neck. Throwing up the one. Same aura. Same aura, different day, different time. This photo was taken in 2004, chat. 2004. Which is like, what, 10 years ago? You know, maybe like 6 to 10 years ago. I'm not very good at math. Bro, I wasn't even born yet. Stop. Stop. That's not appropriate. It's not appropriate to think about that people were born after 2004. That's insane to me.
Politics are so black and white. How do you change that narrative? Because we need to recognize each other as like people.
Yes, it's technically, it's a shamag, not kafia. It's true.
The problem,
but Americans don't know that.
The Democrats is it's too easy to point and say, I'm against Trump. You should vote for me. And you're like, well, from a policy standpoint, are you really for me?
Yeah.
You're taking money from all the worst people. So what would happen if we actually built a movement about what could be good? When we can start talking to folks who might have voted for Trump for a whole bunch of different reasons to be like, all right, is your life better now? Do you have better health care? Do you have better access to a job? Can you afford a home? If no, here's an opportunity. Let's focus on that, right? So I just really appreciate you guys having this conversation that's like the lifeblood of what we do in our civics and is really enlightening. Thank you guys. Appreciate you all.
Did Abdul change your mind on any issues?
Yeah, definitely on the ICE issue.
I think the way that Abdul spoke about Medicare for all, as far as it being a plausible and a tangible goal, was pretty enlightening, and I plan to vote for Abdul.
I think
my goat, my UAW libertarian goat. He's like, yeah, I fucking hate ICE now. Abdul taught me.
That Abdul did change my mind about what I feel like I can expect from a politician.
Look, I live in a very Jewish neighborhood. For those of you who don't know, West Hollywood. Okay, I actually live fairly close to like a relatively large Orthodox population as well, and I talk to a lot of Jewish normies, specifically older Jewish normies. And the only time, like the people that know me, obviously, they know I'm not anti-Semitic, even though they see a lot of the reporting. They're just like, oh, you're radical. So they're just getting mad. It's fine. Right. The only time, don't tell people where you live. Dog, I live in West Hollywood. What are you talking about? It's very, I've openly discussed this many times. So I thought you said it was a Persian neighborhood. What religion do you think the Persians are? Chatter. Anyway. Oh shit. Yeah. So not Jews like you're implying. Wait, what? In West Hollywood and Beverly Hills? In Beverly Hills and West Hollywood. Anyway, so what I was saying is the only time I thought the West Hollywood Jews were from Russia. Yes, there's a lot of Ashkenazi Jews as well. Anyway, there's a big conservative Jewish community. There's a big Orthodox Jewish community. There's a Persian Jewish community. Anyway, it's part of the reason why I say it's a very Jewish neighborhood, Beverly Hills, West Hollywood. So The only time where people have been like, I'm actually a little bit worried about this was with Abdul. I don't know what the fuck is going on with like Jewish Insider and the newspapers they read or the conversations the older normie Jews are having in the synagogues or whatever. But they were literally like genuinely for the first time ever. And I've been receiving these like anti-Semitism attacks for so long. And that has not shaken their faith that I am not an anti-Semite at all. It wasn't Zoran. It was Abdul. They were like, he's so scary. Like he wants to, he wants to destroy Israel. He wants to like purge all the Jews from Israel. I was like, no, he's a fucking sweetheart. Racism, he's very Muslim looking compared to you or Zoran. I mean, but I don't get it. Maybe because he's Egyptian. He's built not a twink like Zoran. I don't know. What is this bitter ass fucking loser still standing her though? WABI, Wabi. Maine Governor Janet Mills stopped short of endorsing Troy Jackson for the U.S. Senate in Maine. Governor Janet Mills says she has not spoken with the newly nominated Democratic candidate for Senate, Troy Jackson, and declined to endorse him, but believes the Republican Senator Susan Collins should be defeated. Yeah. I don't know if you guys remember this, but Troy Jackson talked about this. Troy Jackson was the most vetoed Democrat in the state Senate in Maine by the Governor Janet Mills. He had more bills vetoed by the governor than any other state senator. Just so you understand, when Janet Mills is like, oh, I haven't spoken to him. No, they used to speak all the time. She's the governor. He was the president of the state Senate. So she's very familiar with Troy Jackson. Troy Jackson has been in the state legislature for 26 years, 6 years as the state Senate president. So it's pretty crazy. New races outed themselves in the Abdul race. Yeah, I know. This is not a new race. These are old races. Hillary Scholten was asked whether she plans to support Abdul El-Sayed if he wins the Michigan Democratic Senate primary. I will not stand beside someone who has allowed distinctly anti-American sentiment to enter our public dialogue. More details on the interview will be published on Semaphor's website this Thursday. I love that these like Israel firsters are so funny, where they just straight up are like, yeah, we're doing the reverse uncommitted, but this time actually for good candidates that abide by the Democratic majority opinion. It's very cool. Sorry, but when the world does this mean? Abdul allowed distinctly anti-American sentiment to enter our public dialogue. If you're going to make an accusation like that, one, be specific, speak English like a normal person. Yeah, no, she's just racist as fuck. She also implied that Abdul was a sexist, was like misogynistic in the same vein as like Graham Plattner, which was disgusting. Yeah, centrists in Congress anonymously threatening to leave the Democratic Party. James Carville calling for a schism. Pouty, also anonymous. Pro-Israel donors in Michigan calling for a donor strike. I wrote about the emerging centrist uncommitted movement. Fuck. The fuck is going on? Jesus Christ, man. Not today. No. Loyalty demands only go left, never right. What is Egghead yapping about? Across the past 10 years of advocacy for Medicare for All, we've gotten more political clout for M4A proponents than ever before, but seem to be further from a situation where it's easy to envision broad-based tax increase to pay for more public services. This is bad. What is Egg Boy yapping about? He's just fucking doing the same exact line of attack against Medicare for All, that it would increase people's taxes when it would unironically decrease the overall expenditure on healthcare that comes out of your pockets because you no longer have to fucking pay for premiums. So you wouldn't be paying for premiums. You'd be paying for a modest tax increase instead of those premiums. And the modest tax increase would be far, far cheaper than the premiums that you have to pay, which is, the classic idiotic centrist neoliberal argument against fucking socialized medicine. And it's so stupid. It's been discussed endlessly, but Matt Iglesias, of course, being the centrist neoliberal stooge that he is, making that same dumbass argument. Isn't Hillary Scholten the lady getting her fuck on with a Republican governor candidate? Yes, that's what I've heard. That's what is being alleged about her. Yeah. The rumor is Hillary Scholten and John James had or are currently engaged in a romantic affair. This rumor circulated among anti-John James Republicans in the Michigan GOP months ago, and Perry Johnson's campaign had been promoting it. Multiple people with connections to Michigan politics in both parties have been aware of the rumor for a while. Yeah, she cheated on her husband, I think, with a Republican, John James. Yeah, this Rahm Emanuel story is really funny. Rahm Emanuel recounts what he told Mamdani regarding his Israel stance. Anna Barr, Zoran's comms team, came out and was like, this did not happen. I don't know why he's lying about this.
Where quite strong words were spoken between you and Mayor Mamdani in New York.
I said, when you're mayor, time goes faster and you got to make choices. What's an A, what's a B? When we got to the Middle East, I said, look, you are your father's son. I'm my father's son. You chant a river to the sea. And that means there will never be a Jewish homeland for Jews.
Yeah. Zoran Mamdani's dad, his name is Mahmoud Mamdani, is a post-colonial academic. Your dad was a terrorist in the Irgun militia. Just saying. Like, what the fuck are you saying, Ram? What are you saying? That is an insane thing to say to Zoran Mamdani, who is not Palestinian. It would be even more insane if he was. But it's pretty funny, yeah. Ram's dad was in Etzel, aka the Irgun, a terrorist organization that perpetrated many atrocities, including the Deir Yassin massacre, the bombing of the King David Hotel, and the murder of hundreds of women and children. Zoran's dad was a college professor at Columbia. The Irgun's tactics were so abhorrent that they were declared illegal by the Israeli government in 1948 and condemned as terrorists who shed innocent blood by the WZC, World Zionist Congress, in 1946. This is an organization that Alan Dershowitz compared to Hamas at one time. This is also the same, like his dad is the reason why Albert Einstein wrote that letter. Albert Einstein wrote that letter saying, we are becoming the thing that we oppose. We are becoming like Nazis. This kind of like ethnic and religious chauvinism is going to turn us into Nazis. This was right after the Holocaust, which of course the militia members ended up getting formative roles in what is now known as the Israel Defense Forces. And also many prominent members ended up, I think, folding into Likud. Yeah, this is an organization that Alan Dershowitz was compared to Hamas at one time. Even among many Zionists, the Irgun occupies the same place as Al-Qaeda. Of course, much of this is a way to separate Etzel from legitimate arms of the Israeli militias and military, all of whom also use terrorism to murder innocent people. So, as I've said before, it's Haganah, Irgun, and Lihi, Stern Gang, which is of course, Menachem Begin, one of its founders, was also the founder of Likud. Exactly. Emmanuel apologized for his father's anti-Arab comments. Haganah was the largest one and also the most, like, I guess the most moderate, even though they also did a shit ton of violence too. But yeah, Stern Gang was so openly fascist that they openly collaborated with the Nazis and also fascist Italy. Stern Gang did. So to varying degrees of insanity. Stern Gang also, I think Stern Gang was the one that openly called themselves terrorists as well. But yeah, Anna Barr can confirm this did not happen. So yeah, very funny thing to lie about. Also reminding people like who your dad is for no reason in 2026.
Who had faced the Holocaust. And I said, I want you to hear this over my dead body.
You had a meeting with quite strong words.
It's also really funny that Rahm Emanuel thinks he's like hard body in any way, shape, or form. Come on, Rahm. Dog, fuck you mean? Like there's no generational terrorism genes that carried over from your dad to you. You know what I mean? Just because he was a terrorist doesn't mean that you have any of those skills that carried over. Well, actually, Rahm might have served. Did Rahm serve in the IDF? He might have. But yeah, he's still a fucking fake demon. Finish the video? What? I just finished it. Oh, you mean the other video, the video with Abdul. I thought we ended it already.
Who really believes what they say.
Him taking a stance on something, even if it's strong and people consider it maybe too strong. I think taking a stance means something.
It's an election. Anybody could lose. Haley Stevens could lose. And I'd rather, vote for somebody who I agree with on their policy points rather than somebody who I just think is against Trump. I've got my mail-in ballot at home. I'm going to go home and fill it out and mail it in for Abdul al-Saeed.
Let's go. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. And he's going to win. And he's going to win. Okay, that's good.
The narrative in the media is that al-Sayed's policies are too radical to win. But with these voters, who largely distrust both parties, his ideas broke through. Al-Sayed won't be able to sit down with every skeptical voter in the state, though. So I asked him what he thinks his path to victory in November actually looks like.
You talked to a bunch of voters who had voted for Trump, many who identified as Republican for a long time, and they all left the conversation yesterday saying that they're going to vote for you. Are there issues beyond sort of Medicare for All, which is your core, that you think have the potential to win over disaffected Trump voters in a general election?
Corporate monopoly, the corruption of our food system, the role of AI in society, the onslaught of data centers. You think about who's taking money from these corporations. Unfortunately, it's Democrats and Republicans. I always wonder why there's so much opposition to this in the Democratic Party. Yeah. And I keep coming back to the same answer, which is it's just laziness. It's laziness, and it's this sort of elitism. The laziness part is, well, if we can't get money from corporations, then we're actually going to have a message and go talk about our message anywhere and everywhere. I've done 450 public events. I challenge my opponent in this race to say how many events she's done, where she's actually taking questions. You got to do the work, it turns out. And then the elitism part is, well, the corporations are rich and they throw the fanciest parties. And if I don't take their money, I'm not going to be invited to the party. I'm like, fuck your party. Who cares? You got the best room on the Titanic and don't realize that the whole Titanic's about to go down. I don't know, man. I just, I really struggle to understand the psychology of it.
Yeah. It seems to me that you are interested in something deeper than just winning this election, that it is actually fighting for some sort of change.
Losing this primary is not the worst outcome for me. The worst outcome is that I get the job and I fail to deliver. That's the worst outcome.
Beast mode.
So I don't want to fight for the job and in the process hamstring myself from doing the work. I don't want to have been one of those senators that, you know, you had this power and then you sold out and then you can't even account for why you were there. So right now, you've got the choice between three candidates. Two of us in this primary and then one in the general. There's only one of us who's never taken money from Blue Cross Blue Shield. Only one of us who doesn't want to send your money abroad to drop bombs on other people and wants to keep it here to invest in your kids. There's only one of us. So, which do you pick?
Thanks for watching. Don't forget.
Beast mode. God, I love More Perfect Union so much. What is this? The fact that DC Dems can't uniformly speak out against this is dragging the entire party's brown down into the ditch, is totally corrupt and obscene. It makes all the Dem grandstanding about democracy seem completely hollow. You cannot tolerate this and convince anyone that you actually care about democracy or the rigged political economy. Yeah, they don't. They don't because they like it. Let's be real. But we're going to keep defeating them until they can no longer hide, until they can no longer take money from AIPAC. Post-October 7 in 2023, people would destroy you if you said anything even remotely pro-Palestine. 2026, they destroy you if you say something pro-Israel. Things change. Attitudes shift. People arrive at the correct conclusions. Okay? So all we got to do is keep pushing. Be steadfast in your advocacy and continue. That's it. The Chinese Communist Party, once famous for pillaging from the natural world, has set to protecting parts of it. But the country's eco-authoritarian approach deserves scrutiny. Brother, yes. China is one of the few industrialized countries that's turning the clock on anthropogenic climate change, but at what cost? That is fucking awesome. Every China story is like a capital's hellhole ruined China's mightiest rivers, but then they fixed it with climate Stalinism, but at what cost? I don't know what the cost is. I only know that the Yellow River has changed course 6 times throughout history and burst its banks over 1,590 times. Oh, also, consumers, rejoice. China has begun mass producing domestically developed immersion deep ultraviolet lithography machines, which is, of course, a technology crucial to advanced chip making, marking a key step forward in Beijing's drive to reduce its reliance on foreign technologies. So yeah, consumers, rejoice. China #1, not #2, but #1. Okay? Let commerce flow. It's going to be really funny when they flood the American market with unbelievably affordable, like insanely affordable GPUs and all of these different like RAM, all this shit that you currently do not have access to because we're all full systems go on, AI shit. It's all being spent on AI. And what's really funny about it is I'm letting you know right now, I haven't been wrong so far. The American government is going to ban it. The American government is going to ban it. Okay? There will be a black market for Chinese RAM and Chinese GPUs that will still be endlessly cheaper. But the American government will abso-fucking-lutely ban this, and this will then cause even more backlash. This will create an environment where people are even more pro-China than they ever have been in the Western world. Mark my fucking words. In just 2 weeks, China has broken through the 3 strongest fortresses the U.S. has built around AI. Investors have a right to be nervous. Remember when I talked about the Chinese AI initiatives being almost entirely, the Chinese AI initiatives have been entirely invested in putting a dent in the American stock market, pretty much. And everyone yelled at me and said, you're wrong. Well, this is another aspect of it. They already basically did with the Chinese EVs by putting a massive tariff. Yeah, I know. There was also this fucking insane thing. China has fired up the world's biggest superconducting magnet for nuclear fusion project. They are, China just finished a magnet that weighs 582 tons, heavier than a fully loaded Boeing 747. This is the toroidal field coil for the country's artificial sun machine in Hefei, built to recreate here on Earth the reaction that powers the actual sun. It stands 21 meters long, 12 meters wide, and weighs 582 tons, heavier than 4 adult blue whales packed into one magnet. Its job is to hold plasma at 100 million degrees so it never touches the wall. Engineers call it an invisible magnetic cage. 16 of them will form a ring, 100 kiloamps, each 6.5 Tesla at the center. Operating temperature, minus 269 Celsius. Design life, 60 years. A second magnet, the central solenoid, was rated for 46.5 kiloamps. They pushed it to 60. Every critical part was designed and built at home with no reliance on foreign technology. A working fusion power plant is still years away, but clearing this hurdle pulls the dream of near limitless clean energy one serious step closer. I'm going to keep it at $1.50 with you. There is 0% chance with the current way that the oil and gas lobby works in this country, with the fossil fuel industry works in this country, that such a revolutionary technology that would basically fucking wipe out the profits from this massively consequential sector in the American economy would ever take root, would ever get off the ground. They would probably assassinate you. Remember how we talked about the other thing about the Chinese lithography machines that are going to be mass producing super cheap GPUs that you won't be able to get because they're going to call it they're going to be cheating. They're going to be cheating in international trade. Yeah, this is going to be considered a weapon, a super weapon. Metal Gear. This is literally the plot of Spider-Man 2, but Chinese. Yeah, I don't know if you know this, American, but this is real life. It's not the plot of a comic book movie. Americans look at something that's happening in the real world in China and go, wow, this is just like a comic book story, which is the only thing that we create. Americans look to this and go, how many burgers can I cook up with this? Yeah. China has spent about $1.5 billion a year on fusion, double the US DOE fusion budget. Instead, America spends about $1 billion a day bombing Iran. So they get infinite energy while we get high gas prices. You're a big Bernie Sanders supporter. What are your thoughts on him staunchly opposed to nuclear energy for his entire career? Regulations have strangled our nuclear energy industry for decades, and those regulations have been largely imposed and surrounded by the political left. Yeah, I'm more. I used to be scared of nuclear technology as well, but nowadays I'm in a more fuck it, we ball kind of attitude. 1 Chinese year is the equivalent to 7 European years. 1 year and a half ago versus today. ASML CEO says China is 10 to 15 years behind in chip making capabilities. ASML drops after news of Chinese chip tool rival. See, leftist Johnny Harris vindicates HasanAbi's global energy predictions even before Epstein
America
Fury.
and China are in a new nuclear arms race. But this time, it's different.
We have an energy shortage in America.
China is outpacing the United States by at least a decade in developing nuclear power.
If American companies don't lead on this, then the jobs, the wealth won't develop here, they'll develop in China.
The United States is currently the world's leading nuclear energy producer, with 94 operational
I'm going to keep it $1.50. I don't think we're going to have to worry about jobs at all. If the way things are going continue that way, I think nobody's going to have jobs, let alone at the fucking nuclear reactor, okay? Oh no, we won't have the competitive edge in nuclear technology. We won't be able to have jobs in nuclear technology. Yeah, no, we're not going to have anything. We don't have anything. We have nothing. We just have bombs. And even then, we don't even have the bombs. We don't even have the bombs. The one thing that this stupid fucking country, the one industry that this goddamn country holds on to beyond making baby murder machines, F-350 pickup trucks that are 17 sizes too large, okay, is weapons. That's all we do. We build fucking bombs. That's what this country has been doing. That's the only domestic manufacturing that remains on U.S. soil. And we don't even make them efficient enough. Our procurement strategies are inefficient. We're getting our shit pushed in by a fucking middle power that is outproducing us in the one sector that we're supposed to be the top dog in. And even then, we can't even fucking make them without Chinese magnets. Meanwhile, you got dumb fucks in here who still yell at me for calling this shit out for the last decade, really. Dumb fucks who come in here and they're like, oh, shut the fuck up, Hasan, you fucking Chinese dick rider, you fucking piece of shit. Oh, I bet you love Mao Zedong a lot. Bro, we are cooked. What utility is there to just close your ears, shut off your eyes, and go, la, la, la, la, la, I can't hear you, as China is rising every damn day? These motherfuckers don't even want to study their adversary. I don't believe China is an adversary. I don't want to treat China like an adversary. I want to treat it like a partner. But it's going to come to a point where we're going to have to beg them. We're going to have to beg them that they treat us like an even partner. Okay? At least right now we have some level of leverage, or we did for the last like 2 decades, where we could have foreseen this rise of China and maybe managed it so that we could have been like, hey, we're reliable partners to one another. Let's not wage war. There's going to come a point where we have to beg. Okay? We're getting there. Yeah, Tofu Dreg fusion nuclear reactor, Tofu Dreg ASML chip manufacturing. Dude, that Tofu Dreg construction shit still, like, I went to China. I stayed in the hotels. I saw the buildings. I saw the high-speed rail. I was inside of the trains. Okay? I came back here to the United States of America, and in 2026, there's still motherfuckers in my community that go, oh, dude, those buildings are Tofu Dreg buildings. Oh, dude, they still do what is it? They do sewer oil. Chinese food is made with sewer oil. It's dookie oil. It's like, brother, you are running on like propaganda from 30 years ago at this point. Like, update the fucking talking points. Update the talking points, man. What do you mean Tofu Dreg? Gutter oil. That's what it's called. Yeah. Like, the greatest, here's the thing. The biggest wake-up call should have been, and I remember this when it was happening, the biggest wake-up call should have been ghost cities, okay? Because the Western mind, the Western Anglosphere mind cannot comprehend building homes with serving the purpose of shelter in mind. That they were like, oh, look at these fucking idiots. They're building ghost cities. And we did this to North Korea, like, maybe 5 years ago too. We didn't even learn our lesson from China. We did the ghost city shit in North Korea too. The Western brain, the primitive Western mind cannot comprehend a country that builds homes not as a speculative asset, not as simple economic activity, but instead with a long-term shelter plan in mind. But that should have been the point. When those motherfucking ghost cities turned into massive tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 rapidly urbanized industrial hubs, that's when every American analyst, that's when every Western analyst should have been like, ooh, yikes, we kind of fucked up the ghost city thing. Maybe we should reconsider our approach to China, our analysis to China. No, we did that shit in North Korea. North Korea, for like the past half decade, has seen a tremendous economic boom. Okay, it's so vast and so rapidly urbanizing that even the Wall Street Journal covered it like last month. A big part of that is because of China, and another big part of that is because of Russia. Okay, North Korea built more housing units in the last year than California did. I am going to repeat that one more time. The Hermit Kingdom, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, built more housing units than California did. Now, you tell me which of the two is a fourth world country, not third world, fourth world country. Which of the two? Which of the two is a fourth world country? Is it the fourth largest economy on the planet? Or is it like the smallest economy on the fucking planet that doesn't even have an entry point, a direct entry point to international markets besides Russia and China? I think you've overcorrected this point because, well, yes, a lot of those ghost cities now have residents in China is still plagued by oversupply from years of constant real estate speculation, the non-commodity approach of the 2020 thing. And even that was temporary. If you want to criticize housing speculation, I would never point to China as a model. Brother, at the end of the day, motherfuckers got housing. And they did actually plan ahead of time. It's both. It wasn't just for economic activity to show the Western world. Our criticism of China was, at the time, that they're just building these fucking ghost cities. They're building these ghost cities. And the only reason why they're building it is to flex on us, to like make it seem like they have, like, Western chauvinism is such a fucking brain disease that people literally were pointing to it and saying, oh, they're doing this to, oh, look at them. Look at these small, tiny people that they're building housing to make it seem like they're modernizing. That's fucking insane. Also, look at what happened when our housing market crashed versus what they did. They created an actual soft landing for the speculative bubble that existed. Chowder, they literally executed those pyramid scheme housing people, and then the government bailed out the citizens who invested. They literally nationalized the bank that was helping with the fraud. You show off your best. North Korea does that too. We're not interested in your best. What's your average? Go to the countryside or the smaller towns. Dude, this is the funniest argument. In the last decade, the areas that saw rapid growth and rapid urbanization are the countrysides. Those are the happiest Chinese citizens. This is just going down the copium ladder, okay? Again, the rural countryside in China is on an upwards trajectory. It's actually the people in the fucking big cities that are not doing as well. The job market is not as great in big cities. There is obviously now a youth unemployment crisis that's beginning to become a problem. It's the countryside that's actually doing better overall. Popping the real estate bubble was the right move, and the CPC is making the right choices right now, but decades of government policy is what created the bubble in the first place. This is a direct consequence of central and provincial government policy. Now we turn around and act like this was always the plan. It wasn't. I give them a lot of credit for actually letting it pop. I mean, the Chinese system is highly competitive and designed around making sure that different provinces compete with one another. And in the short term, if one of the provinces is actually yielding promising results, they lean into it. And if it fails, they then turn around and restructure their entire system. It is what it is. It happens. It is clearly the far superior system to what we have, because we have a system that is designed around housing being treated like a speculative asset exclusively. Which one of the two is better? Theirs is clearly demonstrably better. This is not to say China has the best possible system. It's just the better system in comparison to ours. As a representative of the Chinese delegation of the HasanAbi community, I'm very glad that they're letting it pop, but there's also real pain that is coming with that. When you look at the Chinese economy right now, hopefully that rebounds soon with manufacturing growth. As a representative of the Chinese delegation of the HasanAbi community, I'm proud to announce that you are now in the green in terms of approval and appreciation in your coverage of China. Thank you for highlighting the prosperity of the People's Republic. You got it. Please read my previous message. They just built a strategic stockpile of housing. We just don't understand because we're stupid Westoids. Oh no, the government bought too much oil. Good thing it doesn't spoil, and we can release it when the price is too high. Too bad housing spoils. Oh wait. I mean, that's not the whole story. There is truth to some of the there is truth to housing becoming an issue in China. This is Xiamen, China, the 31st most populated city. America's 31st most populated city is Baltimore. Day in the life of me living alone in China's ghost city.
What's it like spending a day living alone in China's ghost city?
Wait, this isn't even in China. Isn't this in Malaysia? Oh, this is Hainan. This was supposed to be like this massive business hub, and it failed. I never watched this. This is a video from 11 days ago.
My total monthly living expenses here are about $300. Compared with the city I lived in before, I'm spending about 30% less each month. The biggest difference is my rent. It's only half of what I used to pay. This apartment costs just $100 a month. The reason housing prices and rents are so affordable here is that there are a large number of vacant apartments, and there aren't many job opportunities nearby.
Bro, let the Americans in, dude. Let the Americans in, China. Let us in. It is kind of funny because it's like there's obviously still, even in this like largely vacant city that they built, that was never populated. There wasn't enough like there wasn't enough interest from businesses. They're still picking up the trash. Like the streets are still clean. They're still picking up the trash. Are you fucking kidding me? He is working, running water. Dog, we literally have cities that are not vacant, that don't have these amenities all the time.
Most of the people who live here year-round are retirees and children. Many of the retirees have moved here from northern China to escape the cold, and the main reason they choose to stay is the climate. Hainan has a tropical monsoon climate with an average annual temperature of 23 to 27 degrees Celsius. Even in winter, temperatures rarely fall below 16 degrees Celsius, which makes it an attractive place to live year-round.
请输入取件码，点击取件057。
This is bullshit, bro. This is actually fucking bullshit. Straight up.
These apartments were built during China's real estate boom. Around 2020, China's housing market was at its peak.
Yeah,
at
this is
one
Gary,
point,
Indiana.
apartments here were selling for as much as $3,800 per square meter. Today, similar...
Dude, nothing has bricked boomer brains like that fucking like side by side will be like, this is your city ravaged by socialism. This is your city under capitalism. And then both of the cities are usually cities under capitalism. But I mean, you could unironically do that. This is a communist city that failed. It's not even a successful one. It's a failed city. This is an American city. But hey, guess what? How much money are they sending to Israel? Because if we're judging by the most important metric, we're still number one, baby. And then the number two metric is how many trillions have they wasted waging war in different regions around the planet? Still number one, baby. America number one, China not even fucking number two, honestly. So who cares? Sometimes you got to ask yourself, what truly matters? What truly matters in life? For me, and hopefully for the rest of the American patriots that are tuning in, what matters most is waging wars overseas and giving money to Israel. And on that front, we're number one. That's it.
Similar properties sell for only around $900 per square meter. After the pandemic, however, the housing market entered a sharp downturn, and home prices fell significantly across much of the country. The market has yet to show a strong recovery. At the same time, the Chinese government tightened regulations on the real estate sector, and many developers ran into serious financial difficulty.
That's really fucked up, actually. Now that he brought it up, I'll be honest. Yeah, I mean, obviously there's a downside to all of this, right? Like real estate speculators and real estate developers falling on hard times. I mean, that's definitely at what cost, honestly. This is far too high of a cost to bear. Yeah.
As a result, the market changed dramatically. Today, prices in the second-hand housing market have fallen well below their previous highs.
What have we done recently? News: the Trump administration plans to end a Medicare subsidy program that has helped keep prescription drug plan premiums down for seniors, according to the Wall Street Journal. The program will expire after 2026, potentially leaving millions of seniors facing higher Part D premiums in 2027. Roughly 25 million Americans have Medicare Part D plans and will learn their 2027 rates this fall. Here's Trump pictured saying, "Suck on that, boomers." Not me, though. I'll be fine. I'm the president. It is pretty funny that Trump is so disgusting to his closest fans. Like, he literally is just like, he will just go on stage and be like, I hate the elderly that voted for me. I hate them, and they shouldn't be able to pay for their medication. Down payments gone, building projects unfinished. People lost so much in these cities that were not livable or never finished. Hainan Island is the Florida of China. However, some local developers were overly ambitious and overbuilt certain projects. However, they are very successful ones near Sanya and to the south of the island.
Many homeowners have found it difficult to sell their apartments, so they've chosen to rent them out instead, often at relatively low prices. Because of the current market, I was able to rent a spacious and comfortable apartment for a very affordable price. On the other hand, many people who bought property here as an investment have suffered significant financial losses. In China, residential developments with very low occupancy rates are often referred to as ghost cities. There are quite a few communities like this across the country.
The question is this. This is a nest egg for a lot of Chinese people, right? But the question is this. What's the fucking home ownership rate? So yes, speculators got the short end of the stick. China has China has the reverse problem that we do. We have a lot of debt. They have too much savings. Okay. But the question remains, is it better to be able to own a home and then lose your financial investment, but still be able to own a home, or never to be able to own a home at all? That's crazy. He just let the bird into his house. This guy has the perfect attitude for living in this fucking ghost city, dude. What the hell?
Income. My main source right now is a part-time online job editing videos for other people. The pay isn't very high, but the hours are flexible. I'm 37 years old, and in China...
Hasan editor? Yeah. Yeah. I pay him unsalted peanuts so that he can feed the birds. All right, I gotta go. Unfortunately. This is too much. I can't finish this video. The government directly encouraged investment in homes by average citizens. China's stock market is virtually irrelevant, so the average person put everything in real estate. Capital controls are very strong, and there aren't really other investment vehicles. I hope people realize it's not just big landlords like normal salary workers. No, I know. I'm saying that for the average worker, again, the average worker with a shit ton of savings, they wanted to make their savings work for them. They wanted to engage in market speculation. And market speculation is not real market speculation in China, because in China, there is no real stock market. I understand that a lot of regular salarymen lost a big chunk of their wealth that they were trying to create, or they were trying to grow. This also led to more people just holding on to their money regardless, which is a different issue for China overall. But my question remains. I would still prefer a situation where I lose big swaths of my investments in the housing market while still having a home. That's it. Because, like, what do you think would happen if we actually exploded? If we had, like, not even tight market controls or anything, if we just, like, started actually building a shit ton of housing, started upzoning, what do you think happens to all the fucking boomers? Their savings would melt. Their entire, like, the large majority of homeowners in this country, their entire net worth is baked into their housing, their property value constantly growing. What happens when the property values diminish because there's readily available housing all of a sudden? You know what I mean? Yeah, they would get fucked. But guess what? That's the future I want to live in the United States of America, where people have housing. Sure, there will be a little bit of growing pain in the process, but far better future than the one we currently are looking at right now. Anyway, love you guys. See you tomorrow. Norm Finkelstein on the broadcast tomorrow. Live and alive, in person, in the flesh.
All the chatter's trickling in. I'll sell people hay. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topics just begun. 'Cause there is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kyle place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving greetings grace. Zoran winning and YC woke to back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man